Chapter 675. The data displayed by analytical eyes made Chinrue stop. It was not uncommon to see light elementals in the human world, especially the holy mountain of light, which was known as the origin of light magic. However, the light elementals with this kind of data had only one identity: the light elemental king. The light elemental king's whole body was flowing with white light, and a humanoid figure appeared faintly in it. The facial features couldn't be seen clearly. Although the white light was not particularly dazzling, there was a tingling feeling in the eyes after staring at it for a long time. This was one of the characteristics of light elementals that could seize the initiative in battle. So far, Chinrue had met 5 elemental kings. Except for the fire elemental king, he had met almost all the 6 kings. Not only did he meet face to face, but among the 3rd kings of darkness, there was also his best friend Moore. The light elemental king blocked in front of the snow tree. There were still a few minutes left for the stealth skill. Chinrue didn't want to complicate matters, so he carefully walked to the side, but he heard a cold snort from the figure in the light. Despicable guy, no matter how brilliant your stealth talent is, you will have nowhere to hide in my eyes. As soon as the words were spoken, a dazzling light flickered, and a terrifying destructive light flew out like lightning. The target was Chinrue, who was in a hidden state. As the light burst forth, it had already revealed the figure of a person. However, the dazzling light was quickly extinguished. It was extinguished by a palm, leaving no trace behind. The light elemental king's white pupils flickered, and his gaze was locked tightly on the man who took his blow with one hand. With a move of his mind, countless white lights surged toward the opponent. The ground trembled slightly, and the light gradually disappeared. The man was still standing in the same place with a defensive posture. He was not injured at all. "Who are you?" The light elemental king looked puzzled. Compared with the peak saint power, your physique surprised me even more. You are actually absorbing my attack? Body of light blessing. No, body of light blessing definitely doesn't have such a strong effect. My name is Richard. Chinrue bowed slightly. It's an honor to meet a Royal Highness Elemental King. I'll make it clear first that I have no intention of being enemies with your highness. I'm Light Elemental King Delcus. You have eyesight comparable to your strength, but your courage exceeds your strength. You actually dare to sneak in here. Don't tell me that you're here for sightseeing. Your goal? It's nothing but snow dowlet. Chinrue's intentions were exposed, but he did not deny it. He nodded and said, "The snow dowlet flower is of vital importance to me. If possible, I would like to ask your highness Delcus to help me. I will remember your highness' favor and will definitely repay it in the future. The most important function of the snow dowlet flower is to transform the body of light blessing ritual. It has no effect on your physique," Delcus sneered. The snow dowlet flower is not an ordinary plant, but a flower of light faith. Only Vandus, who has obtained the divine seal of faith, can use a secret method to pluck it. Otherwise, even if you pluck it, you will become an ordinary flower with no power in a short period of time. If you knew nothing about this, how would you dare to sneak in here alone? Don't try to fool an elemental king. Unless you can defeat me, don't even think about touching the snow dowlet tree. It was indeed the first time for Chinrue to hear these secrets. Even Eliza and others didn't know before. It turned out that the body of light blessing could also be transformed through a certain ritual in addition to inheritance. The snow dowlet was actually a necessary material. The most troublesome thing was that only Pope Vandus, who had obtained some divine seal, could pluck it. Otherwise, it would lose its effectiveness soon after plucking it. Do I have to catch the Pope and pluck it? Judging from the strength of Saintess Eudora, she had reached the peak saint level that was very close to the kingdom level. Coupled with the enhancement of a certain mysterious power, she could have the strength of the kingdom level within the holy blessing peak. The same was true for Pope Vandus, and his strength was probably above Eudora, so this path was definitely not feasible. Now, I can only try with the power of the Galaxy Garden to take the whole snow Dowlet tree away. Let's see if Rala and more have a way by then. But before that, I must defeat the Light Elemental King, Delcus. Chen Rui's body of light glory could absorb most of the light damage, which gave him a greater advantage against the Light Elemental King than against the other 5 kings. The problem was that even if his physique restrained Delcus, he still couldn't defeat Delcus, whose strength and spirit reached S++ in a short time. If this alarmed the 3 magnates at the foot of the mountain, then it would be troublesome. Moore once said that the 6 elementals had their own personalities. The earth elementals were calm. They wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend them. The dark elementals were very vengeful and vengeful. Chinrue had already experienced this. The water elementals were good at thinking, but they were suspicious by nature. The wind elementals had a changeable temperament and easily changed their minds. The fire elementals were straightforward and irritable. They were the most belligerent. The characteristics of the light elementals were arrogant and had a strong sense of honor. Chinrue had an idea. He slowly paced a few steps and said, "I find it very strange. Why would a proud light elemental king be reduced to a mere guardian of the church?" Delcus really looked angry. He appeared in front of Chinrue in the blink of an eye and punched. "Who said I'm a guardian? I'm just absorbing the light power of the snow Dowlet to breed more elite light elementals." Breed? Although the elementals had no gender characteristics, Delcus' appearance was clearly a man. When he said this word, Chinrue felt like he was struck by lightning. He was almost punched, so he quickly stepped back. Delcus was relentless. His attacks were like a storm. Although he had the body of glorious light, the power of S++ was really not easy to deal with. Chinrue did not fight recklessly. He mainly dodged and waited for the opportunity to counterattack. The battle gradually moved in the direction of the snow Dowlet tree. The barrier around the 3 divine halls was very powerful, far tougher than any other place. With the strength of the 2 of them, their ordinary attacks could only leave behind a few cracks on the ground. In the time it took to exchange a few words, the 2 of them had already exchanged several attacks at an extremely fast speed. If there were spectators watching from the side, they would definitely be dazzled. Elite light elementals? Wait a minute. Chinrue suddenly shouted. Origin of light fragment. Delcus' movements stopped abruptly. Chinrue took the opportunity to pull away and smiled. Without the origin of light fragment, it is difficult to have a qualitative change no matter how many elite light elementals there are. Am I right? Your Highness Delcus. Delcus' voice was filled with unconcealable surprise. How do you know this? Chinrue turned his back to the snow Dowlet tree, and his spirit power expanded, but he felt as if he was blocked by some kind of barrier. He frowned, but he did not stop talking. 3 conditions. I can give you the origin of light fragment. Humph. Don't waste your efforts. There is a powerful magic array around the snow tree to protect it. Even if several Peak Saint powerhouses attack it, they won't be able to break that defense. Delcus' surprise turned into arrogance. I don't know where you heard the name, fragment of origin. Put away this little trick. You can't fool me. Although the light elemental king was arrogant, it did not mean that he had no wisdom. He immediately saw through Chinrue's attempt. Chinrue secretly cursed, but his face was still smiling. It's just a magic circle of 23 ancient runes. It's not difficult to unlock it as long as you spend some time. As for the origin of light fragment, has your highness heard of a saint dragon named Rodriguez hundreds of thousands of years ago? Delcus was surprised when he heard Chinrue say the exact level of ancient runes. When he heard the name Rodriguez, he was shocked. Do you know where he is? Chinrue put his hands behind his back, and his fingers moved quickly, trying to dispel the ancient rune's magic circle around the snow Dowlet tree. He asked, Your Highness, Do you still suspect that I am fooling you? The church got the origin of light fragment back then. According to the agreement, it should belong to me. I didn't expect it to be stolen by the Saint Dragon, and its whereabouts are unknown. As long as you tell me the whereabouts of Rodriguez, I can abandon the agreement with the church and leave. I will no longer stop you from doing anything. You have too little bargaining chips, Your Highness Delcas. Chinrue shook his head and said, In fact, Rodriguez has been defeated by my friend, and the origin of light fragment is also in his hands. I can give it to you, but in addition to the condition you just said, I want 3 things. For the light elementals, the origin of light fragment was too important. Delcas did not bargain, and he said without hesitation, which 3 things? The first 2 are the source power of light and the source power of wind. I will tell you the third one after I get the first 2. Don't worry. I will bring the origin of light fragment to prove my sincerity. Rala had already obtained the source power of water and the source power of earth, plus the source power of fire from the fire temple. After going back this time to rescue Hegel at the bottom of the Dead Sea, the source power of darkness was naturally not a problem. If she could get the source power of light and the source power of wind, then the 6 source powers needed by the fairy dragon would be complete. As for the third condition mentioned by Chinrue, it was the clue of the origin of Earth Fragment. The Earth Elemental King was one of the 3rd kings of darkness. If he said this condition now, it would definitely arouse Delcas' suspicion and hostility, so he deliberately held back. Delcas frowned. The source power of light is not a problem, but the source power of wind. I am not the Wind Elemental King. Chinrue said confidently, As the 3 kings of light, it is impossible for the Wind Elemental King not to know the role of the origin of light fragment in the elemental war. As long as you go to the Storm Island in person, the source power of wind is also not a problem. Delcas was shocked again. You actually know about the elemental war and the 3 kings of light. Who are you? Richard, just an insignificant outsider. Chinrue actually didn't know the real inside story of the elemental war. He only heard a little from the words of the 3rd kings of darkness when he was on the deep blue island. The more Chinrue said like this, the more Delcas felt that he was unfathomable. He pondered for a moment and said, Okay, I won't care about the things here anymore, but a strange smile suddenly appeared on the light elemental king's shining face, and his figure gradually blurred. Don't think that I'm easy to fool. What you said is just empty talk. If you can pass this test now, I will really believe you. Test? Chinrue was startled. He suddenly felt in his spirit power that several people were already coming this way. They were extremely fast, especially the leader who had reached an incredible level. Chinrue was shocked. Then he heard the voice of the light elemental king coming from afar. I forgot to tell you, just now. Fendi's has a special connection with the snow tree. When you tried to dispel the magic circle, it had already alarmed him. Phut! Chinrue couldn't help but swear. Chapter 676. Chinrue's plan was to split into 2. His main body would go to the Snow Peak platform to get the snow dowlet flower, while his avatar, Shura, would go the other way. It was not just to accompany characters like Eliza, but the real goal was at the top of the holy mountain. The 2 began to act separately at the Blessed Temple. Just when Chinrue encountered the light elemental king, Shura, who had dealt with Eliza and Paul, had bypassed the 3 major temples and went directly to the top of the holy mountain of light, which was the forbidden place that only the Pope and the 3 patriarchs could enter, the Temple of Light. After bypassing the guards at the entrance area, there were no obstacles along the way, which seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the so-called forbidden place name. However, this road seemed to be endless. After walking for a while, they were still at the top of this mountain. The top of the mountain that seemed to be not far away still maintained the same distance, as if it was so close yet so far away. Shura frowned, and his figure suddenly disappeared. A huge thing broke out of the ground and hit the original position, and the hard stone steps suddenly broke apart. This was a giant golden tentacle with a diameter of about 4 meters and a length of about 10 meters. After missing, it extended several meters and lashed straight at Shura, who appeared in the air. Shura dodged again, and tentacles appeared one after another on the ground, as if the whole mountain was a giant octopus. Is this the holy beast? Shura thought of what Miranda said about the temple and smiled contemptuously. Let's not talk about its strength first. Its aesthetics are quite poor. Countless tentacles entangled him, and Shura's figure flashed rapidly. After a dazzling movement, those tentacles were entangled together and were actually tied into a dead knot. The ground was constantly cracking and trembling because of the violent struggle, but he could never break free from the dead knot. It seems that I can often see this scene in the anime in my memory. This is a killer move against tentacles, Shura said to himself, and his voice suddenly rose. Come out. You are the one who created the tricks on this road, right? As long as I kill you, I can go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery. How arrogant. A man's silhouette gradually became clearer in the void. It was a silver-haired man wearing a golden robe with a deep face. It's been a long time since I've met such a reckless intruder. I'll let you be annihilated in the holy light. A powerful flame whizzed over. Shura's eyes flashed to the red light, and he swung his arm like a whip, whipping the flame. It landed on the huge tentacles that were entangled together. The flame exploded, and the huge tentacles turned into ashes. Although Shura had deflected the man's flame, his body was pushed back a few steps in the opposite direction. He felt his arm go numb. Humph. You do have some brute force. To be able to block an attack from me, Sir Radamanro, means you have some strength. Don't worry, it has been tens of thousands of years since I last exercised properly. I won't let you die too quickly. By the time Radamanro said the last word, he had already appeared in front of Shura. His arms turned into tens of shadows that enveloped Shura. Shura struggled to defend himself, but he was still unable to block the attacks. In the blink of an eye, his body was torn into several pieces. Radamanro's face was filled with disdain. What a disappointing. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a strange smile flash across Shura's shattered face. Radamanro immediately understood. An illusion? Before Radamanro could react, he was immediately alerted, and his entire body was sent flying by a powerful gust of wind behind him. Almost at the same time, a ghost-like figure intercepted the off-balance Radamanro in midair. Bang! 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 The sounds of intense attacks rang out. Radamanro was a little dazed by this round of attacks. His body, which had been sent flying, was pulled back, and he was thrown up into the sky due to the powerful inertia. Meanwhile, Shura's figure instantly appeared at the highest point in the sky. He cupped his fists and fiercely smashed down with the power of thunder. Boom! After the dust settled, there was a crater in the ground that looked like a meteor had fallen. Radamanro slowly stood up, gritting his teeth as he looked at the enemy in the sky. At this moment, his dazzling golden robe had been torn into strips like a beggar's, and his entire body was covered in dust. He was in an extremely sorry state. What caught Shura's attention was that Radamanro's body actually did not have any injuries, even after such intense attacks. This fellow's offensive and defensive abilities were astonishingly high. After a few more exchanges, the two sides had already exchanged countless high-speed attacks. Radamanro no longer dared to underestimate Shura. Not only was this enemy's strength on par with his, but he was also proficient in illusions. When combined with reality and illusion, Radamanro was at a huge disadvantage. Radamanro feinted with his fist and pulled away from Radamanro. Suddenly, the flames around his body surged, and the space around him seemed to be burning as strange distortions appeared. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, emitting a destructive domain power. For a moment, Shura's aura seemed to be suppressed to its lowest point. Radamanro roared, "Stardust shower!" The dark clouds in the sky exploded, and countless lightning bolts and huge glowing raindrops poured down on Shura. There was no way for him to dodge. In addition to Radamanro's own domain power, this attack also contained a special enhancement. If Chunrui was here, he should be able to use analytical eyes to determine that Radamanro's strength had already reached S++ rank. Shura instinctively felt the immense threat of this attack. His eyes glowed red, and in the blink of an eye he was completely enveloped by the power of the stardust shower. However, something that surprised Radamanro happened. The trajectory of the stardust shower suddenly underwent a strange change, as though it had been strongly attracted by something. It was as though Shura had opened his mouth and swallowed all the lightning and light rain. What was even more unbelievable was what happened next. Shura spread his hands and shouted, "Stardust shower!" Countless lightning bolts and light rain poured down and rushed towards Radamanro. Radamanro was dumbfounded. This was his ultimate move. Illusion? The intense sense of danger told him that this was definitely not an illusion. The violent stardust shower rained down on the mountain peak, and the entire mountain peak became a scene of devastation in the blink of an eye. In the center of the attack, Radamanro, who had been hit by his own ultimate move, was riddled with bloody holes. He was completely covered in blood. Radamanro, who was both shocked and furious, let out a bestial roar. His body began to expand rapidly, and huge bat wings extended from his back. There were already many wounds on Shura's body. Although no blood flowed out, it was clear that his injuries were not light. In reality, Radamanro's strength was not to be underestimated. It was not easy for him to use an eye for an eye just now, and he had also suffered relatively heavy injuries. So, you are the true holy beast. Should I call you a saint dragon? More accurately speaking, this is the second saint dragon I've seen. Shura quietly watched Radamanro's transformation as he spoke indifferently. A star domain appeared in his eyes, and his figure began to blur, as if there were double images appearing. The stardust shower is nothing more than a gentle breeze and drizzle. I'll let you see what a true stardust shower is. Palace of Divine Seals. Snowy peak platform in front of the snow dowlet tree. Chunrui clenched his fist and light erupted. The snow dowlet flower's ancient runic magic formation had been forcefully broken. Normally, it would have taken him at least half a day to break it, but now that his whereabouts had been exposed, he had used the fastest method, which was to cause the ancient runes to clash with each other and finally remove the defensive formation. Almost at the same time, a figure dressed in a silver robe appeared in Chunrui's line of sight. This was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. His hair and beard were all white, and from his clothes and crown, he should be the highest authority of the Holy Mountain of Light, the radiant Pope Fandus. Race: Human Overall Strength Assessment, SS, S++, Physique, S, Strength, S++, Spirit, SS, S++, Speed, S++, Analysis, Light Element. Danger Level: Extremely Dangerous. Fandus' strength was similar to Saintess Eudora's. His true strength had not reached the level of a kingdom, but within the Palace of Divine Seals, he could use the power of a kingdom. If they fought head-on, they would definitely not be his match. So it's your holiness, Fandus. Chunrui's palm contained a destructive white light, and he aimed it at the snow dowlet tree. Don't act rashly, your holiness. Perhaps you have the ability to kill me in an instant, but I also have the ability to turn these 3 holy trees into burial objects. A cold light appeared in Fandus' eyes, and he slowly descended. Who are you? Why have you entered the holy mountain? Of course, Chunrui couldn't say that his goal was the current hostage snow dowlet tree. He just showed a relaxed look. If I say that I'm here for sightseeing, would your holiness believe me? At this moment, there were a few more figures in the air behind him, and they landed one after another. There was Saintess Eudora, Paladin Captain Pari, and 3 cardinal bishops. There was also a middle-aged man who Eudora had not seen before. He should be one of the 3 giants, the controller of the Palace of Stars, Bishop Pusmer, other than Chief Inquisitor Seuss, who was outside cleaning up the Black Death apostles. The highest level of the Church of Light were all here. "It's you." Looking at Chen Rui, who maintained the appearance of Richard, Eudora showed a look of disbelief. It was obvious that he was the holy light guardian knight of the blessed palace that she had personally appointed. Chen Rui once shone in the cavalry competition. Pari and the others who recognized him were also shocked. At this moment, Eudora felt that the power of the blood oath of light contract was suddenly broken. She was even more shocked. To break the contract, one must have the strength of a demigod. "What is this, Richard? Who is he?" Fandus frowned. Eudora replied, "His name is Richard. His real name might be Simon. He pretended to be the follower of Passari's disciple Paul to participate in the selection of the Temple Knights. He even tricked me into making him a holy light guardian knight. I didn't expect him to be a spy. Simon, what is your purpose? Have you heard of the phrase creating a diversion? If I say that I have an accomplice, and that I am here just to attract your attention." Chen Rui's hand still maintained the posture of being ready to destroy the snow tree at any time. He said calmly, "Then guess, where is our real destination?" As he said this, Chen Rui deliberately looked at the top of the mountain that went deep into the clouds. As soon as he said this, Fandus, Eudora, and Pusmer were all shocked. Fandus' figure instantly appeared in the distance, and his angry voice came. "I will go to the Temple of Light. I will leave this place to you." Chapter 677. Fandus' figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. There were 6 people left. The 3 cardinal bishops were relatively weak, but they had their own means. The leader of paladins, Pari, was known as the brilliant sword saint. He had been famous for many years, and his actual combat experience was extremely rich and powerful. The Saintess Eudora and the suzerain, Pusmer, had reached the S++ level. Although this was not the home field of the Blessed Palace and the Palace of Stars, and they could only exert the power of their bodies, any one of them was not an opponent that could be easily defeated. What's more, Fandus could return at any time, so they had to hurry. Chen Rui showed a careless smile and slowly walked a few steps towards the snow tree. "You are all the top powerhouses of the church. Since I came here, I have already prepared for the worst. But before I die, 3 holy trees will accompany me, so my death is not in vain. Do you think you can threaten us like this?" Eudora's eyes were extremely gloomy. Although her face could not be seen clearly, one could imagine the expression on her face at the moment. She had always been proud of her intelligence, but she was easily fooled by this Richard who lurked beside her. He was even appointed as the holy light guardian knight of the blessed palace. It was a great shame. She was at least partly responsible for Richard sneaking into the Snow Peak platform to make trouble. Moreover, Eudora still had one thing in her heart, the phoenix egg in the palace of Fire Dragon. "Your Holiness, Saintess, if I were you, I wouldn't still stay here now." Chen Rui's simple words hit Eudora's vital point. In fact, the phoenix egg was now in his space ring, and the power of Origin of Fire was kept in the storage warehouse. The Palace of Fire only had an ancient rune matrix to create an illusion. Eudora's face changed, and her eyes flickered for a moment. She finally calmed down. "Don't try to play any tricks. I will take you down myself." Chen Rui did not expect Eudora to leave because of one sentence. He smiled coldly and ignored her. At this time, the leader of paladins, Pari, said, "Your Excellency Richard, let's call you this for the time being. As a powerhouse with the strength of at least the peak of the saint level, don't you think this kind of threat is too childish? I, Paristrom, am willing to be your opponent and fight you fair and square. You're even more naive than I am, Your Excellency Pari. So what if I defeat you? Can you guarantee that I'll be able to leave this place safely?" Chen Rui laughed. "I know you all want to kill me. These 3 trees are the key materials for the transformation ritual of Body of Light Blessing, If they are completely destroyed because of me, my life will be worth it. As soon as Chinrue learned about the role of the snow tree from the light elemental king, he immediately learned and applied it. Sure enough, everyone's fear grew, and none of them dared to step forward. Pope Pusmer frowned and said, "Don't be impulsive. As long as you don't touch the snow delay tree, I can guarantee your safety in leaving the sacred mountain." Not moving snow dowlet? That's why I'm here. Lord Pusmer, do you think I'm a child? As soon as I leave this position, I'm afraid you will attack me together. Chenrue sneered, and his hand threateningly reached closer to the snow tree. A faint mist spread out without a trace and merged into the mist on the surface of the snow tree. It was the power of the Galaxy Garden. The super system sent a prompt. Unknown creature of faith, the Galaxy Garden cannot be transplanted. Creature of faith? Can't be transplanted? Chinrue's heart sank, but the prompt was not over yet. It can be converted to the star sealing platform. The conversion takes 20 minutes and consumes 100,000 faith crystals. Do you want to convert? It turns out that the star sealing platform also has such a function. Chinrue was ecstatic. Although the number of faith crystals consumed was astonishing, it was worth it no matter how much. Thanks to the large amount of faith power stolen by using Shura's power along the way, after converting the faith power obtained by King Yangshao, plus the automatic generation of the super system, the total number of faith crystals was close to 300,000, which was enough to pay for this expensive conversion fee. Yes, Chinrue said silently in his heart. Then he saw a star-like brilliance covering the entire snow tree like a translucent light cocoon. System prompt. Conversion has begun. The controller cannot leave within 100 meters of the conversion object. Otherwise, the conversion will fail. The current progress is 1%. The people of the church thought that he wanted to destroy everything, so they shouted, "Stop!" It was Chenrue's first time using the conversion, and he didn't know that he would cause such a movement. He cursed secretly. Then he saw Pari, Pusmer, and Eudora had taken the lead to rush up. He immediately shouted, "Retreat immediately. Otherwise, I will crush the snow tree into pieces now." The few people's movements paused, and Pari shouted angrily, "What did you do to the snow tree?" "It's just a precautionary measure because I have already thought of a way to get out, which is to defeat all of you." Chinrue deliberately made up a reason in order to delay time. Pusmer's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure you have this ability?" "I'm not sure, but I'm also not sure that I don't have it." Chinrue's smile showed strong confidence. "I only have one condition, one-on-one. Do you guys have this courage?" Pasari's eyes flashed. "Good courage. One-on-one. Perhaps Sir Paladin really wants to fight me one-on-one, but who can guarantee that the others won't attack together? So my precautionary measures are necessary." A few balls appeared in Chenrue's hands, and they slowly floated around the snow tree. At the same time, his fingers began to draw various mysterious symbols. This is the magic thunder. It can be detonated by the mind. Once it explodes, even the real Saint Powerhouse will inevitably be injured, let alone the snow tree that has lost its protective magic circle. If you dare to break your promise and sneak attack or gang up on me, I will detonate these magic thunder and turn the snow tree into powder. Eudora snorted coldly. "What guarantee do you have that you won't trigger the magic thunder and perish together when you are defeated?" Chenrue couldn't wait to have a war of words to delay time. "If you guys have the ability, you can knock me out or kill me before I can make a move. Why don't we talk about other feasible conditions?" Pusmer pondered for a moment. "Okay, one-on-one. If you can really defeat the 6 of us one by one, you can naturally swagger out of here." Eudora glanced at Pusmer and seemed to understand something. She didn't speak again. Pari took a few steps forward, and a two-handed great sword appeared in his hand. "I will be your first opponent." It's an honor to be against the light sword saint in the first battle. Chinrue shrugged and secretly calculated the conversion progress. Before the battle, unrelated people should retreat 100 meters back. On a mountain near the top of the Holy Mountain of Light. Supernova. Star explosion. 3 overlapping voices sounded. Immediately afterward, a strong light rose from the top of the mountain. It was more dazzling than the sun, as if a star had exploded. The whole mountain turned into nothingness as it trembled, and it became shorter out of thin air. The terrifying destructive light gradually dissipated, and a huge body fell from the sky. When it fell to the ground, it actually shattered like glass and scattered in all directions. The huge dragon's head rolled to the feet of the figure that was gradually merging into one. The vertical pupils that were about to collapse were still filled with fear and disbelief. The foot moved, and the dragon's head was kicked away. It was torn apart in midair. Shura's disdainful voice sounded, "Humph. The Saint Dragon is known as the strongest dragons, but it is nothing more than this. Moreover, you are just a fat fellow who has become stronger because of a power that does not belong to you." Although he had killed the guardian Saint Dragon, Radamanro, Shura's body was currently in tatters due to his injuries and the depletion of his power. However, his red eyes were filled with indifference. With a leap, he appeared on the mountain path ahead and continued to quickly make his way to the top of the mountain. He did not feel it at the beginning, but as he neared the peak of the Holy Mountain, he felt a sense of danger, accompanied by an invisible pressure that gradually increased. Shura could clearly sense that this was the power of faith. What was different from before was that this power of faith was no longer gentle. Instead, it contained a powerful offensive and destructive power. It was likely that it had changed due to the guidance of some strange force. It was as if the usually gentle water had suddenly turned into ice that could easily cut one's throat. The mountain wind blew head-on, and with a chi sound, the Azura's face was unexpectedly cut open by the wind. Chi, chi, chi. Terrifying wounds appeared on his body one after another. It was as if it was not the wind, but countless incomparably sharp blades. Not only the wind, but the trees, stones, and even light, everything in the environment had become a lethal weapon. Shura's eyes flashed with red light, and his body suddenly distorted, turning into a black hole. The black hole slowly moved forward, devouring all the offensive power of faith in the surroundings. This power of faith was extremely pure and concentrated, and its quality was above that of the Three Gods Temple. It was not something that Holy Light City or Yangshao could compare to. The inventory that had been emptied was instantly replenished. However, the closer he got, the stronger the power of faith. Even with the black hole's powerful devouring ability, it actually showed signs of being torn apart. Shura had already fused the power of illusion, devouring and destruction into one. He exerted all his strength to display the power of the black hole and walked step by step towards the peak of the Holy Mountain. He could already vaguely see the great hall shrouded in white light at the top of the mountain. There was suddenly a special aura in the air, and this special aura made Shura feel an unprecedented restraint. The power of destruction was suppressed to the lowest point, and he could no longer maintain his black hole state and return to his human form. As soon as he returned to his human form, his body slowly disintegrated and drifted away like ashes, like snow approaching the sun. At the same time, Fandus's roar sounded behind him. In the sky above the Temple of Light, there seemed to be a glowing object floating. It was the source of that special aura, and also the source of all the power of faith, but he could not see what it looked like. This was the last thing that Shura saw. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into ashes. Chapter 678. Divine Seal Palace Snow Peak Platform. 2 figures were flashing and intertwining rapidly. Even though the enchantment was strong, it couldn't withstand that powerful force. Several astonishing cracks had appeared on the ground. Most of these cracks were left by Pasari's greatsword, Gale. The heavy, 2-handed greatsword was as light as a branch in the hands of the brilliant sword saint. However, The heavy gaze and momentum seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, containing the mysterious truth. He was indeed the brilliant sword saint renowned in the human world. Qin Rui's first teacher of swordsmanship was Athena. At that time, he learned basic swordsmanship, and then he learned a lot from friends and enemies in the process of adventure. What really formed his own style was when he fought with Obsidian in the Leaf Wilderness. Facing Obsidian, who was stronger than him, he displayed the unique swordsmanship he realized from star diversion and Tai Chi, water sword skill. The North Sea sword rippled with water-like light patterns, constantly pulling and resolving the powerful momentum of the Gale Greatsword. Under this pull, although the attack and defense speed of both sides was extremely fast, the two swords rarely crossed. Pari had a strong sword power, but he couldn't exert it. Instead, he was entangled by the shadow-like sword patterns and couldn't get rid of it. After all, Pari was a sword saint who had been immersed in swordsmanship for many years. The great sword began to spin, and countless sword lights spread in all directions like whips. After Qin Rui resolved it with the water sword skill, he saw that Pari, who had already distanced himself, was steaming with a sharp momentum. He raised the great sword with both hands and slashed down, shouting, "Army breaker!" This slash combined countless sword moves into one strike, which contained the principle of turning complexity into simplicity. The sharp and terrifying sword Qi slashed toward Qin Rui. The special territory rule made Qin Rui have an intuition that he couldn't dodge, so he could only take it head-on. Army Breaker was one of Pasari's two strongest sword arts. It was the strongest attack of an offensive sword art. The Dark North swords in Qin Rui's hands suddenly disappeared, and he used his bare hands to meet the army's destroyer. Wherever his hands passed, gentle ripples appeared in the air. Under Pasari's astonished gaze, the supreme technique, Army's destroyer, which had been chopping towards his opponent at high speed, suddenly turned around and flew back towards him. Pari was shocked. Even the onlookers were shocked, especially the large number of Knights of Light who came later. They were told to stay far away by the leaders and could not get close to the scene clearly. This Army Breaker was Pasari's famous unique skill. It had defeated many opponents, but it was the first time that it was so easily bounced back. Pasari's surprise only lasted for a moment. Facing his own powerful ultimate technique, he stabbed the great sword of Gale into the ground, and his body was immediately enveloped by rising flames. The flames instantly transformed into countless crisscrossing, translucent shields of light, blocking in front of him. The strongest defensive sword art. Flawless. Qin Rui had seen Paul use this technique in his duel with Samuel. The power of this technique in Pasari's hands was far from what Paul could compare to. It gave people a feeling of true absolute defense, of invulnerability. However, this strongest shield had to face the strongest spear. The tyrannical sword Qi instantly bombarded the overlapping translucent shields of light. The entire snowy peak platform seemed to tremble. In the dazzling light, the shields of light shattered inch by inch, and the sword Qi was constantly weakened. Finally, when the last layer of the shield of light was broken, the sword Qi dissipated without a trace. Pasari's figure was pushed back 20 meters by this terrible impact, and every step he took left a deep footprint on the solid ground. Pasari's face was somewhat pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. As a sword saint who stood at the peak of the human world, it had been a long time since he had encountered such a strong opponent. It did not feel good to take on his own unique skill, but this little injury did not affect the glorious sword saint's fighting spirit. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely. At the same time, his body burned with a white flame, and he walked toward Qin Rui step by step. What Qin Rui just used was the star diversion. Now he could control the star diversion, quite subtly. If he was lucky, he could be like Shura, giving him a taste of his own medicine. For example, the perfect rebound just now. Unfortunately, he could no longer use this skill in a short time. Although Pari was a good opponent, he did not care about the battle, but the progress of the transformation of the snow delay tree. Now the progress had reached 60%, and there were only 8 minutes left. Judging from the current situation, the one-on-one stalling strategy was successful. At this time, Chenrue raised his eyebrows. He had already felt Shura's annihilation. Unless the original body died, the avatar would not really die, but it needed a lot of aura and time to recover. It would take at least 10 days before he could use the avatar again. However, the harvest this time was undoubtedly extremely huge. The density of the power of faith devoured at the top of the mountain was almost terrifying, far more than the power of faith around the statue of Raphael. If all the power of faith was converted into faith crystals, the number was likely to be a huge surprise. The only thing he needed was the time to convert. The only thing that puzzled him was the glowing thing that Shura saw at the end. It was not only the source of the power of faith, but also the aura it emitted seemed to be the natural nemesis of Shura. Even if Shura had strange means, there was no way he could resist it at all. This thing must be the biggest secret of the Church of Light. Unfortunately, there was no time to explore this now, because Pope Fandus would soon return. In the area of the Temple of Divine Seals, Fandus' strength was SS level, and he could not be defeated by force. The top priority was to complete the transformation of the snow delay tree before Fandus returned. It seems that Pari met a strong opponent. Pusmer showed a thoughtful look and said seriously, "This Richard's combat power and experience are not below our paladin captain, and his means are very strange. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Pari to defeat him." Eudora also said, "Then we have to be ready to attack. Yes, we can't let this guy succeed." The two seemed to be discussing the battle, but in fact, under Pusmer's feet, a faint wave was quietly bypassing the two people fighting fiercely, coming in front of the snow delay tree. This was Pusmer's earth magic. This magic didn't dare to rashly touch the snow delay tree with the magic thunder floating in it, but it quickly built a kind of spiritual barrier around it, used to block Richard's thoughts, to prevent the magic thunder from exploding. As much as possible, he used Pari to delay the time. Once he successfully blocked the transmission of Richard's power of the mind, the snow delay tree would not be threatened by the explosion, and then everyone would attack together to kill or capture the enemy. Chenrue didn't know Pusmer's intention, and similarly, Pusmer also didn't know that the opponent actually wanted to delay the time. Just like this, time passed by, and finally, Pusmer completed the structure of the spiritual barrier. Just as he was about to call everyone to activate it, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the snow delay tree in the spiritual barrier. The power of light that used to be incomparably rich was rapidly weakening, and in the cocoon of light, the shadows of the 3 snow delay trees also began to become thin. He was immediately shocked. "There's a problem with the snow delay tree. Everyone, quickly catch him!" Pusmer shouted loudly, flying towards the snow delay tree. Originally, Chenrue was fighting with Pari, and seeing that there were less than 2 minutes left to complete the transformation, he didn't expect to be seen through by Pusmer. He immediately shouted. The aura of his whole body rose, and stars appeared around him. Pari suddenly felt that his power was rapidly weakening, and for a moment the pressure doubled. Chenrue used one hand to block Pasari's giant sword, and the other hand turned into a palm, slashing towards Pusmer, who was rushing towards the snow delay tree. This attack of Aura Breaker Blade was fully exerted. Although it was more than 10 meters away, the sharpness was extremely cold, as if it was slashing towards his head. In midair, Pusmer hurriedly turned around, and a long staff appeared in his hand. An invisible magic barrier instantly appeared in front of him. However, the sharpness of this blade was still beyond imagination, and the magic barrier was split into 2. The short staff shone with red light, and Pusmer's figure appeared on the ground below. He was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. If it wasn't for the teleportation attribute of the magic staff just now, he was likely to have been seriously injured by this blade. Shinrue's current situation was very bad. Pusmer's call caused Eudora and the three cardinals to rush over at the same time. Eudora's speed was the fastest. The Phoenix Egg was the key to her promotion to a kingdom-level powerhouse, so she couldn't lose it. Richard was one of the very few people who knew the secret of the Fire Temple. Although he didn't return to the Fire Temple, it could be said that the Phoenix Egg had most likely fallen into his hands. They had to capture this enemy alive and take back the Phoenix Egg or interrogate him about its whereabouts. Shinrue quickly calculated the time and shouted, "Destructive energy, slash!" In the blink of an eye, Eudora, Pusmer, Pari, and the three cardinals' bodies flashed with constantly changing lights at the same time. From a distance, it looked like a jumping symbol, but in fact it was countless destructive sword energies that were cutting at high speed. Destructive energy, slash, group attack skill. Within a radius of 30 meters, all hostile creatures were instantly cut by the high-speed sword energies. Pusmer, who had suffered a small loss before, was the most vigilant. When he felt danger, his long staff stopped, and a huge stone wall arched around his body. The stone wall was quickly cut and split by the destructive energy slash, but the stone wall was also constantly replenished, and the sword energies couldn't hurt Pusmer inside. Eudora's reaction was also very fast. Her body suddenly turned into a translucent red crystal. Wherever the sword energies passed, sparks flew, but the crystal was not damaged at all. Pasari's flawless also showed a strong defensibility, but the three cardinals seemed to be flustered and Rog was even injured. Eudora, Pusmer, and others were very experienced, so they didn't panic. Although the opponent's attack was sharp, it couldn't last long. Instead, it was easy to be exhausted. The Knights of Light in the distance were shocked. They didn't expect that the 6 powerhouses couldn't defeat an invader when they joined forces. Just when the countless jumping symbols gradually dimmed, the voice sounded again, "Star explosion!" Whether it was Eudora and others in the field or the knights watching the battle, at this moment they all had an illusion at the same time, as if countless stars exploded at the same time. They could only see the bursting light of destruction. An entire snow peak platform was shaking violently. A golden light covered the snow peak platform, and the dazzling light of the explosion suddenly extinguished. The shaking of the ground also calmed down, and the horrible traces after the big explosion could be seen. Although the leaders of the 6 churches were embarrassed, they were not seriously injured. An old man in a silver robe appeared in the field, his whole body emitting holy golden light. He stared at a small pool of blood on the ground, and his face looked extremely ugly. The sharp-eyed Knights of Light found that the 3 sacred trees were actually gone. Chapter 679. The silver-robed old man was none other than Fendes, who had rushed back from the Church of Light. He had coincidentally encountered Chunrue's starburst. Within the Divine Seal Peak, Fendes's power was amplified to the level of an SS. Even from a few hundred meters away, he was able to directly extinguish the starburst. Although it was only a few seconds from the appearance of the golden light to the disappearance of the light, what had happened was much more than that. The Guardian Knights and the Knights of Light in the distance might not have seen it clearly, but Pusmer, Eudora, and the other 5 knights all saw it clearly. As soon as the enemy saw Fendes, he immediately gave up the attack and cast a kind of magic that was similar to a space portal trying to escape. Just as Fendes's powerful attack was about to hit its target, everyone felt as if time had suddenly slowed down. When everything returned to normal in the blink of an eye, Richard had already disappeared, leaving behind only a dimming gate of light. Even though there were bloodstains on the ground, it was certain that the enemy was only injured, not dead. Fendes reacted quickly, reaching out to grab the gate of light that had not completely disappeared. With his power, even if the enemy had escaped into the spatial gate, he could still chase after or destroy the teleportation. However, The hand that contained the power of a kingdom actually passed through the gate of light without any obstruction, as if it was just an illusion. The 7 of them could only watch as the gate of light disappeared from their sight. Not only had Richard disappeared, but the 3 Snowdale trees had also disappeared. This enemy had infiltrated the sacred mountain in disguise, exposed his identity, and fought the 6 leaders of the church. He had escaped from the hands of His Holiness, and had even destroyed and taken away the only 3 Snowdale trees. This was an unprecedented humiliation. More and more knights and knights had already noticed the disappearance of the 3 holy trees, causing a commotion. One of the most important symbols of the sacred mountain, the sacred tree that bore the flower of light, had disappeared. Fendes and the 2 archbishops had the worst expressions, because the 3 of them knew that the Snowdale tree was not only a symbol, but also a divine object of faith condensed by some mysterious power. In addition to its magical effects, the Snowdale flower was also an indispensable material for the body of light, blessing, transformation ritual. Now that the Snowdale tree had disappeared, with the attributes of the Snowdale tree, it was likely to self-destruct. It would take at least tens of thousands of years to regrow, and this did not include the time for growth. This meant that the sacred mountain would not have a new person with the body of light blessing for tens of thousands of years, and the 1 in 10,000 body of radiant light would not appear. The body of light blessing was a necessary basic condition to become a saint of the 3 supreme angels, and the body of glorious light was even more important. It was related to the succession of the Pope, the supreme ruler of the entire church. This was a terrifying event that could cause half of the sacred mountain to collapse. Fendes' face was gloomy, and he pointed at the blood on the ground. The blood floated up, turned into a dark red bead, and fell into his hand. He then released a soundproof barrier so that the knights and knights could not hear the sound inside the barrier. This time the nature of the matter is extremely serious. We must minimize the external impact it causes as soon as possible. Pasmer immediately create the image of the 3 Snowdale trees. Fendes was indeed the supreme leader of the church, and immediately made a decision. Pari, you and the 3 cardinals are responsible for presiding over the appointment ceremony of the temple knights this time, and deal with the aftermath. As for the invading enemies, we must use the strongest means to punish them. We must not let the same thing happen again. Saint Eudora said, Your Holiness, Fendes, could this matter be related to the Black Death apostles? They first used external activities to attract our attention, and then transferred the main force of the Inquisition away. But their real purpose was to unexpectedly penetrate into our internal area to cause damage? I can't rule out this possibility. Fendes showed a look of contemplation. Pari, after the appointment of the Temple Knights, personally lead the main force of the Knights of Radiance, and station them in the various headquarters. I will send messengers to the capital of each country, and ask them to send their military forces to assist in eliminating the Black Death apostles. Yes, Your Holiness, Eudora, Lord Esjorel should be waking up soon. When the time comes, you must report this matter truthfully and pass this blood bead to him. With the power of Lord Esjorel's divine eyes, no matter what Richard looks like, no matter where he escapes, he will not be able to hide. I will use the Pope's decree to send out the 12 saints to pursue this enemy. If necessary, we may need Lord Esjorel to personally take action. Yes, Your Holiness. After a while, the Knights of Radiance and Guardian Knights were surprised to find that the 3 snow trees were gradually returning to their original appearance. Fendes' voice rang out. Loyal and brave knights, this time, the dark heretics have infiltrated the sacred mountain and wanted to destroy our holy tree. Fortunately, with the protection of the God of Light, the holy tree is safe. Undeniably, due to our negligence, we almost let the hands of the heretics stain the holiness of the sacred mountain. This is an unforgivable mistake. This shame can only be washed away with the blood of the heretics. Sure enough, the recovery of the holy tree and Fendes' impassioned encouragement greatly boosted the morale of the Knights of Radiance. and they responded in unison. Fendes showed a satisfied smile, but could not hide the haze in his eyes. The most depressed person was actually not Fendes. When Saintess Eudora hurried back to the sanctuary, the first thing she received was the news that Eliza had lost her mind, and Miranda was seriously injured and unconscious. Her heart immediately sank, and she immediately rushed to the Temple of Fire with the last trace of hope. After a while, the entire Temple of Fire began to tremble, and incomparably angry screams resounded. At the same time, in a remote place in Garten City of the Yangshao Kingdom, a light blue door of light appeared out of thin air. A figure flew out and fell to the ground, and the light door disappeared immediately. This figure was Chun Rui. He was lying on the ground for a long time with his face covered in dirt. He couldn't get up for a while, but he was laughing. He laughed a little too loudly, and it affected his wound, making him grimace in pain for a while. Before Pusmer discovered the abnormality of the snow tree, Chinrue's delaying strategy had always been very successful. Even if it was discovered, destructive aura blow and star explosion still successfully played a role in delaying. Star explosion was originally a skill that could only be launched by using royal star transformation. Since Chun Rui reached 6-star evolution, he had faintly realized the origin power similar to the Elemental King's mastery. His understanding of power had also changed. Any move was based on the form of power. As long as he had power, it was not difficult to simulate various moves, especially the star explosion that he was very familiar with previously. Of course, in addition to the incomparable advantages of compression, calculation, and operation, the moves that came with the super system also had special rule power. Therefore, Chun Rui's knockoff star explosion only had the form, and it was inferior to the real star explosion in terms of power. Otherwise, the lethality would definitely be more than this. If it was the real star explosion, apart from Eudora and Pusmer, even Pari would be severely injured, let alone the 3 cardinal bishops. Nevertheless, the knockoff version of Star Explosion still played a successful role until the arrival of Pope Fandus. Fandus's arrival was earlier than Chinrue expected. It was already too late when he noticed it. The strength of the SS level was really terrifying. Even if this kind of SS level was still quite weak, it was not something that the S level could match. If he didn't launch the power of time control at the critical moment, that blow was likely to make him turn into ashes before entering the Stargate. Time control consumed a lot of territory power. After this battle, Chinrue discovered that the stronger the opponent was, the shorter the time that could be controlled. Therefore, he still suffered a lot of injuries under the aftermath of the battle. In any case, the danger had passed. This time, he obtained the most important thing since he arrived in the human world: Snow Dowlet. Chun Rue's original intention was to get a Snow Dowlet tree, but the 3 trees seemed to be one, so they were packed and taken away by the super system. The star sealing platform was unlike the Star Garden. It was Chun Rue's first time transforming into a creature of faith, and the Snow Dowlet flower was related to the life and death of Isabella. He had no confidence in his heart, so he couldn't care about healing at that moment. He immediately entered the star sealing platform of the super system. The role of the star sealing platform was to bestow star positions. The person who obtained the star position title could have special attributes and characteristics. The attribute, power, and quota of the star position were related to the rank of the Polaris Emperor. As soon as Chen Rue entered the star sealing platform, he saw 3 more trees next to the high platform. They were the Snow Dowlet tree. When his mind fell on the Snow Dowlet tree, the relevant prompt appeared. Snow Dowlet, S-level creature of faith, light element. The star position requirement of the star sealing platform is reduced by 30%. The effect is increased by 30%, and the daily production of faith crystals in the kingdom is increased by 30%. Note: Snow Dowlet leaves can relieve all poisons below S level. Each reduced piece requires 10 faith crystals to regenerate. The regeneration time is 3 days. Snow dowlet flowers can greatly enhance the effect of light element training and dispel all light element spells. When used with related materials, there is a small chance of inducing light element physique mutation. Each reduced piece requires 100 faith crystals to regenerate. The regeneration time is 30 days. Chinrue's first reaction was that he got the treasure. Originally, he only wanted to get the snow dowlet to remove Isabella's light annihilation seal. He didn't expect this S-level creature of faith to have such a powerful function. The star position requirement of the star sealing platform was reduced by 30%, and the effect was increased by 30%. It was a quite powerful function. For example, if he wanted to give the star general title to Athena, then with the special effect of snow dowlet, the consumption of the star sealing would be reduced by 30%, and the power effect of Athena, the star general S, would also be 30% stronger than the power of an ordinary early stage of the demon overlord. More importantly, Snow Dowlet was definitely not the only creature of faith. If he got more creatures of faith, the bonus effect would be more and more. The role of Snow Dowlet was the most important. As expected, it could dispel all light element spells. Moreover, Chinrue could feel that he, the owner of the star sealing platform, could pick Snow Dowlet at will without worrying about the previous restrictions like God's seal. As for the detoxification function of the leaves, it was the icing on the cake. The harvest this time was quite rich. In addition to Snow Dowlet, there were phoenix eggs and fire source power in the space ring, as well as the quantity and quality of faith power beyond imagination. It was just that the consequences were definitely not trivial. It was equivalent to slapping the face of the holy mountain of light, who had always been high and mighty. Fandus would never let it go. Chinrue didn't care about the revenge of the Church of Light. Besides, the human world was so big that the church couldn't find him at all. The only thing he needed at present was the time to convert the devoured faith power into faith crystals. As long as the faith crystals reached 1 million, he could directly return to the demon realm through the Stargate. Chapter 680. With the passive attributes of astral form and regeneration, plus the Grand Master level healing potion, Chinrue's injuries quickly recovered. The bonus effect of the Snow Dowlet tree could only be used on the faith power automatically generated in the supersystem's galaxy territory. The stolen foreign goods couldn't benefit from the conversion. Since the conversion speed of faith crystals wasn't very fast, it might take 1 or 2 months to reach a total of 1 million according to this speed. Fortunately, the time of the Divinity Night selection this time was greatly compressed. There were still 4 months before Isabella's light annihilation seal would reach the final moment. There was still enough time. Shura was an avatar. Although he was annihilated by the power of the Bright Temple, his body would never be destroyed as long as he didn't die. After paying a lot of auras, the system prompted that the resurrection time was 12 days. After painstakingly planning to sneak into the Holy Mountain this time, he finally succeeded in getting the Snow Dowlet. The next step was to wait for the faith crystals to convert to the required number. Compared with the previous scary days, it seemed a bit boring now. Since he couldn't go back for the time being, he could take this time to wander around and gain experience in the human world. Although part of Arthur's consciousness in the fused memory had a strong desire to return to the Long Huang Empire and return to the side of the eyes, Chinrue didn't intend to do so. This body had too many fetters in the Long Huang Empire. In addition to the mysterious woman, there were relatives, status, power, and territory. Chinrue didn't want to have any intersection with the past Arthur. Just like when he left Yerodisha resolutely, since he had already passed by, he shouldn't look back. As one of the places where the Black Death Apostles appeared, the Garten City Church became the focus of the Inquisition's investigation. The Yangshao Kingdom also ordered all territories and cities in the country to fully cooperate with the Church's operation to eliminate the Black Death Apostles. From time to time, the Church's Knights of Light and soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets. Chinrue was no longer a rookie who had just returned to the human world. He hung the mercenary badge on his chest and turned into a tall, strong man with the strength of E, carrying a sword, and walked boldly forward. The mercenary badge had Richard's finger marks on it, but Richard's heroic deeds in the sacred mountain had not yet spread to Garden City. In the eyes of the Pope and the others, this was likely an enemy of the Black Death Apostles who had deliberately snuck into the sacred mountain and destroyed the holy tree. Once his identity was exposed, all traces that he had left behind should have been destroyed. There was no way he would be stupid enough to use his original identity. As expected, Chinrue passed the interrogation smoothly. In this kingdom of mercenaries where mercenaries were everywhere, there were too many small fries like him. He would not attract any attention at all. Recently, Garden City had been discussing two major events. The first was that the assassination organization Chinrue had encountered, the Dagger Brotherhood, was suspected to be related to the Black Death Apostles and had been uprooted by the Inquisition. Other than a few leaders who had gone missing, the rest of the members were all captured and publicly burned at the stake in the capital. Although the Dagger Brotherhood had considerable power in a few countries, and their actions were rather secretive, they were still vulnerable in front of the colossus that was the Church. Whether it was the Dagger Brotherhood or the Black Death Apostles, they had actually helped Shura take the blame. In fact, Chinrue had guessed from eavesdropping on Elisa and Paul's conversation that the Dagger Brotherhood was very likely one of the forces that Elisa or even the Saintess had secretly manipulated. The purpose of killing Mana should be for the position of the bishop of the Yangshao kingdom, so as to weaken the power of Puzmer's faction in the upcoming reshuffle of the Church's power. It was laughable that Mana had thought that Elisa was a savior, but in the end, she had become a killer. However, this time the Dagger Brotherhood had inexplicably gotten involved with the Black Death Apostles, so Elisa or Eudora had decisively sacrificed their pawns to protect their chariot, completely destroying the Dagger Brotherhood. With any of their methods, they would definitely not leave any future trouble. The other matter was that Lord Wally had reported to the capital that the Fat City, Lord Kraut, had colluded with the Black Death Apostles, assassinated Elisa and Mana, and a series of other misdeeds. As a result, Kraut was immediately removed from his position and investigated. He was currently being escorted to the capital, and the affairs of Garden City were temporarily handled by a special envoy sent by the capital. The root of this matter should be the internal political struggle of the Yangshao kingdom. Chinrue was not sure if the fat man was a Black Death Apostle, but what was certain was that Lord Wally's stab was quite fatal, especially during this sensitive period, and with the previous well-known assassination, it would be difficult for the fat man to make a comeback. Where there were people, there would be underworld. No matter which plane it was the same. These things were related to Chinrue's facial features. He was now going to the largest pawn shop in the city, which was the pawn shop. Last time when he was Elise's tour guide in Garden City, he had been to this consignment shop. He remembered that there was a batch of fire ores. This batch of ores had a high content of fire elements, even higher than the crystals sold in ordinary magic shops. However, because the impurities were extremely difficult to deal with, it caused the cost of refining to increase greatly, so it was sold to the pawnshop at a low price. At that time, Chinrue did not fancy this batch of ores, but it was different now because there was a large demand for fire energy in the space ring, the Phoenix Egg. This Phoenix Egg was obtained when he stole the power of fire. Originally, the power of fire was enough to provide the power needed by the Phoenix Egg, but Chinrue wanted to leave the power of fire for Rolla. He could not use it all on the Phoenix Egg, so he kept it in the storage warehouse. As a result, the hungry Phoenix Egg would use a strange power to shake the space ring to eat every day, so Chinrue had to find ways to collect fire energy. Who asked him to snatch the little baby's rations. In fact, even if the phoenix hatched, it was difficult to bring it back to the demon realm. But Chinrue did not want to leave it for Eudora because Eudora's purpose was even crueler. She wanted to use a secret technique to devour the phoenix after it hatched, which was to eat the little phoenix. At present, it was better to take one step at a time. If it didn't work, he would find a safe place to place the phoenix. When he came to the consignment store, the troublesome batch of fire ores had not been sold yet. When he heard that Chen Rui wanted this batch of ores that no one was interested in, the owner of the consignment store, Old Parber, looked very happy. The two parties quickly negotiated the price, and Chen Rui bought this batch of ores at a relatively low price. Anyway, with the refinery of the super system, it was only a matter of time to refine these fire ores into the purest crystal stone. The currencies of the human world and the demon realm were common. The slight difference was that the crystal coins of the demon realm generally contained more dark breath, so they needed to be dealt with accordingly. When Chen Rui pretended to be Charles and performed the fundraising plan on Obsidian, he had created related props, so it was easy to dispose of the dark breath. After negotiating the price of the fire ores, Old Parber tried his best to recommend more goods to Chen Rui, but unfortunately nothing caught his eye, until he caught a glimpse of something in the corner. He was immediately attracted. It was an old piece of yellow paper, on which strange patterns were densely drawn. "Customer, this is said to be a mysterious treasure map that records—" "All right, I'm not a rookie who has just become a mercenary for the first day. This is clearly just a blueprint. Moreover, it's incomplete and has no value at all. I'm just a little interested in its texture. This should be yellow cicada, leaf paper. I have a friend who has a white crystal rank quest that just so happens to need one. If you plan to sell it to me as a treasure map, then I don't want the fire ores. I hope you can find a better buyer." When Old Parber heard that it was just a white crystal level mission, he immediately put away the thought of hoarding rare goods. He was afraid that the fire ores business would be ruined, so he quickly shook his head and said, "Customer, you misunderstood. This is what happened. This scrap blueprint was pawned by the butler of the former city, Lord. That fatty kraut, Tucker. There were many valuable things at that time. The time was on the night that Fatty was removed from the city lord position. He seemed to be in urgent need of cash. You also know that the heretics matter has spread all over the city. Fatty was removed from his position and investigated. It's all that damn Tucker's fault. He lied to me that it was a treasure map, City Lord Kraut's butler." Chen Rui had a look of realization. In fact, this blueprint was not some useless piece of paper. On the contrary, it had an immeasurable value. It was the joint research result of the late Hill Dwarf Grandmaster Rick and the Elven Grandmaster Finoa. It was also the blueprint that had been stolen from the thick earth castle in the Black Rock Mountain. At that time, there was also a batch of excellent armor that was stolen. It turned out that the theft was actually planned by the Fat City Lord Kraut. His real goal should be that batch of armor. Initially, Chen Rui had a trace of sympathy for the fat man being framed as a Black Death apostle. Now that he thought about it, he deserved it. "Guest?" Old Parber asked cautiously with an apologetic smile. Chen Rui shrugged. "All right, I'll take this batch of ores according to the price we agreed on. As for that trash blueprint from the white crystal level mission, give it to me as well. I hope I can get a kiss from that chick." Old Parber knew that the price of the other party's ores had actually made him a lot of money. Even if the trash blueprint was given away for free, it was definitely worth it. For Chen Rui, money was actually not a problem. It was really worth it to be able to find the precious blueprint. The dwarf king Orfgar had once asked him to find this stolen blueprint. Then he would bring the green badge to the Emerald Forest of the Elven clan and hand the blueprint to the Elven clan's alchemist Grandmaster Finoa to complete a diplomatic mission. Chen Rui agreed at that time not only to win the favor of the hill dwarves, but he also wanted to meet the elf Grandmaster Finoa, hoping to get some teaching or inspiration from this Grandmaster. It was not only for the improvement of his own alchemy skills, but more importantly for the life and death duel between his teacher Tetanus and that Saman. If Chen Rui could become a Grandmaster, or bring back the understanding of the Grandmaster to let Tetanus break through to the Grandmaster realm, there might still be a possibility of winning the duel that was bound to be lost. Counting it, the duel between Tetanus and Samon was less than 4 months away, so he had to rush back as soon as possible. Then, the next itinerary had a clear goal: the location of the elves, the Emerald Forest Sea. Chapter 681. Holy Mountain. Forest of Radiance of the Blessed Palace. The Forest of Radiance was on the mountain behind the Blessed Palace. The trees in this forest were all white, and there was an angel statue standing in the middle. This statue was about 4 meters tall with handsome features and 2 pairs of wings behind it. It was holding a book in its hand, exuding a faint holy aura. Saintess Eudora was half kneeling in front of the statue, praying softly. Suddenly, a breeze blew through the entire white forest, and there was already a man in front of the statue. The man had a medium build, brown hair, and blue eyes. He had a book under his armpit, and his appearance was very similar to the statue. He looked gentle and handsome, but his calm eyes faintly revealed an invisible deterrent. "Eudora! I heard your anxious prayer in my sleep, so I deliberately woke up early. Did something happen?" "Sir Icyril," Eudora lowered her head, "I'm sorry to wake you up early, but this matter is too important, so I had to disturb sir." "Oh." The man frowned. "What is it?" Eudora told the story of Richard pretending to be a temple knight, sneaking into the holy mountain and destroying the holy tree, but she hid the phoenix egg. "What?" The man was still calm at first, but when he heard the disappearance of the Snowdale tree, he was finally moved and said angrily, "You useless things! You actually let the enemy break into the holy mountain and destroy the holy tree. Do you know how serious the consequences are?" Eudora felt the strong pressure, and her body trembled slightly. She didn't dare to use her strength to resist, and her head lowered even more. "Sir, please calm down. It's our incompetence. This incident is likely to be related to the Black Death Apostles." Before the incident, there were 3 incidents of the Black Death Apostles' blasphemy in the kingdom of Yangshao. The Holy Mountain sent the Inquisition and a large number of troops out to clean them up, but unexpectedly the enemy was so cruel and cunning that he dared to sneak into the Holy Mountain at this time. From Pusmer's analysis, the Snowdale tree might not necessarily be destroyed. It is likely that it was taken away by the enemy with sorcery. This blood bead was left by the enemy. Please use your divine eyes to search for the traces of the enemy. Black Death Apostles? A cold light flashed in Icyril's eyes. He stretched out his hand, and the dark red blood bead offered by Eudora floated up. A slit gradually opened between his eyebrows, and a third eye appeared. The golden pupil shot out a shining light on the blood bead. A large pale red projection gradually appeared behind the blood bead. It was a 3-dimensional image. At the center of the image was a fat figure. The camera seemed to be following the fat figure as it locked onto the fat figure. Along the way, many buildings could be seen, especially some landmarks. If one was familiar with the geography of the human world, the location of the fat figure would be obvious. The fatty in the projection did not know that danger was slowly approaching. At this time, he was casually walking in the crowd. The territory of the human world was very vast, and the population density was far higher than that of the demon world. Other than the 2 holy empires, there were also many small and large kingdoms that competed for benefits. Sometimes there would be wars, but there were always a few kingdoms that remained neutral. There were public teleportation points in the kingdoms, which could greatly reduce the time of long-distance travel. In reality, behind these neutral kingdoms were the 2 great holy empires. The true purpose of the teleportation point was more of a strategic purpose. Of course, at present, the 2 empires still maintained a peaceful and friendly relationship on the surface. There were various forms of cooperation in various fields, and there were many marriages. The most famous one was the marriage between Princess Rambus, known as the Pearl of the Ryo Empire, and the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur, because when they were about to be engaged, Prince Arthur suddenly disappeared. As the Dragon Bright Emperor Rex insisted that Arthur was not dead due to the blood connection. If Princess Rambus were to marry someone else, it would be equivalent to slapping the face of Rex the Great and the entire Long Huang Empire. Therefore, that Rambus could only hang the identity of Arthur's fiancée hanging there. Currently, Qinrui was heading to one of the neutral kingdoms, the Roya Kingdom. From the Roya Kingdom's teleportation gate, he could reach the Starlight Kingdom. Then, from the Starlight Kingdom's waterway, he could directly reach the outer edge of the Jadeite Forest Sea. The Starlight Kingdom was a true neutral kingdom. The Starlight Academy in the kingdom was the most famous academy of the human race. It had a long history and nurtured countless elites. Many geniuses had left a deep mark in the history of the human race. Many empires or kingdoms would send their children to the Starlight Academy to study, including the third prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur. This was what Qinrui knew from the memory fragments. Qinrui set off from Garten City, passed through a few small kingdoms, and finally reached the teleportation point of the Roya Kingdom, Mirror City. In the Roya Kingdom, he had already turned into a chubby merchant. He had a fat head and big ears, and his small eyes were filled with shrewdness and cunning. The reason why he changed his appearance was to be discreet. Of course, Qinrui did not know that there was a fake Erlingshen in the Holy Mountain, nor did he know that his whereabouts had been exposed by the pool of blood left behind by his injury. Secondly, it was to make it easier for him to purchase fire-type ores. The Phoenix Egg's demand for fire-type energy was getting higher and higher. The fire-type ores that he bought in Garten City had already been used up, and he had to buy 2 more along the way. Now, he was on the verge of running out of food again. Before the egg hatched, Qinrui already had a deep understanding of the phrase crying piteously for food. Mirror City was the second largest city in the Roya Kingdom. Due to the teleportation point, it was as prosperous as the imperial capital. However, what surprised Qinrui was that after visiting a few magic shops and material shops, he only managed to buy a total of 20 low-quality fire-type ores. After refining them, they were not even enough for the little phoenix to eat. Once the food ran out, the little phoenix's life force would rapidly decline, and Qinrui did not want it to starve to death. The staff of the last magic shop showed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, sir. We only have these few fire-type ores in our shop." Qinrui put on a curious expression. "Why are fire-type ores in such high demand? I see that you have a lot of other magic ores in stock." "It's like this. A while ago, Lord Clade of the Temple of Light bought up all the high-quality fire-type ores in the city. We urgently transferred a few batches of them to Lord Clade. In addition to his daily needs, the fire-type ores in Mirror City are basically out of stock. Why does Lord Clade want to buy fire-type ores? I don't know. If you're not in a hurry, you can order from our shop in advance. The fastest time for the next batch to arrive is a month later, which is already the fastest in the city." Qinrui shook his head. He was in a hurry. Due to the need for energy replenishment and repairs, Mirror City's teleportation gate opened once a month. There were still 2 days left until the gate opened. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another month. Qinrui thought for a moment and set his sights on Lord Clade. In any case, he had already formed an indissoluble bond with the church. He had even stolen the Snow Dowlet and the Little Phoenix, so a few fire-type ores wouldn't make a difference. After inquiring about the location of the Temple of Light, Qinrui walked straight there. After passing through a small plaza, he suddenly stopped, and his gaze fell on a man sitting under a statue. This man looked ordinary. He had short black hair and a red headband. There were a few strange ornaments hanging on his body, and he looked a little sloppy from afar. He was laying out a few poker cards on the ground. Qinrui walked over and looked at this man curiously. Race: Human Overall Strength Assessment, DS Constitution, DS Strength, DS Spirit, DS Speed, DS Plus. Analysis: Light Attribute, Wind Attribute. although he looked like a higher demon. His true strength had reached the intermediate stage of the demon overlord. The man looked at Chinrue, who came over, and immediately said, "Sir, my magic card divination here is the most accurate. Do you want to know your future fortune? Fortune, women's fortune, and career fortune can all be calculated. It only costs 1 black crystal coin each time." Chinrue was a little embarrassed. This guy with the strength of the intermediate stage of the demon overlord is actually a fortune teller, and he is a little familiar with that kind of fortune-telling card. Golden Emperor, Queen in White, King of Darkness, the Duel of Fate. When Chinrue fought with Lich King Glorios in the Dead Sea of Hatred, he used this ancient game magic card. I didn't expect it to exist in the human world. The man saw Chinrue's interest and said, "Sir, you seem to know the goods. Then you should know the magical effect of this ancient divination card. As far as I know, the Duel of Fate is not some divination card." Chinrue shook his head. "And I'm not interested in divination or anything. What I'm interested in is your bead chain. Name a price." What Chinrue referred to was a string of red beads worn by the man. This string of beads looked old and weird, but it was actually made of rare infernal soulstone. It had a powerful fire element power. It was said that only volcanoes with extremely rich fire elements produced a small amount. This string of beads was very pure and almost didn't need refining. Although the quantity was not much, the quality was very high. It was enough for little Phoenix to eat for several days. The man's eyes glowed. He looked at Chinrue a few times seriously, but he didn't see through his disguised strength. He grinned. "Fatty, I can't tell that you really have good eyesight. You can recognize the origin of this magic card at a glance. Besides that old guy, you're the second. My bead chain is not for sale. It's useless no matter how much money you offer. However, since you recognize the Duel of Fate, you must be an expert. If you can beat me 3 times, I will give you this infernal soul stone bead chain. How about it? If you lose, give me all your money." Chinrue's heart moved, and he showed hesitation. I just saw the 2 seniors play this card. There seems to be a special card table, and there are 3 ways to play. It shouldn't be difficult, but my spirit power is too weak to drive these magic cards at all. Spirit power is not a problem. The man suddenly became energetic and jumped up. "My territory can... I have a way. As long as you know how to play, I guarantee that it won't consume spirit power." "I don't know how to play." Chinrue said very reservedly. "Don't know how to play? That means you know a little. That's great. Let's play 1,000 games. You just need to beat me 3 times. The man showed great enthusiasm. 1,000 games? Chinrue was taken aback. This guy was too. "I don't have that much time. I have to leave the day after tomorrow." "Then 500 games, 300 games, 100 games? Is it? I just need to win 3 times first?" Chinrue looked at the bead chain, his small eyes shining. Chapter 682. 2 hours later, Chinrue walked out of a hotel with satisfaction and tossed the infernal soul stone bead necklace. "Wait a minute." He didn't walk far before the man behind him caught up. "What's wrong, Clark?" Chinrue looked surprised. "You still want to play? Do you have any other good stuff?" "You fat man who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger," the man scolded. "You've won all my belongings. I was going to leave after winning 3 rounds. Chinrue looked innocent. "I didn't force you. You lost so much that you insisted on continuing. In the end, you lost all your things. I'm kind enough to leave these clothes for you. Otherwise, you won't even have your underwear." Indeed, except for the clothes and the red headband, the man Clark didn't have any other trinkets on him. He scolded. "Who knew you, fat pig, would be so ruthless to win 30 rounds in a row? Can't afford to lose? Fat pig who can't afford to lose. You win." Clark glared at Chinrue fiercely and said impatiently, "It's the first time that Master Clark lost so badly. You don't look like that kind of old antique, no matter how I look at it. You actually know so much about the almost lost ancient magic cards. You're much better than that old guy. I still have some use for the Infernal Soul Stone, so I can't give it to you. The rest is my bad luck. They're all yours. What I want are the Infernal Soul Stones. Shinrue shook his head and took out the rest of the trinkets, and threw them to Clark. You can have these back. Shinrue had a good impression of this guy. At least his gambling behavior was passable, and he didn't rob by force. Clark caught those things in surprise. Among these trinkets were quasi-legendary magic items like the Gale necklace and the Thunder and Lightning ring. Their value was no less than the Infernal Soul Stone bead necklace. This cunning fat pig didn't seem to have any power, but he was a top master of ancient magic cards. He didn't know if he was hiding his strength. At the very least, he should have the eyesight to identify treasures. Since the fatty was interested in the Flame Soul Stone, it was impossible that he couldn't identify the value of other things, but he returned it so easily. Clark chuckled. Fatty, you're a good friend, but I'm planning to give this Infernal Soul Stone to a little girl. Tell me the truth. What do you want it for? If you're not in a hurry, return it to me first. I have a good friend who is in urgent need of fire-type crystals for his cultivation. Shinrue naturally wouldn't tell the truth. I've searched all over the city, but I couldn't find any fire-type crystals. I heard that they were all bought out by Lord Clade a long time ago. So you set your sights on my Infernal Soul Stone. Clark suddenly understood. It's all that damn Clyde's fault. In order to curry favor with the Archbishop, he used up all the fire element crystals in the city. Shinrue asked tentatively, curry favor? What's going on? You don't know? The Archbishop of the capital, Phil, arrived at Mirror City yesterday for an inspection. Phil is a light and fire element, dual element magic swordsman, and he's already at the edge of the saint rank. His main element is fire. Humph. Clyde is just trying to curry favor with him, but Phil has always been frugal and upright, and doesn't lust after women. Clyde's flattery will most likely backfire. Shinrue finally understood why Clyde did this. After the Temple Knight selection, there would be major changes in the personnel of the various churches, so Clyde seized the opportunity to curry favor with his immediate superior. Mana and Solanton had done the same back then. Shinrue revealed a puzzled expression. This isn't public information. How can a scammer who relies on divination know so much? Who said I'm a scammer? Clark patted his chest. I'm an important member of the church. You. Shinrue sized up Clark and then compared him to the portraits posted by the roadside for missing persons and wanted criminals. Damn, fatty, what's with that look? Clark followed Shinrue's gaze and immediately jumped up. We seem to have met people from the church just now. Why didn't they greet you, an important member? I'm a Radiant Knight of the Holy Mountain, a candidate for a Radiant Knight. Clark seemed a little unconfident. I've only just arrived in Mirror City, so those small fries naturally don't know me. Shinrue was no stranger to the title of Candidate Knight. With Clark's true strength, it was absolutely no problem for him to be a paladin in the Holy Mountain. Shinrue really didn't believe that he was a Knight of Light. This guy was more like a hermit cultivator who wandered around. All right, Lord Radiant Knight Candidate, I'm leaving. Lend me the Infernal Soul Stone for 2 days, and I'll return it to you when the time comes. If you're still setting up your stall in the square and not being a master in the Radiant Palace, perhaps we can have a drink or two. Shinrue ignored Clark and turned to leave. Fatty, if you dare lie to me, I'll make you spit out the Infernal Soul Stone, even if you run to the ends of the earth. And the wine money. Clark didn't chase after him this time. Looking at the bloated figure disappearing from his sight, he suddenly slapped his head. I forgot to ask that damn fatty's name. Clark's character was somewhat similar to a certain Widowcon. He was a good person and worth befriending. However, this time, Shinrue didn't want to touch the Infernal Soul Stone anymore. The so-called borrowing was just a cover for his actions. His real target was Phil and Clade in the Radiant Palace. Clade wanted to curry favor with Phil, so he would definitely do whatever he liked and spare no effort in bribing him. If he succeeded this time, then there would be no need to buy fire crystals in the Starlight Kingdom anymore. At night, the Radiant Palace was very quiet. The security was still tight, and there were many Radiant Knights patrolling back and forth. For Chunrui, who had already scouted the place during the day and had been to a few Radiant Palaces before, sneaking in did not require much effort. Due to the incident with the Black Death Apostles, the churches everywhere were now on high alert. Other than strengthening the security on weekdays, the prayer halls were all closed at night and various protective magic arrays were activated. No one was allowed to enter without permission, otherwise they would be treated as heretics and punished severely. The time for Shura's rebirth had not arrived yet, and the high purity faith obtained in the Holy Mountain was enough to convert it into faith crystals. Therefore, Chunrui didn't need to steal the power of faith at the moment. What was a little surprising was that he didn't find the kingdom's Archbishop Phil in the guest room for the VIPs, and the priest Clade was not in his own room either. It was said that Phil was frugal and upright, so he rejected all banquets and social engagements. Chunrui had been lurking in the dark from afternoon to night, but he didn't see Clade or Phil going out. However, both of them actually disappeared from the Radiant Palace, the priest's meditation house, the basement. This basement was very spacious and brightly lit, reflecting the figures of two men. The man walking in front was a middle-aged man with a burly body and a pair of thick eyebrows. His appearance was square and serious, and he had a dignified air about him. He was the Archbishop of the Roya Kingdom, Phil. Behind him was the person in charge of the church in Mirror City, Priest Clade. He was a lean man with an ordinary appearance, and his eyes were a little small. When he smiled, they would squint, making him look harmless. The kingdom's archbishop was the leader of the entire kingdom's church, and was directly appointed by the Holy Mountain. To Clade, he was definitely his immediate superior. Even though Clade was one of Clade's trusted aides, he still didn't dare to be negligent. He said, respectfully, "Sir Phil, there is a batch of fire crystals in here. I seized them from the suspects of the Black Death Apostles, and they are contaminated with some dark energy. Due to my insufficient power, I can't purify them, so I specially presented them to you, sir. Please use the power of light to destroy these dark crystals when you return to the kingdom." Phil took the space ring from Clade and scanned it with his spiritual power. His eyes lit up, and he nodded approvingly. Clade was secretly happy and said, "All right, I also captured 2 Black Death Apostles this time. Please interrogate them in detail, sir." Saying so, Clade opened the door on the side. It was a prison room with all kinds of torture equipment hanging on it. 2 prisoners were shackled tightly to the wall. They were 2 young boys, only about 10 years old. They had delicate features, thin bodies, and were naked. When they saw Clade, they trembled like injured deer. Phil's eyes suddenly flashed with a burning light. "It's them." Clade bowed and said, "Yes, this is confidential. Sir, I'll take my leave first. Although these 2 Black Death Apostles are young, their faith has already been contaminated. After the interrogation, sir, you must eliminate them to prevent future troubles." "You've done well." Phil nodded slowly, and his expression became even more solemn. "I'll remember your contributions. I'm very satisfied with your performance in Mirror City, and I'll personally report it to the Holy Mountain." Clade was overjoyed. He knew that he was one step closer to the position of bishop in the capital. He hurriedly bowed deeply again and left. Hearing Clade leave the basement and close the door, Phil's stern face instantly became ferocious under the flickering lights. His beast-like gaze and twisted smile made the 2 youths, who were seeing this archbishop for the first time, feel an even greater sense of danger. They trembled and could not speak. This fear grew stronger as Phil took off his clothes one by one. Phil enjoyed the terrified gaze of the youths and revealed an evil smile. This appearance made it impossible to imagine the solemn mask he usually wore on his face. The real reason this archbishop did not lust after women was not because he wanted to be clean, but because of his own sexual orientation. He liked young children, and boys at that. Who knew how many innocent children he had secretly harmed over the years? Due to his secretive methods, Phil was still the honest archbishop who did not lust after women in front of others. Other than a few trusted aides, Clade was one of them. These two boys were definitely not Black Death apostles, but had been specially arranged by Clade. Just as Phil took off all his clothes and approached his prey step by step, a strong sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. Before he could react, a terrifying, murderous aura instantly enveloped him. Bang! The lights shook, and Phil's body was sent flying by a strong force, crashing fiercely into the wall. He was not seriously injured, but the gem on the magic necklace around his neck had shattered. Phil was shocked. This guardian necklace had a strong defense, and it was given to him by Bishop Pusmer. Other than increasing the attribute of mental strength, it could also withstand a full blow from a St. Tyr powerhouse. Now, it had been shattered by a single blow. Flash spell! Phil knew that he had met an opponent he could not defeat. He did not care about putting on his clothes, and his whole body emitted a dazzling light, hoping to buy time to escape. However, the sense of danger was getting closer, and even his hair stood up. Phil gritted his teeth, and the power of the fire element in his body skyrocketed. The whole prison was reflected red, and he used his strongest move. Refinement explosive flame break! The red light suddenly disappeared, and the death flame that was enough to melt metal was extinguished in a palm. When Phil saw this hand clearly the next second, he heard the sound of his neck being broken. His consciousness instantly fell into darkness, and his whole body went limp like a dead dog. Chun Rue's figure gradually became clear in the prison. He took off the space rings on Phil's finger and used his mental strength to explore them. He was slightly surprised. It seemed that the harvest this time was much greater than he had imagined. He put the rings into the storage space and looked at the ugly, naked corpse on the ground. Suddenly, he thought of the child molestation case of a certain church's priest that he had heard of in his previous life, and his anger grew. He stepped down, and the dignified archbishop's head exploded with a bang. Soon, Chinrue took the two rescued boys and quietly escaped from the meditation house under the cover of the night. After avoiding the patrolling knights of light along the way, they carefully advanced all the way. However, when they were about to approach the square, Chinrue's movements suddenly stopped. He put down the two boys, whispered a few words, and slowly walked forward alone. "Come out," Chinrue said lightly. The square, which was originally only illuminated by the moonlight, was instantly brightly lit. A large number of knights of light quickly appeared in front, but Chinrue turned a blind eye to those people, and only focused his attention on three people. The first was unexpectedly an acquaintance, a man with a red headscarf, a sloppy appearance, and a lot of rags hanging on his body. The magic card diviner he met during the day, Clark. The other woman was wearing a dark silver full-body armor. She was slender, with purple hair and black eyes and a beautiful appearance. She held a spear in her hand. The third was a tall and sturdy man. His skin was darker, his muscles were bulging, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Below his right elbow was a bronze-colored metal giant arm, as if his arm was magnified several times. The strength of these three people were all demon overlord level. Clark and the woman were S, while the sturdy man was S+. Chanrue could see that, unlike the pampered cardinal bishops and others in the Holy Mountain, these three people were well-trained and battle-hardened warriors. Their true combat power was probably not inferior to the glorious sword saint, Pari. Clark took a few steps forward, looked at Chinrue a few times, and asked hesitantly, "Are you a fatty?" At this time, Chinrue had changed into another appearance, but he was still recognized by Clark unexpectedly. He could deny or refuse to answer, but after thinking for a while, he nodded. It's really you. Clark's expression was a little strange. It seemed to be a little regretful and a little determined. Chinrue frowned. This morning was a trap? At that time, Chinrue looked for Clark himself. After a magic card contest, he had the intention to befriend him. He didn't expect it to be a well-designed trap. Clark shook his head. No, I didn't receive an emergency summon at the time. I just guessed that you would go to the church to get the fire crystal stone, and I didn't want to stop you. It wasn't until I received the summon in the afternoon and saw the enemy's image that I realized that the fatty I met in the morning was actually the Black Death Apostle who sneaked into the Holy Mountain and almost destroyed the Holy Tree. I'm not a Black Death Apostle. Chinrue smiled indifferently. I just found out that you're really from the Holy Mountain. Sir Holy Light Knight candidate? In fact, I'm from the Holy Mountain. Krell's eyes gradually became sharp like an unsheathed blade. Saint. Chapter 683. The first time Chinrue heard the term saint was in the battle with Nero in the demon realm. Nero mistook the royal star transformation, star armor, for the saint's armor of faith. The real information about the saint was learned from Paul. The saint was a divine believer directly under the three supreme angels. They were recognized by the three angels. The body of light blessing was the most basic condition. Every saint had special abilities and combat power, and they had the corresponding armor of faith. The lower level than the saint was the saint. Paul originally wanted to win the Knights of Divinity Championship, attract the attention of Raphael, and become the saint under the angel of wisdom. Then he coveted the position of the saint. Unfortunately, in the end, he lost his life. The status of the saint was very special. They were not controlled by the Pope. Only in special emergencies could they be mobilized by the Pope, such as this time. Chinrue was slightly surprised. All three of you are saint? I have a question. How do you know that I am the one who sneaked into the Holy Mountain? How do you know what I changed into? The sturdy man sneered. Your illusion is indeed brilliant. Your current appearance is totally different from the fat man image we received in the afternoon. Unfortunately, no matter how weird your means are, you can't hide from Sir Isjol's eyes. Isjol? It was the first time Chinrue heard this name, and he couldn't help but be secretly vigilant. Humph! The spear in the beautiful woman's hand pointed at Chinrue, and the air in the entire square suddenly became hot. It's useless to delay time. Prepare to die. Wait a minute. Clark stepped forward. You got the fire crystal stone? Where's Archbishop Phil? It seems that I sneaked in at the right time. You should have just gathered people to set up the ambush. Unfortunately, you are a step too late. Archbishop Phil is now in the underground cell of the meditation house, and Clade is on the sofa of the meditation house. However, there are just two ugly corpses. Mentioning these two names, there was an unconcealable murderous intent in Chinrue's words. You killed them? A cold light flashed in Clark's eyes. It seems that I overestimated you in some aspects. You're overestimating me, not me, but the thrifty, upright, and unwomanly Archbishop. Chinrue pointed at the two boys behind him and said angrily, You know that my goal is actually the fire crystal, but do you know that when I saw that righteous Archbishop, did I know what he was planning to do to these two children? Clark looked at the two boys and suddenly thought of the missing person notice he saw at the entrance of the hotel today. One of them was the child on the missing person notice, and his expression immediately changed. At this moment, the Knights of Light who had gone to surround and investigate had already rushed over. They reported the death of Phil and Clyde to Clark and the other two. Facing the legendary saint, the Knights of Light did not dare to lie and told them the circumstances of their deaths. When he heard that Phil was completely naked, Clark clenched his fists, and the beautiful woman was even more furious. She stabbed the spear in her hand fiercely into the ground, and a large crack immediately appeared. Damn bastard! He should have died long ago. These two children are not the first batch he has harmed. Chenrue's eyes were as sharp as a knife. If the so-called Church of Light is full of this kind of beast in human skin, I don't mind staining my hands with blood. The strong man frowned and gave a few orders to the Knights of Light. The knight nodded and obeyed. At the same time, he and the rest of the Knights of Light left the square, and at the same time, a magic barrier was opened. Cut the crap! You can't escape today, no matter what. The strong man gave the woman a look. She pondered for a moment, pulled out her spear, and slowly moved her feet. The three saints formed a triangle and surrounded Chenrue. I don't plan to escape for the time being, but before the battle. Chenrue looked at the silent Clark. You came for me, and it has nothing to do with these two children. Aren't you going to let them go first? If I didn't underestimate you. Clark nodded and was about to speak, but said, No, these two kids are Black Death apostles. They must die. Muriel. Clark looked at the strong man angrily. You're crazy. These two children are innocent. There are notices in the city looking for missing children. One of them is, I'm not crazy. You're the one who's not clear-headed. Muriel interrupted him coldly. Phil is an archbishop, the highest leader of the church in the entire Roya kingdom. This matter is directly related to the reputation of the Holy Mountain. If this matter is spread out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, Archbishop Phil is still a model of righteousness and selflessness. The cause of his death is unfortunately due to a sneak attack from the Black Death apostles. Therefore, those two children are the remnants of the Black Death apostles. They can't be left alive. Clark's fists trembled. No, they are innocent victims. There's nothing wrong with that. Why do you still? Do you want the holy light of the God of Light to be shamed because of this scum and let years of accumulation and hard work be destroyed because of this? Muriel asked back and looked at the two frightened boys with disdain. Their mistake is that they are weak. In this world where only the strong are respected, their fate is to be trampled on by others. Only strength is everything. So the holy light of the God of Light is bigger than the fist? They don't even have the courage to admit the most basic mistake. Aren't the teachings of love, loyalty, and salvation all tricks to deceive and fool the world? Chenrue laughed. His laughter was filled with anger. Strength overpowers everything, manipulates the life and death of the weak at will, slaughters and sacrifices the helpless innocent. This is the faith of the saints. I don't have time to play tricks with you, Muriel said indifferently. So what if it is? The weak are prey to the strong. The weak can only bow down to the strong. I have great strength, so naturally I have the mentality of a strong person. Do I need to explain for so long to kill a few ants? Chenrue's laughter gradually stopped. The mentality of a strong person? Slaughtering and humiliating lives at will. Although you seem to have great strength on the surface, you are addicted to the feeling of being superior and controlling life and death, distorting your most important heart. In the end, you are just a weak person who succumbs to strength. Chenrue was not a saint. He was also decisive in killing, selfish, and would make mistakes, but he had his own bottom line. No matter how strong he was, some things in his heart would never change. It was like this now, and it would still be like this in the future. I'm weak. Muriel roared, and a suffocating pressure spread out. He waved his bronze-colored giant metal arm as if demonstrating, and the whistling wind pressure left a terrible deep trench on the ground that was protected by the power of the bounded domain. Wait until I crush your head, then we'll see who's the weak one. A scorching and scorching aura appeared, and the three people's vision seemed to be distorted by some strange force field. The pressure Muriel emitted became weaker and weaker in this aura. When his eyes met Chenrue's indifferent eyes, he actually felt a stabbing pain, and couldn't help but take half a step back. Chenrue's meaningful voice seemed to resound through the soul. Did you forget that before you had your current strength, weren't you also one of the ants? In fact, you are still one of them. You, me, everyone, always have been. Be it the strong or the weak, one day, when our lives end, we will appear in front of God as equals. If there really is a God in this world, Chinrue added another sentence in his heart. From his subconscious, God was actually just a powerful person. Very eloquent. A sharp female voice came from afar. Unfortunately, how could a Black Death apostle understand that the saints will never truly die? Even if their lives and souls are annihilated, they will be reborn in the kingdom of God, which is equivalent to having eternal life. The souls of you, heathens, will only fall into the dark abyss and never be able to transcend. Rays of crisscrossing light appeared in the field, as if the whole square was divided into countless individual spaces. The light quickly gathered and formed the figure of a woman in a cloak. Chinrue frowned slightly. He felt that his summer realm was actually weakened by the strange power, and he was secretly vigilant. Race, Human Comprehensive Strength Assessment, S plus Physique, S dash Strength, S dash Spirit, S plus Speed, S dash. Analysis, Water Attribute, Magic Talent, Space Power. The fourth saint, Klena, you're late. The beautiful woman holding the spear snorted coldly. It's not too late, April. The show has just begun. The cloaked woman, Klena, had a golden wand in her hand. However, what this Black Death apostle said does make sense. The two boys are innocent, and they shouldn't stay in this battlefield. Several rays of light that had already disappeared instantly appeared in front of the two boys. They wrapped around the two boys and moved outwards. The appearance of the light was very sudden, and Chinrue did not have any signs beforehand. When he realized that it was already too late, he was about to stop it, but he was relieved when he heard Klena's words. Klena's voice sounded again. But I also feel that we can't easily believe what a Black Death apostle said. What Muriel said makes sense, so Clark immediately came to a realization and shouted, "Stop! Klena!" Chinrue's reaction was half a beat slower, but he was faster. His figure instantly appeared in front of the rays of light that wrapped the boys. However, it was still too late. The rays of light suddenly intersected, and the bodies of the two boys in the middle emitted a strong light. They instantly turned into dust and disappeared, causing him to grab nothing. A very bright light of life, even if it's just two little ants. Klena's laughter came from the cloak. Clark, don't forget our most important mission this time, and don't forget your own identity. For the glory of God, any sacrifice is worth it, even if it's our own lives. If you want to start a duel before God, I can give you a chance to challenge me after we take down this Black Death apostle and return to the Holy Mountain. Clark clenched his teeth. Seeing April's continuous glances, he finally did not say anything. The square suddenly shook, and large cracks appeared on the ground. The light gravel actually broke free from gravity and floated up under the terrifying force. In the center of the cracks was Chinrue's figure. His red eyes were burning with anger and murderous intent. Chapter 684. You're angry. It seems that you're not as powerful as I expected. Colina laughed even more happily. In fact, she did not look down on the enemy at all. This enemy could escape under the Supreme Pontiff's nose, and there were also 2 archbishops, the chief of Saint Knights, and 3 grand cardinals here. Although it was a premeditated move, his strength was evident, especially his superpower of escaping. Different from archbishops and grand cardinals, saints were the strongest guardians of the church who specialized in fighting. If the Knights of Light were compared to low-level fighters and the Knights of the Divine Hall and the Inquisition were middle-level fighters, then the saints were high-level fighters. Both their fighting power and fighting experience were superb, and they also had their own talents. Only top figures such as the Chief of Saint Knights, Pari, and the Chief Inquisitor, Seuss, could compete with them. With the 4 saints here, Colina had absolute confidence that she could kill or capture this cunning enemy. What she needed to do was to irritate the enemy, and under anger, one's judgment would definitely be affected. Also, just now, She was about to finish the construction of a certain area of power. In order to prevent the enemy from noticing and escaping, she deliberately killed the two boys to divert his attention. Now the construction of the entire area had been completed, and the sealing witchcraft of the square had been activated. She should not be afraid that the enemy would use his special talent to escape. This was a successful strategy. As for the two boys, as Murav said, they were just two nonentities. It was a great honor for them to be sacrificed for the glory of God. At this moment, a sign of extreme danger suddenly rose in Kolena's heart. At the same time, Murav shouted, "Kolena! Watch out!" Kolena had been prepared, and she reacted very quickly after sensing the danger. Countless overlapping mirrors appeared around her, and her whole body seemed to be distorted by the reflection of the multiple mirrors. Almost in the blink of an eye, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kolena, and a terrifying bombardment hit the mirror that appeared in front of Kolena. The mirror trembled for a while and then remained still. There was nothing abnormal around it, but a huge pillar in the distance exploded. This kind of mirror seemed to have the wonderful space power of grafting, which could incredibly transfer the attack to other places in the area. That figure's attack did not stop, but became even more intense. Various places near the plaza had traces of destruction from the terrifying power. If not for the protection of the sealing enchantment, it was very likely that the entire light palace would have collapsed. It's useless. This is a spatial barrier. There's no way you can destroy it. As soon as he said those words, a crack suddenly appeared on the innermost surface of the mirror. Kolena's face changed dramatically. Then, as if it was contagious, a lot of cracks appeared on several mirrors at the same time. When the cracks spread from the inside to the outermost mirror, all the mirrors and Kolena, who was protected inside, were shattered. Kolena's shrill cry came from afar. This kind of space talent was indeed unpredictable, but judging from the cry, even her real body, which had been moved by the special ability of space, had suffered serious damage. Chinrue was about to chase after Kolena when he suddenly paused and flipped backwards. A large part of the ground suddenly collapsed. The destructive power was so strong that it made people speechless. At this time, the whistling wind sounded, and a bronze-colored giant metal arm appeared where Chinrue was just now. Chinrue's surprise attack on Kolena was completed in a flash, and Murefu only had time to remind him. Now he naturally could not sit by and watch him continue to chase after his companion. Before Murefu could continue to attack, there was suddenly a sharp aura breaking through the air from the figure that had lost balance in the air. This sharp aura was extremely cold, and even at such a distance, one could still feel the sharpness of a blade. Murefu's bronze arm crossed, blocking in front of him. Suddenly sparks flew, and there was a faint blood stain on the side of the cheekbone on his left cheek. Murefu's pupils shrank, and he no longer dared to underestimate the opponent. His body defense was the strongest among the 12 saints, and the attack or even the weapon of a normal saint-level powerhouse could not cause any damage at all. But this enemy just waved in the air, and he was bleeding. Before Chinrue landed on the ground, he felt the surrounding air suddenly become hot, as if he was in a volcanic cave, and a ferocious fire snake with a hook on its head attacked his blind spot like lightning. Chinrue had just slashed at Murefu, and it was the weakest period when his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not been generated. At this time, the opponent launched an attack from this angle, which could be said to be very sharp. In an instant, the fire snake had already penetrated Chinrue's body, but it only went through a shadow. Chinrue's real body instantly fell to the ground. The fire snake entangled like a bone maggot, and the attack angle and moves were very tricky. It was April. The spear in her hand was like a real snake, and it could actually bend freely, making the attack even more unpredictable, and it also had a strong flame power. Although he used teleportation to avoid the attack, just now, there was still a black hole on the back of Chinrue's clothes. April and Kolena had always been at odds, but now that they were facing a great enemy, Naturally, dealing with the Black Death Apostles was the first priority, and she did not show any mercy. Chinrue dodged a wave of attacks, and a sword appeared in his hand. He drew out waves of ripples, and the flames on April's spear suddenly dimmed, and she kept retreating. Whoosh! 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 Several sounds of breaking air flew over and blocked Chinrue, who was chasing April. Chinrue's North Sea sword drew out a circle of mysterious ripples, and all the flying objects stuck to the sword. It turned out to be poker cards, and they were buzzing. Chinrue frowned slightly, and with a shake of his wrist, the poker cards flew out. The cards exploded as soon as they were thrown out. Fortunately, Chinrue's figure had instantly appeared in the distance. He did not attack, but just looked at Clark coldly in front of him. April and Murave also recovered, and did not dare to attack rashly. They cautiously maintained the triangular encirclement. In the distance, Kalena didn't dare to come closer. Her cloak was already torn, and her eyes were full of fear and resentment. There were several bloodstains on her white face, all caused by the broken space mirror. Originally, she thought she had taken the enemy seriously enough, but she did not expect that she had still underestimated him. If it was not for her unique space talent, she would have been a corpse now. In a short period of time just now, no matter Kalena, Murave, or April, they all suffered losses in the hands of Chinrue. Now, no one dared to underestimate this enemy, even if it was 4 against 1. Chinrue looked at Clark expressionlessly, and with a swing of his hand, a red light flew out. Clark dodged subconsciously, and that thing drew an arc in the air and fell to the ground with a bang. It was a string of beads, the infernal soul stone. Clark's face twitched slightly, and he bent down to pick up the infernal soul stone. He understood what Fatty meant by returning the infernal soul stone to him. He smiled bitterly. Sorry, I am a saint. Burn my body, ignite the sacred fire, burn my heart, illuminate the path of light, transform my life into a sword, cut down the evil thorns, defend the glory of God, and never fall. This is a saint. As Clark said, his momentum suddenly changed, and his eyes emitted a very determined light. Without any hesitation, his body began to emit a dazzling light, and a suit of armor could be faintly seen forming rapidly. Not only Clark, but the other 3 saints also began to change, and their strength and breath also skyrocketed. The dazzling light gradually faded, and a set of strange armor appeared on the 4 of them. Saint's armor of faith. Clark was wearing a light green half-body armor, and there were simple and unadorned patterns on the armor. His whole body was emitting an oppressive aura, and he did not look sloppy at all. Not only the armor, but the magic poker cards in his hands were also plated with a layer of gold, shining. His overall strength assessment changed from S to S+, and his speed increased to S++. The other attributes did not increase by a small realm. Muriel's armor was copper in color, and it did not cover a lot of areas. It mainly covered the vital parts, and the most eye-catching part was that huge metal arm. It changed from copper to bright gold and became more ferocious. His overall strength was still S+, but his physique and strength had increased to S++. April's original dark silver full-body armor had become fiery red, and her whole body seemed to be bathed in flames. The shape of her spear also changed, and there was a metal scorpion coiled around the tip of the spear. It turned out that what attacked Chinrue just now was not the fire snake, but the scorpion S-tail. His overall strength had increased to S+, and his strength was S++. Kalena's cloak turned into a silver silk robe, and inside it was a tight inner armor. The shape of the golden magic staff was also more luxurious. His overall strength assessment did not change, but his spiritual power was increased to S++. Although the armor of faith did not increase their overall strength to S++, their individual attributes had already reached the level of S++, and their combat power had greatly increased. The 4 people's voices sounded one after another. Cancer, Saint Murefu. Aquarius, Saint Kalina. Capricorn, Saint Clark. Scorpio, Saint April. At the same time, the night sky suddenly brightened, and countless crisscrossing lights appeared around the square. The scene began to change quickly, and it became an independent space. Except for the ground and the sky, there were only crisscrossing lights. These lights were not just for decoration. They could not only use the power of space to divert attacks like before, but they could also divide space. This is a war cage constructed by the power of territory, and it can repel all external power of space. Unless you have the power of a nation, you can't use any talent or magic to escape. Kalina's voice sounded, but she could not be seen, as if she had already merged with the war cage. In front of Chinrue were 3 saints wearing the armor of faith. Cancer Saint Muriel waved his huge golden arm and rushed toward Chinrue. He shouted, "Accept the punishment of light, evil heretic." Chapter 685. The names of the 12 saints corresponded to the 12 zodiac temples. In fact, there were more than 12 saints, but those who could have the title of 12 temples were definitely the strongest saints. If it wasn't for his extreme anger, Chinrue might have compared these armor-wearing saints with the characters in a certain manga in his memory. Now, there was only cold killing intent left in his eyes. The crisscrossing light in the war cage space began to change. Chinrue felt that his strength was gradually weakened due to the invasion of some strange force. On the contrary, Muriel and the other 2's momentum became stronger. Their speed and strength all increased. Obviously, they were buffed. While frowning, Muriel had already attacked in front of him. Chinrue didn't take it head-on. He quickly retreated and avoided a round of fierce attack. Muriel didn't give up and chased after him. Suddenly, he felt that the scene around him was different. He saw hazy images gradually becoming clear. They were big and small balls, slowly rotating according to a strange rhythm. The strength that was initially buffed by the war cage was decreasing rapidly, but the aura of the enemy who had been retreating was rising. Clark and April looked at each other in surprise. This enemy could actually exert such a strange force in the war cage that imprisoned everything. He could even cancel out the special field effect of the cage. Chinrue stopped retreating. His left hand that wasn't holding the sword went straight to the giant golden arm. Muriel was not surprised, but happy. His strength was also his strength. It was second only to Taurus Saint and Lion Saint among the 12 saints. The opponent's head-on confrontation was exactly what he wanted. Muriel's joy immediately vanished. Under the strange force of the water ripples on Chinrue's left hand, the powerful, giant golden arm seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. It had no way to exert its great strength. Chinrue didn't blindly use softness and skillful strength. After dispersing the impact of the golden giant arm, his soft palm turned into a knife shape and threw it out with the help of the force. The sharp chi in the air slashed Muriel's ribs that were not protected by armor. The aura blade that could break the skin earlier only left a white mark on Muriel's ribs. It seemed that after equipping the armor of faith, Muriel's defense was greatly improved. With a thought from Chinrue, the power of the water ripples became more and more coherent, as if they were constantly revolving around Muriel. Muriel roared again and again, filled with anger and anxiety. That huge golden arm shone brightly, and after countless explosions, Chinrue's body flew out. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating a few meters. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Muriel stood still. There were several shocking wounds on the right side of his ribs, and a lot of blood was flowing out. His body was trembling slightly as if he was enduring great pain. Just now, Chinrue had actually launched countless aura blade. Every slash basically slashed on Muriel's right ribs, which was relatively weak in defense. Even if Muriel's skin was tough, he couldn't stand the continuous slashes of the sharp aura blade on the same spot. Especially after his defense was broken, That kind of damage to his soul made him feel unbearable pain. The giant golden arm exploded with full power, shaking out an explosive, powerful force, completely shattering the soft water ripples. He finally got rid of the enemy's nightmarish entanglement. On this side, Clark moved. Both of his hands turned into shadows and waved like lightning. Countless poker cards flew toward Chinrue in different arcs and trajectories, like sharp boomerangs. Chinrue opened his 5 fingers, and 3 aurora shot appeared. They spun around him quickly, and the poker cards that were approaching were all detonated by the aura blade. For the current Chinrue, he could already easily control and use all kinds of skills flexibly, making the power even stronger. For example, the aura blade combined with the water sword essence just now, and now he used the aurora shot as a protective skill. Another few magic cards flew out and landed on the ground. They actually turned into knights holding crossed swords and surrounded Chinrue. Chinrue recognized that it was the appearance of the champion knight in Fate Duel. Chinrue finally understood. Materialization. So this was Clark's true power. Other than the champion knight, the other troops in the magic cards also appeared one after another. There were more and more of them. Their skills and power were all the prototypes in the magic cards. They were divided into 2 camps. Their strength ranged from the highest S to the lowest E. There were only 2 S-, Golden Emperor and Dark Lord. The lower the strength, the more there were. There were a total of 500 to 600 people. The 2 camps were like a real small army. They were well-trained and well-versed in joint attacks. Chinrue actually couldn't destroy the formation for a while, so he made a prompt decision. Destructive aura cut. Countless sharp chi danced in the sky. After the dazzling sword chi, all the soldiers, including Golden Emperor and Dark Lord, turned into flying ashes. Clark's face was pale. It seemed that he had used up a lot of energy, but his hands still didn't stop. He threw out magic cards continuously, and the troops appeared again. These magic cards were condensed by the power of the territory. As long as Clark didn't exhaust himself, the soldiers could make them infinitely. The destructive aura cut just now also consumed a lot of Chinrue's energy, so he couldn't use it again in a short time. He changed his tactic and flew toward Clark with all his strength. As long as he defeated Clark, these soldiers would naturally disappear. Just when he was about to get close to Clark, crisscrossing light suddenly appeared, and Clark's figure disappeared. This was Kolena's masterpiece. She could move her partners at will in the war cage. In this battle, Kolena wasn't the main attack force, but her role was the most important. Chinrue's attack missed, and he fell into the encirclement of the army instead. The situation suddenly became passive. Just as Chinrue beheaded a glorious knight captain, a spear suddenly appeared behind the severed neck. It was wrapped in the power of a blazing flame, and it went straight for his heart. Chinrue blocked the North Sea sword in time, and sparks splashed everywhere. The power on the spear was extremely strong, and it was concentrated on one point. It almost made the North Sea sword fall out of his hand. Just as he counterattacked, April had already disappeared. A few seconds later, the spear once again appeared under the ribs of a demon chieftain behind him. Chinrue had already noticed it with analytical eyes, so he turned around to block the sneak attack. Suddenly, he found that the metal scorpion at the tip of the spear had disappeared. His heart was alerted, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The blood-red scorpion tail that emerged from the ground mist. As soon as Chinrue's teleportation figure stabilized, a golden giant arm whistled toward him again. Muriv's physique was amazing. The injury on his ribs had automatically recovered. Although his soul still felt a faint pain, his fighting spirit was even more intense. He gave his all in this attack, and the terrifying power made the surrounding space slightly distorted. Chinrue couldn't avoid it. A translucent defensive shield appeared around his body. This attack hit the defensive shield firmly. A few cracks appeared on the defensive shield, but it wasn't damaged. April's spear appeared like a ghost and pierced the defensive shield. The blue round shield trembled, but it was still fine. Muriev's golden giant arm shone brightly, and there was another explosion. The cracks on the defensive shield spread and increased rapidly. In addition to the powerful increase in power, the golden giant arm was also the nemesis of all defensive magic. Under the repeated violent shocks, the defensive shield finally collapsed. Chen Rui retreated quickly, and he was accidentally pricked by April's scorpion tail. A hot poison invaded his body, and his movement suddenly slowed down. The crisscrossing light appeared beside Chen Rui, very timely, turning into countless filaments and entangling him. Irregular bumps appeared in the nearby space. Chen Rui seemed to be solidified in a multifaceted crystal, and he couldn't move for a while. Humph. Murieve walked over and snorted. You finally got him? He actually dares to call me a weakling with such strength. I'm going to break his limbs. Don't be a busybody. He's already been poisoned by April's scorpion and lost his combat power. Moreover, he can't break free from Kalena's imprisonment crystal. Let's take him back to the sacred mountain as soon as possible. Clark frowned and said in the distance. April nodded in agreement. This battle was very intense. If the four of them didn't work together, it would be difficult to take down the enemy. At this time, a crack appeared on the imprisonment crystal, and an incomparably violent and terrifying aura seeped out from the crack. Everyone was shocked at the same time. In an instant, the imprisonment crystal broke into pieces, and a red, fierce beast broke out. With a terrifying momentum, it rushed toward Murieve with its claws and fangs bared. Murieve was scared out of his wits. He couldn't move for a while and could only take it head-on. At the critical moment, Kalena launched the teleportation again. The crisscrossing light brought Murieve far away in an instant, and he dodged the attack. After the meandering red beast missed its target, it circled around and merged with the human figure that was burning with black flames. The black flames turned red and gathered an astonishing power. It gradually sank into the human figure and into the two bloody red eyes with intense killing intent. Before the four saints could react, Chinrue's figure had already appeared in front of Murieve, who was closest to him. Murieve's mind was seized by the beast just now, and he felt that he had lost face. Seeing the appearance of the enemy, he roared and attacked with full force with his golden arm. This time, Chinrue neither dodged nor gave way. He waved his fist to meet the attack, and the two collided without any fancy moves. The entire war cage suddenly trembled. Murieve's figure staggered backward, but Chinrue didn't move. It was the same as the previous duel between the two of them, but the opponent was switched. A series of explosions came from Chinrue's body, but he was completely fine. On the other hand, the space around Murieve's body twisted like the impact of a huge wave. Murieve's huge body staggered backward continuously. Before he could stand firm, the wind-like figure had already caught up with him. The intensive punches were like heavy hammers falling into the ears of the others. Bang, bang, bang! Kalena tried her best to teleport Murieve out, but the terrifying power of the enemy made her space power rejected. It was not until the moment when Murieve was knocked away that she seized the opportunity to teleport him away. Murieve, who fell beside Clark and April, was like a honeycomb coal. His body was full of terrifying fist marks, and even the armor of faith was distorted. For the first time, there was real fear in his eyes. Star explosion. Chinrue's deep voice sounded. The incomparably bright light and the terrifying aura that could destroy everything made everyone have the illusion of a star exploding. The entire war cage shook violently. Finally, the light gradually extinguished. Murieve, Clark, and Murieve, who formed a triangle, dispersed their joint defense power. Although the power of this attack was terrifying, it still didn't destroy the joint defense of the three saints. However, the three of them suffered serious injuries, especially Murieve, who was already badly injured. His wounds were overflowing with blood, and he looked like a bloody man. The three of them let out a sigh of relief, but their pupils suddenly shrank at the same time, because Chun Rui's figure appeared in front of them, and he was holding someone's neck in his hand. It was Kalina. Chapter 686. Kalina had been hiding in the war cage. The real purpose of Chun Rui's indiscriminate star explosion was to force her to reveal herself. Kalina was gripped by Chun Rui by the neck. Although she was shocked, she did not panic. Her body suddenly turned into countless crisscrossed light rays and scattered. Chun Rui grabbed nothing and was slightly surprised. The air suddenly became cold. A strong whirlwind appeared, and the whirlwind was full of sharp ice blades. Chun Rui crossed his hands to protect his head. When the ice blades touched his body, they only had time to leave a slight white mark and then shattered. The shattered ice chips began to attach to Chun Rui's body under the effect of the whirlwind. They quickly crystallized and solidified, turning into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. The power of the ice whirlwind gradually weakened in a violent aura, and it seemed to show signs of dissipating. Kalina knew that she couldn't trap the opponent for too long, and a sharp voice sounded. "Quick! Kill him with all your strength!" The strength of this enemy was indeed extremely powerful, and the time of Armor of Faith was limited. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Murav's physique was very special. The previous attack damage had recovered by half. Although Star Explosion cracked his wound, it was only a superficial wound after all. These injuries were not that serious. The key was that the terrifying figure with blood-red eyes had left a shadow of fear in his heart, so he must get rid of the enemy as soon as possible. Otherwise, this shadow would grow bigger and bigger in his heart, and he would never be able to get rid of it. Murav's golden arm burned with golden flames as he flew toward the ice sculpture in the air. He was determined to completely shatter this enemy with a full blow. Clark's hands danced out several phantasms. Countless magic playing cards flew out before Murav and surrounded the ice sculpture from all directions. Behind the magic cards were two small legions of fated showdown. April bounced off her feet, and her ghostly figure circled around the back of the ice sculpture under the cover of the magic shield. Although her strength attribute was also S++, in fact, she was inferior to Murav, but her combat skills were more bizarre and varied, especially the poisonous scorpion tail, which was usually a sharp weapon to defeat the enemy. However, the poison seemed to have no effect on this enemy, which also made April more cautious. This time, she naturally spared no effort. The ice whirlwind had been completely extinguished, and the ice on the surface of the ice sculpture evaporated in the blink of an eye. What was strange was that Chun Rui's eyes were slightly closed, and the violent aura on his body had disappeared. It seemed that some special state had been lifted. Facing the countless attacks, Chun Rui's hair was already blown back by the strong wind, but his expression was still as calm as water. Seeing that he was about to be drowned by the dangers from all directions, his silent eyes suddenly opened, and a flame-like radiance burned in his pupils. The disappeared violent aura was hundreds of times stronger in an instant. It was no longer an ordinary aura, but a majestic and vast aura that filled the entire space of the war cage. At the moment when Chun Rui opened his eyes, the four holy apprentices felt at the same time that the playing cards, soldiers, Murav, April. Everything slowed down, as if the flow of time suddenly slowed down by several times. Illusion? Just when Murav and others were shocked, the illusion returned to normal. A voice resounded in the war cage. "Flame dragon, roar!" In the line of sight, the target to be killed suddenly turned into a blood-red ocean. No, not an ocean, but the terrifying and fierce snake behemoth from before. There were actually dozens of them. In the violent tremor of the war cage, the terrifying flame dragon roared and rampaged in all directions. Whether it was the magic playing cards, the materialized soldiers, or the holy apprentices, everything close to it was engulfed by the red light. Kalina wanted to use the characteristics of the war cage to deflect attacks to resist, but the violent aura of the flame dragon was everywhere. Even the space was torn apart. The entire war cage couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure. It was like a balloon blown to the limit. It would collapse and burst at any time. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The blood-red ocean finally shattered the domain space. The entire war cage scattered into traces of light, dimming and dissipating. Affected by the aftermath, the area around the Hall of Light trembled like an earthquake. The buildings collapsed one after another. The enchantment near the square was all turned into powder, and the ground was shaved 3 to 4 meters. The light knights on the periphery were all blown away under the powerful shock wave. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Many of them with low strength had already fainted. Under the moonlight, the red light of the square gradually extinguished. Except for a figure, there was no one standing up around, not even a building. The figure was holding a woman's neck in his hand. Kalina! The war cage was destroyed, and Kalina could no longer escape like before. Not to mention the power of Flame Dragon Roar. The destruction of the war cage alone caused her spirit power to suffer a huge backlash. The armor of faith also collapsed and disappeared. She had completely lost her resistance, and her eyes were full of horror. For holy apprentices, equipped with armor of faith, joined forces in the war cage, but they were defeated. Chen Rui's eyes were full of murderous intent, and his voice was like ice. I rarely kill women, but you are an exception. Holy apprentices won't die. Before Kalina finished a sentence, a layer of destructive white light appeared on the surface of her body. She suddenly trembled and let out a shrill scream. Bang! Kalina's whole body burst open, leaving no bones, just like the 2 children she killed. Chenrue put down his hand, and his eyes fell on the other 3 holy apprentices not far away. Murav fell to the ground motionless, covered in blood as if he was dead. Clark and April were close to each other. Both of them were very weak. They could die completely with just a light blow. Chenrue walked over slowly. Just as he passed by Murav, who had been frozen, suddenly jumped up and pounced on him from behind. Chenrue turned his shoulder and Murav paused. A crack appeared on the ground behind him. No matter how brave you are in this battle, you are still a coward and a weakling in another battlefield. Chenrue didn't look at Murav anymore and continued to walk towards Clark. Murav wanted to say something, but a red mark suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. It quickly spread out in a straight line. His sturdy body fell to the ground with a loud crash. When he fell to the ground, he was already in half. Blood quickly spread out. April watched Chenrue walk over. She struggled desperately to stand up, but because of her heavy injuries, she couldn't succeed. On the contrary, Clark looked much calmer. Before you kill, tell me, what is the powerhouse you are talking about? Chenrue glanced at Clark, having a strong will and firm belief, constantly challenging and surpassing yourself. Even in the face of great difficulties or temptations, you still hold on to the persistence in your heart and don't lose your original heart. Your original intention before you gained power and became a holy apprentice was to use power to slaughter the weak and control their life and death at will. This was Chenrue's personal experience. He was almost completely lost in the illusion of refining mind back then. Clark was silent for a while. Then he smiled bitterly. You're right. On the other battlefield, Murav is just a weakling. So am I. After rebirth in the future, I hope I can become a real powerhouse. You can do it. Clark squeezed April's hand. April trembled, but she didn't break away. Instead, she held his hand tightly. She had always understood that Clark was interested in her. Just now in the war cage, if Clark hadn't stood in front of her regardless of his own safety, she would have been annihilated by the flame dragon. April suddenly regretted not holding this hand earlier. She gritted her teeth and said, Holy apprentices have eternal life. Our souls will be reborn in the kingdom of God. Although you kill us today, there will be a day. Rebirth? Eternal life? Chinrue was silent for a moment, then he asked, God has existed for countless years, so holy apprentices should have been reborn countless times? Do you still have the previous memory? April was taken aback. The reborn holy apprentice is a new beginning. God will re-grant us the armor of faith to continue the holy mission. Rebirth that completely loses the past? Chinrue remembered a sentence he wrote when he was bored in his previous life. On the Naiha Bridge, I drank Mangpo's soup and forgot all the past. Am I still me after reincarnation? I don't know if the so-called rebirth is true. I only know one thing. There is nothing absolutely eternal in the world. Any immortal existence will decay one day, even the gods. I suddenly don't want you to be reborn. This is the price. Chinrue waved his hand, and the flame soul stone bead string on Clark's wrist flew up and fell into his palm. He glanced at the two clasped hands. I think you don't need it anymore. Looking at the back of Chinrue, who turned and left, Clark suddenly tightened his grip on April's hand. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir Iserl has divine eyes. He can see where your body is through the medium, such as undried blood. Chenrue's figure paused, and his heart was shocked. He finally understood why he was still found by the holy apprentice, even though he had used breath-holding and camouflage. It turns out that Iserl used the mystic arts through the blood left on the snowy summit stage when he was injured. Then, isn't I under the other party's surveillance all the time? Divine eyes can directly sense your traces within the power range. Once it exceeds the range, divine spying must be used. This time, I found you through divine spying. Every time divine spying is used, 1/3 of the medium will be consumed. After 3 times, the medium will disappear. Chinrue's eyes lit up. The Holy Light Mountain was very far from here. This time, the holy apprentices were temporarily summoned and came from nearby countries, so only 4 came. This was also because the clear mirror city was a teleportation point. If I keep changing my identity, appearance, and location, especially going to a remote place, then even if the other party knows my whereabouts and rushes over, it is likely to miss me. As long as 3 times are consumed, I can completely get rid of the enemy's tracking. Sir Iserl is a 4-winged angel, subordinate to Sir Raphael. His strength is far superior to the holy apprentices. Chinrue nodded, and his figure gradually disappeared into the night. Chapter 687. Holy Mountain of Light, Blessed Palace. A bunch of trash! Isjorl snorted. The first time, 2 of the 4 saints were heavily injured and 2 died. The second time, the 8 saints were fooled and couldn't even touch the enemy. Saintess Eudora and Bishop Pusmer lowered their heads and said nothing. In the Battle of Mirror City, Saint Muriel of Cancer and Saint Aquarius, Clena of Aquarius, died. Saint Clark of Capricorn and Saint April of Scorpio were seriously injured. And the death of Archbishop Phil made the entire Roya Kingdom's church without a leader. The Holy Mountain had to re-evaluate the strength of the mysterious enemy. Fandris quickly gathered the remaining 8 saints to Mirror City. He also used the authority of the Holy Mountain to use the teleportation portals of the other kingdoms to get ready to teleport to the enemy's location. However, the 8 saints finally got the information from Isjorl and set up an ambush in Roya Kingdom's Para City. However, the enemy disappeared mysteriously. The entire city was completely sealed off by the church. They searched inside and out, but to no avail. Sir Isjorl, please calm down. Pope Fandra said, although the enemy is cunning, he should be in the east. He can't have gone far. Please use the divine peeping technique to find him. Isjorl flipped his hand, and the blood bead appeared again. The original dark red color had become light red, and it seemed like it could disappear at any time. I can only use the divine peering technique one last time. I can't waste it easily. The Snowdale tree might still be in this guy's hands. It seems like I have to make a trip myself. Fandris was happy. With Sir's help, we can definitely take down the enemy easily. In advance, I wish you success. Of course, Isjoril said proudly. I still need some time to integrate the power of the artifact that Sir Raphael gave me years ago. Give the order to control the entire Roya Kingdom. The Saints will stay in Para City and don't get in the way. When I complete the integration and arrive in the east, I will use the divine eye and the divine peeping technique. No matter how cunning that person is, he won't be able to escape from me. The people from the church didn't expect that Chinrue wasn't in the chaotic Roya Kingdom. Instead, he had arrived at the Starlight Kingdom through the teleportation circle. First, he used the teleportation point in the Mirror City to arrive at the Starlight Kingdom's Venus City. Then, he set up the Star Point in the Gold Star City. Next, he returned to the Mirror City and fled all the way to Dapala City. As expected, the holy disciples fell for his tricks. When they gathered their forces to surround him, Chinrue returned to the Starlight Kingdom with a Stargate. He changed his appearance and wandered around the entrance of the church in the Venus City. However, no one paid any attention to him. Chinrue didn't know exactly how many times Aisural had used the spying art, but judging from the situation, he had used it at least once. As long as he used it again, he would be able to use up the medium of the spying art, or he would be able to go back to the realm of devils in about a month. Chinrue didn't believe that Aisural had the ability to chase him all the way to the realm of devils. By then, even if his spying art could still be used up, or he could see something through the A-class space, he could only stare at it. Chinrue was heading to the Cerulean City in the south of the Starlight Kingdom. Other than playing a roundabout battle with the people from the church, he also had another objective. He would depart from the port of the Cerulean City, pass through the Ice Sea, and head to the Jadeite Forest Elves' territory. Before returning to the realm of devils, he had to pay a visit to the alchemy guru of the elves, Vinoa. During the battle in the Mirror City, Chinrue had obtained an unimaginable amount of fire energy from Archbishop Phil. Not only did he have high-quality fire crystals bribed by Pastor Clade, but Phil, who majored in fire, also had a large amount of stocks, including fire essence jade and red dazzling crystals that were not inferior to the Infernal Soul Stone. Other than the Infernal Soul Stone beads that he kept as a souvenir, the rest were stuffed into the space ring where the Phoenix Egg was located. In the following days, the Phoenix Egg lay quietly in the space ring. It seemed to be enjoying the fire crystals and did not jump around anymore. This peace lasted until the third day after Chinrue bought the map of the Ice Sea and left the port of the Cerulean planet. It was also the second day after Shura was resurrected. Shura was annihilated by the power of the Brilliance Shrine at the peak of the Holy Mountain. After Chinrue paid a large amount of aura, he was finally resurrected. With Shura around, in addition to Chinrue's own strength, even if he encountered the 8 great saints head-on, he could escape easily. It was not impossible to fight them head-on, but it would be troublesome if he left some bloodstains or something like that. To be honest, with this kind of camera skill, if he returned to the demon realm and was spied on, it would be a great loss. As its name suggested, the water temperature of the ice sea was quite low. There were many icebergs on the islands in the sea. The strange thing was that the water surface, which should have been below 0 degrees Celsius, was not frozen. This allowed the Devil's Snare ship to sail easily. There were many active creatures in the sea, especially the silver flying fishes that were gliding on the water surface like geese. It was a spectacular sight. Chinrue was admiring the wonder of the ice sea when he suddenly felt the ring vibrate violently. He thought that the fire crystals were all exhausted. He quickly checked with his mind and found that there were still more than half of the fire crystals left. However, there were still a lot of high-grade goods like the fire essence jade and the red dazzling crystal that were left yesterday. The fluctuation of the Phoenix Egg was very strong. The space ring was in danger of exploding, so Chinrue quickly took it out. As soon as the Phoenix Egg was taken out, there was a scorching feeling in the nearby cold air. The silver flying fishes in the distance seemed to feel something terrifying, and they fled in horror. The light red phoenix egg had already turned scarlet, and a terrifying heat was emitted from it. With a whoo sound, the sail that was closest to it unexpectedly ignited. Chenrue was taken aback, and he quickly asked the Sandmen to remove the sail. Not only that, but the hull also began to heat up quickly. Fortunately, the material of this ship was extraordinary, so the rest of the ship was not ignited. The surrounding ice-like seawater began to emit a lot of steam. Chenrue felt the powerful breath of life coming from the phoenix egg. It was probably about to hatch, so he quickly asked the Sandmen to fully activate the emergency magic crystal power to sail toward the nearest ice island. If someone was nearby, they would be able to see a large ship emitting a lot of steam, sailing forward at an incredible speed. In the water where the large ship sailed, many fishes floated up with their bellies up. The temperature of the phoenix egg was even higher. Even Chenrue had to use his power to protect it. The hull of the ship was already faintly red, and the overly dry Sandmen's bodies were also showing signs of collapsing. They couldn't hold on any longer. Chenrue made a prompt decision. He kept the Sandmen into the Earth Essence and the Devil's Snare ship into the storage space. Holding the phoenix egg that was emitting a terrifying heat, he turned into a ray of light and flew toward the ice island like lightning. The ray of light flew at lightning speed for a while, then it turned into a sonic boom. It finally reached the ice island. Wherever it passed, the ice that had not melted for thousands of years melted. Even Chenrue found the temperature unbearable. He was about to place the phoenix egg on the ground, but unexpectedly the phoenix egg emitted a suction force that stuck to his hands. The suction force became stronger and stronger, as if it was devouring a star, constantly sucking the power in Chenrue's body. Chenrue instinctively wanted to break free from the suction force, but he suddenly felt a strange spiritual fluctuation coming from the phoenix egg. He immediately understood that this was the little phoenix's accumulated power for the final hatching. He immediately endured the high temperature and did not resist. The temperature was getting higher and higher. The air was filled with extremely rich fire elements, and the phoenix egg emitted a faint flame. The flame flickered. It seemed ordinary, but it actually contained extremely terrifying heat. Chenrue's skin could no longer resist it. It began to turn red and blister, and his hair also emitted an unpleasant burnt smell. If it weren't for his magic resistance and self-healing physique, he would have turned into charcoal at such a close distance. Chenrue's heart moved, and black flames burned on his body. It was the Nirvana's flame. As soon as the Nirvana's flame appeared, the burned parts gradually healed, and the phoenix egg's flame also blazed high, connecting with the Nirvana's flame. It made Chenrue feel like his flesh and blood were connected, and he actually slowly adapted to the high temperature. A ding-ding sound came from the phoenix egg, as if something was pecking inside. Finally, with a kacha sound, a crack appeared. The crack became bigger and bigger under the efforts of a small, sharp beak, and the eggshell was pecked open. A clear and melodious phoenix cry sounded. In an instant, Chenrue's eyes were filled with a sea of flames. It was as if he saw a huge fire phoenix soaring into the sky. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, the ice and snow instantly melted into water and then quickly evaporated. The phoenix's shadow and flames gradually disappeared, and the temperature gradually returned to normal. What appeared in Chenrue's palm was a red bird. This bird was about the size of a newborn chick. It was covered with fluffy, fiery red feathers. It looked very cute, but it didn't look like a phoenix at all. The bird's closed eyes slowly opened. It seemed that it was still a little unaccustomed to the external light. It could be seen that its pupils were faintly golden. The mucus of the eggshell gradually seeped into Chenrue's hand. From his palm to his body, the original scars and burned skin recovered in the blink of an eye. Race, Phoenix nestling, comprehensive strength assessment, A physique, A strength, A dash spirit. A, speed. A attribute. Fire attribute. Nirvana. It's worthy of being a phoenix. It already has the strength of the early stage of the demon emperor birth. If it grows up, it will definitely not be a problem to reach the demon overlord level. The red bird saw Chinrue and made a chirping sound. It sounded very pleasant, but it became a little girl's tender voice and analytical eyes. Mom! Chinrue knew that many newborn animals, especially birds, were prone to regard the first creature they saw as their mother. He scratched his head and corrected, I'm not a mother. Mom, I'm just AI, okay, I'm a dad. Got it, Mom. This little phoenix was clever, cute, and very likable. Chinrue really wanted to bring it back to the demon realm, but it had hatched, so it couldn't enter the space equipment. He sighed, if only you could go back to the eggshell. Got it, Mom. Little Phoenix actually walked toward the eggshell. Chinrue was taken aback. Can I really go back to the eggshell? He saw the little phoenix eat the eggshell in a few bites. Embarrassed. Chapter 688. After a few days of sailing, the Devil's Snare ship finally arrived at the northern part of the Emerald Forest Sea on a sunny morning. The Emerald Forest Sea was the largest forest area in the human world. It covered a large area, but it was actually only 1/3 of the territory of the Ryo Empire. With the influence of the Ryo Empire, coupled with the powerful power of the elves themselves, the entire Emerald Forest Sea became the only elven kingdom in the human world. Here, any human who dared to capture the elves would be listed as the enemy of the Ryo Empire and the elves, and they would be punished severely. The Ryo Empire, known as the Magic Empire, was one of the 2 holy kingdoms. It had the most advanced magic civilization and magic power of humans. Coupled with the support of the elves, it was very powerful. It was enough to compete with the Long Huang Empire supported by the dragons. A red bird was perched on Chinrue's shoulder. Except for the tender wings, the rest was fluffy. It chirped and jumped on Chinrue's head from time to time. The strength of Little Phoenix was at the early stage of the Demon Emperor after it was born, but it seemed to have an ability similar to breath holding. It only showed the level of lesser demon. Now, regardless of appearance or strength, it looked like a cute pet bird. It didn't match the legendary powerful demonic beast Phoenix at all. Dad. After Chinrue's painstaking correction over the past few days, Little Phoenix finally changed the word Mom. However, the little guy was very naughty. Except for sleeping time, he basically never stopped. Chinrue named Little Phoenix Duo. Not to mention that this guy has no standard. He originally wanted to be lazy and call it Little Red Bird. A little black horse in a house neighed in grief and indignation. Duo jumped from Chinrue's shoulder to his head, pecked his hair, and jumped from his head to the other shoulder. Dad! I'm hungry. I want to play the slingshot game. The so-called slingshot game was to take a special large slingshot and shoot Little Phoenix as a bullet at the target was a pig's head carved from a fire crystal. Little Phoenix had just hatched not long ago, so it didn't know how to fly. It mainly glided. This kind of game was glorified by a bored and unscrupulous adoptive father as flying bombing training. What made people speechless was that Miss Duo liked this game very much, especially before the meal. Only when she was satisfied would she eat the pighead fire crystal that she hit. Therefore, this game was also called Hungry Bird. Duo's teeth were very good, and she could eat almost anything. Moreover, Chinrue didn't have the slightest awareness or experience of being a stay-at-home father. He threw all the baby food into his adopted daughter's mouth, other than the main food of the fire crystal stones. The supplementary food was spirit fruits produced by the Star Garden and cakes and desserts produced by the Chin family. Duo be good. We're about to reach the shore. Let's play next time, okay? Daddy. Now. Chinrue knew that the little guy would play for at least 1 or 2 hours. He rolled his eyes and said, How about we play moving target bombing? The difficulty level is A. Okay. The poor fire crystal pig head was thrown by the unscrupulous adoptive father in a parabola and flew to the shore. The adopted daughter excitedly ran out of the slingshot and skillfully and accurately pecked the pig head. The boat successfully reached the shore. Chinrue had been to a few forests in the demon realm. However, when he arrived at the Emerald Forest Sea, he realized that the ones he went to before were just streams and rivers. This was the real ocean, the ocean of the forest. His eyes were filled with lush greenery. The leaves decomposed the warm sunlight into beams of light. The fresh scent of flowers and leaves floated in the air. The plants seemed to have spirituality and were particularly lively. This was something that the forest that Chinrue had seen before didn't have. Chinrue didn't relax his vigilance. The Emerald Forest Sea was vast. Other than the elves, there were many other races and creatures. Some were even very powerful and dangerous. Even if he only entered the periphery, he couldn't relax. The Emerald Forest Sea had a special power that greatly interfered with items like magic maps and couldn't be used. Fortunately, Chinrue had the deep analysis skill. As he walked, he recorded carefully so that he wouldn't get lost. He walked step by step into the depths of the forest. Little Phoenix didn't jump around anymore. It just stood on Chinrue's shoulder and looked at everything in the forest curiously. Chinrue released his breath appropriately and scared off many uninvited guests who wanted to get close. However, the Emerald Forest Sea was too big. Since he entered the forest in the morning until the sun was about to set, he still hadn't found any trace of the elves. A small lake could be faintly seen at the foot of the mountain in the distance. It was like a mirror embedded in the forest country. Duo saw the small lake and said that it wanted to drink water. Since they were moving forward aimlessly, Chinrue ran toward the small lake with Little Phoenix. As they approached the small lake, Chinrue's footsteps suddenly stopped because he saw that there was already a guest drinking water there. This was a white horse. What was different from ordinary horses was that this horse had a silver horn on its head. With Chinrue's eyesight, he could vaguely see the spiral pattern on the horn. Chinrue was no longer a rookie who didn't know anything. He immediately knew what this horse was: a unicorn. Unicorns were high-level demonic beasts with powerful and mysterious powers. Their strong body and wind-like speed gave them the ability to look down on all the ground mounts. Most unicorns were lightning controllers and could easily release lightning to punish the intruders. That sharp horn, in addition to physical attack, could also release a blinding magic talent similar to the light flashing spell, which could cause people to fall into a state of blindness. Unicorns were peace-loving creatures. They were gentle, but definitely not docile. They could even be considered unyielding. It was said that only the purest virgins could win their friendship. They liked to roam freely in the wild, but they had a natural hatred for dark creatures and dark powers. They were immune to normal poisons and curses. In many records, they were often described as the embodiment of holiness. The only horse-type demonic beast that could match the speed and strength of a unicorn were the nightmare beasts of the demon world. Coincidentally, Chinrue had one. The unicorn in front of him shouldn't be very old. Its strength was around the level of a demon king. However, its condition didn't look too good. There were a few bloodstains on its body, and it seemed to be heavily injured. Legend had it that unicorns had a close relationship with elves. This unicorn might be the key to finding the location of the elves. With a thought, Chinrue was about to go forward and try to communicate with the unicorn, but the adopted daughter had already shot out like a rocket, in a situation where there was no slingshot. This was the result of a certain and scrupulous adoptive father's flying training. If this continued, she might not become a phoenix. Instead, she might evolve into a javelin bird or mud skipper. Thinking of this, Chinrue could not help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. Miss Duodwa's posture when she shot out was rather graceful, as expected of a professional maneuver with a difficulty rating of A. Unfortunately, after the inertia of the shot, her young wings flapped unsteadily, and she lost her previous standard. However, she still managed to fly close to the lake. The appearance of the little phoenix caused the unicorn not far away to reveal a wary expression. Miss Duo looked at the big guy, relative to her, with disdain. She let out a few cries as if to demonstrate her power and started drinking water. The unicorn observed Duo for a while and let down its guard. However, it was still vigilant, and it would look at the little phoenix after drinking a few mouthfuls of water. Daddy, Duo wants to eat fruit. The little phoenix turned around and chirped a few times. Chinrue was hiding at the back with his aura concealed. He was thinking of the best way to communicate with the unicorn and find the elves, so he ignored the little phoenix. Miss Duo cried out a few more times in indignation. Seeing that there was no reaction from her father, she actually sat on the ground with her fluffy belly facing the sky, her two small wings flapping continuously. It was purely a "I'll die if you don't give it to me" stance. Chinrue was dumbfounded. When did this little fellow learn this move? Could it be that every baby had the talent of self-learning? Helpless, the adoptive father could only throw out a spirit fruit. The little fellow once again shot out with a highly difficult maneuver. She picked up the spirit fruit with her small mouth and started pecking at the ground. With that, Chinrue's whereabouts were immediately exposed. The unicorn was shocked. Its mane was erected, and the horn on its head flashed with electric sparks. Chinrue immediately expressed goodwill through analytical eyes, but the unicorn's hostility seemed to be extremely deep. It didn't mean to accept goodwill at all. Instead, it let out a long hiss, and the blue electric light flashed, wrapping Chinrue inside. This level of lightning naturally had no effect on Chinrue. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared beside the unicorn. He put one hand on the unicorn's back. The unicorn felt that the hand seemed to have infinite power, and its whole body couldn't move. The horn on its forehead suddenly emitted a strong light, and it activated its talent blind. Chinrue felt that this blind was much more powerful than the light magic's flash. Not only his eyes, but even his spirit was affected to a considerable extent. It was indeed a rather unique talent. However, for him who had S++ level spirit power, it was at most a flash from a camera. He wasn't affected much. The unicorn's last move was ineffective, and it let out a sad and angry hiss. Suddenly, it unexpectedly felt a burst of cool power from the other party's hand. This power was full of vitality, which made it feel intimate and comfortable. Not only that, the injuries on its body began to heal rapidly. Chinrue gently released the hand on the unicorn's back. The unicorn took a few steps back and distanced itself, but it didn't attack or escape again. The unicorn was a highly intelligent, demonic beast. It understood in its heart that this human had the powerful power to easily subdue it, but he healed its injury. The friendliness just now shouldn't be fake. The little phoenix had already jumped onto Chinrue's shoulder, and it let out an angry cry at the unicorn. The surrounding air started to heat up, and the unicorn sensed danger and took a few steps back in shock. Chinrue hurriedly comforted his adopted daughter and took out 2 spirit fruits to coax her. The unicorn looked at the fruits that overflowed with the power of nature that Duo was pecking at. This was the power it needed for its growth, and this fruit was many times more effective than those in the jadeite forest. It couldn't help but be tempted. Chinrue, who was observant, immediately threw one over. After careful testing, the unicorn finally started to chew on the spirit fruit. Chinrue felt that the other party's hostility had greatly decreased, and he couldn't help but be secretly delighted. At this moment, Chinrue suddenly turned around, and with lightning speed he caught an ambush. It was an arrow. Chapter 689. The next second after Chinrue caught the arrow, the second arrow arrived, followed by the third. All of them were aimed at the throat of the neck. Just as Chinrue caught the third arrow, there was a sudden change. The third arrow between his fingers suddenly turned into powder and disappeared. At the same time, A sharp aura attacked his eyes. It turned out that the arrow actually appeared unbelievably in his head. Although Chinrue was surprised, his hands weren't slow. He instantly caught an arrow that was shot at his left eye. However, the arrow suddenly exploded. At the same time, 2 more arrows were shot. One arrow drew a side arc, bypassed his arm, and went straight for his heart. The other arrow suddenly accelerated and refracted when it flew close. It was shot at his throat again without any warning. The exploding magic arrow didn't hurt Chinrue, and he caught the 2 arrows in an instant. In this world, the attack of a bow and arrow wasn't as simple as imagined, especially arrows of this level. It was like a person facing a gun. It was lucky to be able to dodge like Neo in the classic scene of The Matrix. As for catching the bullets, it was almost impossible. Of course, Chinrue now had this impossible strength. He caught all the arrows with the same hand, and he didn't move his feet at all. Chinrue didn't give the opponent a chance to continue shooting. His body suddenly disappeared. The archer knew something was wrong. As he was about to retreat, he suddenly had a warning sign. He turned around and aimed at the enemy who appeared out of thin air behind him. It was a woman who looked like she was about 10 or 17 years old. Her dark blue hair was coiled behind her head. She was wearing a set of simple and tight leather armor. Her figure was curvaceous, but she was slightly thin. Her facial features were beautiful and delicate. Unfortunately, she was wearing a black eye patch on her left eye. Such a beauty was actually one-eyed. What Chinrue noticed was that her ears were a little sharp. At this time, analytical eyes displayed the relevant information. Race, half-elf, mutated. Comprehensive strength assessment, C physique, C-strength, C-spirit, C speed, C+. Analysis, wind attribute, precise strike. Mutated talent, unknown. Chinrue thought it was an elf, but he didn't expect it to be a half-elf. This was the second half-elf he had seen. The first was the Holy Maiden's disciple, Miranda. The half-elf girl's reaction and archery were amazing, especially her archery. She was even above the Legion commander of the fallen Angel Empire's Flying Cloud Legion, Rometty. The reason why Chinrue easily took the arrow was that the strength gap between the 2 sides was very big. If she had the strength of the demon overlord, Chinrue would probably suffer a loss. Since there were half-elves, it shouldn't be a problem to find the elves. Chinrue immediately communicated through analytical eyes. Don't get me wrong, I'm not an enemy. Mind language. The surprise in the gnome's eyes disappeared for a moment before recovering its sharpness. She shouted, "Human, put away your tricks. The Jadeite Forest Sea does not welcome despicable poachers." Poachers? Chinrue was taken aback. Then he saw the unicorn appear behind him. Little Phoenix was actually on its back. As soon as the unicorn saw the one-eyed half-elf girl, it immediately ran over and stood side by side with the girl. It looked at Chinrue vigilantly. They were obviously partners on the same front. Ms. Duo didn't show any weakness. She leaped onto Chinrue's shoulder and looked at the girl vigilantly. "Miss, you misunderstood." Chinrue saw that the other party was speaking the common language, so he didn't use analytical eyes again. "I'm not a poacher. On the contrary, I healed the unicorn's injury." As he said, Chinrue took out an aura fruit and handed it over in his palm. The unicorn hesitated for a moment. Then it moved closer. As it was about to open its mouth, a small red figure leaped out like lightning. The moment the unicorn approached the aura fruit, it snatched it away. It was Little Phoenix, Ms. Duo, who successfully snatched the food from the horse's mouth, put the aura fruit on her small, sharp beak, flapped her little wings clumsily, and flew back to her father's shoulder. She put down the aura fruit and quickly pecked it for a while, making a proud sound. Chinrue shook his head and took out another aura fruit. Due to the previous lesson, the unicorn was afraid that it would be snatched away by Little Phoenix again, so it immediately chewed it in its mouth. The half-elf girl was really surprised this time. This unicorn had a strong temperament. Even among the elves, There weren't many people who could get close to it. She didn't expect it to eat the fruit taken out by this stranger so easily. This human can actually win the unicorn's favor. At least he shouldn't be a poacher. Thinking of this, the half-elf girl slowly put down the bow in her hand, but she still didn't let down her vigilance. Who are you? Why did you let the unicorn? Chenrue smiled slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned. Very quickly, the half-elf girl and the unicorn also felt that something was wrong. On the other hand, Ms. Duo, who had eaten and drunk to her heart's content, laid in her father's hair with an indifferent look. Not long after, 6 people appeared in the forest. When the unicorn saw these people, its eyes immediately showed anger, and sparks began to condense on its horn. Chenrue revealed a look of understanding. So these were the real poachers. The unicorn's previous injuries should be related to them. These 6 people were all humans, wearing armor and holding weapons. When they discovered the unicorn and Chenrue's group, they immediately surrounded them. The leader was a big man with a fierce look. His overall strength had reached B+, and his strength was at the peak of the master level. He was only 1 step away from entering the saint level. Among the humans, he should be considered one of the strongest. As for the rest, 2 were B rank and 3 were C rank. It seemed that the strength of this team was not to be underestimated. No wonder they dared to come to the jadeite forest to hunt the unicorn. Guys, it seems that our luck is not bad. We found prey so quickly. The big man made a hand gesture, and the 6 people surrounded Chenrue, the half-elf girl and the unicorn. Boss Pal, I said it couldn't have run far. Pal coldly snorted. It's all because of you 2 idiots. You alerted the unicorn so early and let it escape before I arrived. If we hadn't found it again, you 2 would have been in trouble when we got back. Hee, Boss Pal, didn't we find it again? Let's take down the unicorn first. These people talked and laughed, not putting Chenrue's group in their eyes at all. Chenrue's current strength was E rank, and the half-elf girl and the unicorn were C rank. They were not a match for them at all. As for Ms. Duo, she was directly ignored. You have the guts to dare hunt the unicorn in the jadeite forest. The half-elf girl drew her bow and aimed at the big man. She angrily said, I'll give you 1 minute to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, you will be severely punished by the elves. Pal laughed heartily. Girl, don't scare me. If you were a pure elf, I would be a bit afraid. Unfortunately, you are only a half-elf. You are not recognized by the elves at all. What right do you have to talk about the elven sanction? This girl's figure is really tempting, and her face is also very beautiful. Unfortunately, she only has 1 eye. But it seems that we haven't touched a woman in a long time. Let's get down to business first. The broadsword in Pal's hand flashed with an intense flame. As for this girl, I have never played with a half-elf before. After we get the unicorn's horn, we will take turns. Once this was said, the few people all laughed strangely. Some even whistled. The half-elf girl's eyes burned with extreme anger. Just as she was about to explode, Chenrue took a step forward. You seem to have forgotten something. You Ant, do you still want to be a hero? A tall and thin man laughed contemptuously. Don't worry, before you die, you will enjoy how we play with your woman. In the end, I will personally send you on your way. I'm very sorry. Chenrue turned his head and said to the half-elf girl, If these people are my kind, then I feel ashamed. Ashamed your mother. Before the tall and thin man could finish his words, his whole body stiffened. It was as if his body was quickly frozen by something. In the blink of an eye, his whole body was torn apart, turning into countless particles that scattered on the ground and disappeared without a trace. The expressions of the other 4 changed. That tall and thin man had the strength of a master, but he was instantly turned into ashes. No matter how stupid the 4 were, they knew that this man who was ridiculed as an ant was a terrifying expert. How could they still dare to resist? Just as they were about to escape, they found that their bodies began to rapidly solidify. They couldn't help but be frightened out of their wits. The strongest pal barely waved his broadsword, and a flame power flew towards Chunrui. The little phoenix on Chunrui's head opened its mouth, and the flame was instantly swallowed. Before Pal had time to be shocked, his body turned into ashes like the rest of his companions. Miss Duo spat out a mouthful of sparks, as if she disliked the smell of the flames. The half-elf girl looked at this scene emotionally. After a while, she bowed and said, "Thank you for your help." The girl was very clear that these poachers' strength was far above hers. If this man could easily turn them into ashes, then killing her or the unicorn would be a piece of cake. This kind of strength was definitely at the saint level. It was very likely that he was a true saint. "No need to thank me. I wonder if Miss can help me with something? My name is Blanche. I wonder what you need me to do." The half-elf girl still did not let down her guard. What motive did a human saint-level expert have for sneaking into the jadeite forest sea? She did not know that this sneaking expert did not even know the way. A voice came from the distant sky. "Blanche, where are you?" Blanche was stunned, as if she was quickly thinking of something. She then tilted her head slightly to express her apology to Chunrui and said loudly, "Michelle, I'm here." The voice quickly approached. Chunrui could clearly see that there was a winged Pegasus in the sky, its body faintly glowing with a silver light. This was the unique aerial mount of the elves, the Silver Pegasus. The flying ability of the Silver Pegasus was quite outstanding, but its combat power was much inferior to the Griffins. However, they had a special talent, which was to increase the recovery speed of the knights' mental strength. For magic knights, they were very useful mounts. Behind the Silver Pegasus was a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She had green curly hair, delicate and cute facial features, and 2 pointy ears. Chunrui's eyes instantly lit up. Even without the analytical eyes, he could see that this Michelle was a true elf. Chapter 690. The Silver Pegasus landed on the ground and retracted its wings. Michelle jumped down from the back of the Pegasus and happily bounced over. "Blanche, so you're here." Blanche welcomed her. She had always appeared cold, even when facing a powerful being like Chunrui. But when she saw Michelle, she actually revealed a rare smile. Blanche pulled Michelle over. "Michelle, this is Richard." Chunrui smiled. "Miss Michelle, nice to meet you." "A human?" Michelle was stunned. She looked at Blanche and nodded at Chunrui. "Hello, I am Michelle." This elf lady's figure was about the same as Alice's. She looked delicate and cute with large eyes. She looked like a doll carved from jade, and her mannerisms were also very polite, giving people a good impression of her. However, she was only at F level. Michelle looked curiously at the human who had a little red bird on his head. "Are you Blanche's friend?" If Miss Blanche doesn't object, I think we can become friends. And this is by phone." The spirit fruit contained a powerful force of nature. This type of fruit was very important to the growth of the unicorn. It was rare even in the jadeite forest, and it did not have the miraculous effects of the spirit fruit. The Baifeng had tasted the sweetness of the spirit fruit, and it had also witnessed Chunrui exterminating the enemies that had harmed it. Its trust in this unfamiliar human had increased greatly. When it heard Chunrui call its name, it immediately came over. This scene shocked Michelle. The Baifeng that many elves found difficult to get close to was actually taking the initiative to approach this human? Chunrui saw the unicorn staring at his hand and understood. He took out a spirit fruit. A red figure immediately flew out from Chunrui's head and rushed into his hand. It took the spirit fruit away without any hesitation, then jumped back onto the temporary bird's nest. It was Miss Duo. Little Phoenix was actually already full, but it was just making trouble out of nothing. Adding on to the fact that I can do whatever I want was Miss Duo's attribute. Miss Duo sat on the spirit fruit and even let out a few provocative cries. If it wasn't for the fact that her physical condition didn't allow it, she was afraid that she would have crossed her legs. Wow! Michelle's eyes sparkled. Richard, your bird is so cute. Can I touch it? Chinrue, Blanche was speechless. Michelle, Blanche interrupted Michelle's ambiguous words. It's like this. By phone and I encountered poachers, and it was Richard who saved us. Michelle's impression of Chinrue rose once more. Chinrue, thank you for saving Blanche and By phone. Chinrue nodded. Blanche spoke up. Richard and I still have some matters to attend to. Can you take By phone back with you on Feather Feather? Michelle looked at Chinrue in shock, then looked at Blanche. She pulled the half-elf girl to the side and whispered into her ear. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative with a man. Is it? Don't spout nonsense. Blanche pushed her lightly. Go back. You're still denying it? Michelle chuckled. Do you think I'm an eyesore? Just do me a favor, Michelle. I beg of you, go back immediately. Why aren't you calling me Your Highness? It looks like my good friend is in a good mood today. Since it's a date, why don't you take off your ugly blindfold? You look so ugly. Chinrue, who was at the side, finally understood Blanche's intentions. She did not want Richard, a person of unknown origin and powerful strength, to know of Michelle's special identity in case she was kidnapped. Thus, she wanted Michelle to bring the unicorn far away from danger while she stayed behind to deal with the situation. From this, it could be seen that this half-elf lady was a little scheming. More importantly, she had a good heart. Chinrue smiled. So it's Your Highness, Michelle. Apologies for not recognizing you. Blanche's expression changed. She knew that things were going to be bad the moment Michelle said those words. Michelle chuckled. If you dare to bully Blanche, I won't let you off. Chinrue hurriedly explained. Ladies, I think you've both misunderstood. I came to the Jadeite Forest to visit Grandmaster Fanoa on an important matter. I'm ashamed that this is my first time in the forest, so I got lost. I hope the two of you can bring me to where the elves are. So you're looking for Master. Michelle was stunned. She had accidentally revealed another identity. The half-elf lady at the side shook her head, helplessly. Can you help me with this? Yes. Michelle nodded. Just treat it as a thank you for saving Blanche and By phone. However, I'm not sure if Master will see you. It's getting late, let's hurry. After using the spirit fruit as bait in the analytical eye, Chinrue successfully rode on the unicorn while Michelle and Blanche sat on the silver flying horse. The two mounts quickly galloped forward, passing through forests and finally passing through layers of special barriers that looked like waves of water. They finally arrived at the Elf City, the immortal capital of Silver Moon. It was already nighttime. The immortal capital bathed in moonlight was dotted with stars, like countless beautiful night pearls. Faint music could be heard, giving off a poetic feeling. Goddess of moonlight above, Your Highness Michelle, you're finally back. Your Highness missed the banquet today, and Her Majesty Liv seems to be very angry. Your Highness, you should quickly return to the palace. At the city gate, a high-pitched female voice rang out. It was a tall and beautiful female elf, followed by a group of guards. The elves' figures and appearances were indeed outstanding, and they had no lack of handsome men and beautiful women. Furthermore, these guards were not weak, especially the tall female elf who was leading them, who had already reached grade A. I went to the northern part of the forest to help my teacher gather alchemy materials. Michelle curled her lips and muttered softly, I don't want to participate in such a boring banquet. The north? That area is not very safe recently. The female elf saw Chinrue, and her voice became stern. This is a human? Who is he? The guards behind them surrounded them. What surprised the elves was that the human had actually jumped down from the back of the unruly unicorn, White Wind. Nana, don't be so nervous. Richard is Blanche, my friend. He's here to visit Teacher Fanoa. He even helped us eliminate the poachers. Your Highness, you might not know this, but humans are very cunning. Don't fall for their tricks." Nana glanced at Blanche, and her gaze became even sharper. "Half-elf! How dare you trick Her Highness into bringing an unknown human into the immortal capital of Silver Moon?" One of the guards already said softly, "This half-elf actually brought a man back. This man is really ugly. He has indeed inherited Lon Silly's appreciation. Like mother, like daughter." From the way Nana addressed her and the whispers behind her, it was clear that Blanche was indeed a target of discrimination among the elves. The half-elf girl's mouth moved, but she did not explain. Her expression was as indifferent as ever. "Nana, it's not Blanche's fault. I was the one who brought him back," Michelle said unhappily. "Didn't Phyllis bring back a group of humans yesterday? Mother even hosted a banquet for them. Of course they are different. They are Her Highness classmates from Starlight Academy. They have come to the forest to train, and there are also people from the Ryo Empire." Nana looked at Chenrue cautiously, but did not continue. "No matter what, we cannot let this unknown human enter the immortal capital of Silver Moon, unless he is willing to spend the rest of his life in prison." Along the way, with Blanche riding on her silver Pegasus, the idle Michelle and Chenrue got along well. Hearing that Nana wanted to expel or arrest Chenrue, she shook her head resolutely. "No, he is my friend." Chenrue's unhurried voice sounded. "Your Highness Michelle, thank you for your trust and friendship. I am honored to know such a beautiful, elegant, and courteous elven princess. At the same time, I am honored to know a brave, strong, and kind half-elf lady." His tone changed, and he said proudly, however, "As the diplomatic envoy of the Hill Dwarves, I express my regret and indignation at the way I have been treated in the immortal capital of Silver Moon. I will immediately return to the thick earth castle in the Black Rock Mountain and convey the attitude of the elves to the king of the Hill Dwarves, Orfgar." Chenrue slowly opened his palm, revealing a leaf-shaped magic badge. It emitted a faint aura of nature, and under the moonlight it shone like a gem, the sacred leaf emblem. Nana was shaken and cried out involuntarily. "This is the sacred leaf badge that represents the highest ally of the elves? It is said that only the Hill Dwarves and the Ryo Empire have it?" Michelle revealed once again, her eyes shining as she looked at the badge. "Can I touch it?" Chenrue. "Nana." Not long after the guards rushed to the palace to report, 2 elves appeared at the city gates. It was a male and a female. The male elf had a cold expression, while the female elf was beautiful and elegant. They both wore white robes with silver edges. Michelle, who had been chatting happily with Chenrue, immediately became nervous when she saw the female elf. She stepped forward and bowed. "Teacher Patrick, Elder Cherapan." It seemed that Michelle had more than one teacher. It was obvious that she respected this teacher. "Little girl, don't be nervous. I'm not here to punish you." Patrick smiled, and her gaze landed on Chenrue. How surprising! The Hill Dwarves actually sent a human as their representative to the immortal capital of Silver Moon. "I'm Elder Patrick of the Elves, and this is Elder Cherapan. Welcome to the immortal capital, envoy of the Hill Dwarves." The strength of these 2 elves were at the demon overlord level. It seemed that the elves still valued him, the messenger. Chenrue bowed slightly. "Richard, greetings to the 2 elders. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. In fact, it's all thanks to Princess Michelle and Miss Blanche's guidance. Otherwise, I would still be lost in the beautiful forest. Sir Richard, please enter the city and rest first. Her Majesty Liv will officially meet you at the palace tomorrow morning." Chenrue was only here to look for Grandmaster Fanoa. He didn't expect a small badge to cause such a big commotion. He nodded and followed the 2 into the city. Michelle was also brought back to the palace by Patrick. At this moment, Miss Duo opened her hazy, sleepy eyes and began to chirp. "Daddy, supper! Supper! Duo wants to eat pudding." Chenrue had no choice but to exchange pleasantries with the two elders. He took out a pudding and placed it on his head under everyone's strange gazes, allowing his adopted daughter to enjoy it. Cherapan looked at Duo for a while and revealed a puzzled expression. "That bird, that's Richard's bird." Her Highness Michelle's eyes flashed as she replied, "I really want to touch it. Elder Cherapan, Richard." Chapter 691. The next morning, the gentle morning sun shone through the window and into the room. Chenrue slowly opened his hazy eyes. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the warm body of the little phoenix. Generally, birds slept standing with their heads tucked into their wings, but Miss Duo was sleeping lying down, sticking to her father's face. Her sleeping posture was very cute. Chenrue gently stroked Duo's feathers and sat up from the bed. This was a room with a peculiar style, giving people the feeling of a small garden rather than a guest room. The room looked natural and casual, but every corner, every plant, and every ornament were specially and meticulously arranged. The whole room was a work of art that looked like a big but clumsy work of art. Only the elves would have such elegance and meticulousness. The elves were natural artists, and sometimes the requirements for perfection were almost harsh. In their relatively long lifespan, enjoying life and feeling was naturally one of the main keywords. Just like the elves did not understand that humans were busy, humans also did not understand that the elves would waste a lot of time on some undesirable things, such as spending a month to carve the pattern of a window or listening to the gurgling sound of the stream all day long. Chenrue opened the window and felt a fresh, natural breath blowing on his face, feeling very comfortable. The cities he had seen were all high-rise buildings, richly ornamented buildings, and even steel jungles. Occasionally, some greenery was planted by humans, but this was the first time he saw such a city with nature as the main body. Under the light blue sky, there were beautiful houses, many of which were specially shaped tree houses, blending in with the green mountains and clear waters. From time to time, the crisp chirping of birds and melodious music could be heard in the breeze. In the distance, one could see the waterfall flowing straight down. The faint mist lingering in the city made people feel as if they had come to a fairyland on earth. This was the Silver Moon immortal city of the elves. While Chenrue was admiring it, the little phoenix had already woken up. The first thing Duo did when she woke up in the morning was to look for her father. Seeing Chenrue at the window, she immediately fluttered her wings and flew forward, landing on his shoulder. "Dad, breakfast! Breakfast!" Just as Chenrue was about to take out a fire crystal stone, he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in surprise, Duo, you can fly now!" Just now, the little phoenix directly flapped its wings and flew up, appearing very stable. It was much better than the previous crooked flight, and that pair of small wings seemed to have grown a little longer. "Wow, Daddy, Duo can fly!" The little phoenix flapped its wings and circled around him again. Finally, it returned to his shoulder and intimately touched his face. At this moment, Chenrue felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. It was like a parent watching his child grow up bit by bit and learn his skills step by step. This feeling was an incredible and wonderful experience for him, who had never been a father in either his past or present life. Unknowingly, little Phoenix had occupied a very important position in Chenrue's heart, as if she was really his daughter. He suddenly had an impulse to bring Duo back to the demon realm and form a perfect big family with Athena and the others. He believed that they would also like this lovely daughter. The problem was that the Stargate could not take people away, or it could be said that the Stargate skill could only carry a limited level of life. If little Phoenix was still in the egg, then this form of life level could directly pass through the Stargate. Unfortunately, it was now impossible to return to the egg. Miss Duo cut the weeds and eliminated the roots and gnawed the eggshell. He heard from Samuel that the elves had a master who could teleport people directly to the demon realm. but this method was very dangerous. There was a considerable chance that they would fall into a different space or space turbulence, never to return. This was originally the last choice that Chenrue intended to make if he couldn't gather enough faith crystals. Now that the conversion of 1,000,000 faith crystals was only a matter of time, there was no need to take this risk. Naturally, he didn't want Little Phoenix to take risks, not to mention that Little Phoenix didn't have the ability of Stargate. Even if she could safely reach the demon realm, he didn't know where she would be teleported to. Just when Chenrue was having a headache, Duoduo's chirping voice sounded again. Duo, don't fly like that. Duo still likes to fly like this. Seeing Miss Duo launched out like a spring, the unscrupulous adoptive father sweated profusely, and he finally felt the frustration of misleading his students. Duo, the training can be over. We're going to fly for real now. You see, Dad is flying too. How about you fly with Dad? Chenrue controlled his power and gradually floated in the air. No, Dad's wings didn't move. Chenrue was speechless. He hesitated for a moment and finally waved his arms and began the teaching work of flying with wings. Under Dad's guidance, Duo began to flap her wings and fly beside him. She cried out in excitement, even forgetting to eat breakfast. The room wasn't very spacious. Fortunately, Chenrue controlled his power very well and didn't bump into anything. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Richard, I'm here to see you, and little bird. The next second, Michelle and Blanche stared dumbfounded at Chenrue, who was maintaining a certain graceful posture in the air. Michelle, Blanche, Chenrue, Duo, Dad, hurry up and fly. Your wings aren't moving anymore. The next second, Michelle jumped up excitedly. Richard, I want to fly with you and your bird too. Blanche, Chenrue, Duo, Dad, why did you fall to the ground? 10 seconds later, Chenrue brought Miss Duo, Michelle, and Blanche out of the room. Even though Chenrue's skin wasn't that thin, he still nearly found a hole to hide in. The elven room's soundproofing barrier was very good, and the father and daughter were so engrossed in flying that they didn't have time to react. Richard, I'll treat you to some green cake, and you let me touch Duo, okay? Michelle looked at the little phoenix on Chenrue's head. Blanche reminded, Didn't Her Majesty the Empress instruct you to bring him to the palace immediately after he finishes his breakfast? Don't let Her Majesty wait too long. I know, I just want to touch him. Before Michelle could finish her sentence, Blanche covered her mouth. Chenrue smiled faintly. He didn't argue with Michelle, heading straight for the dining room on the second floor. There were a few customers in the dining room on the second floor. What surprised Chenrue was that they were all humans. There were more than 10 of them, and there was no lack of handsome men or beautiful women. Chenrue immediately saw a young girl among them. This girl's appearance and temperament were outstanding. Even if it wasn't Chenrue, she would still be the first to be noticed by anyone else, or even if there were hundreds of people around. Some people would still be noticed in a sea of people, and this girl was one of them. In terms of appearance, this girl had already reached the level of Catherine and Rolla. Even Jia and Isabella paled in comparison. Her facial features and figure were almost perfect. She had a head of purplish-blue hair that trailed over her shoulders. Her eyes were as clear as a mirror, and she exuded a calm and elegant aura. If one had to pick out a flaw, it would be that her brows were a little too firm and lacked some gentleness. Chenrue vaguely felt a faint sense of familiarity. It should be from Arthur's memory fragments. However, it wasn't the palpitation he felt when he saw the pair of ocean blue eyes in the Long Huang Empire. Instead, it was a special feeling that he couldn't describe. Although the girl's appearance was peerless, Chenrue's gaze was more of admiration. It was just like how women like to look at handsome men. It was normal for men to like to look at beautiful women. As for other thoughts, he really didn't have any. Just like Sir Paglio, who would look left and right along the way and turn his head whenever he saw a beautiful woman. In the end, he would still obediently return home and give the supper he bought to Jadeite. Miss Long's scientific research showed that the more people in the Crystal Palace, the more dangerous it was for the male pig's trotters to be dismembered with a chopper. It was inevitable that their teeth and tongues would collide. For example, the harem was a harmonious family, and all the women were brainwashed to be infatuated with the male pig's trotters. These stories only appeared in myths. These people must be the ones that Captain Nana mentioned last night. They were the students of Starlight Academy who came to the Jadeite Forest to participate in some kind of training. Among them, there should be nobles from the Ryo Empire. The Ryo Empire had an alliance with the elves, so these humans would receive special treatment from the elves. When those people saw Chun Rui, they were equally surprised. They didn't expect that there would be other humans staying in this green house, which was equivalent to the elves' royal guest house. "Hey, kid, take care of your eyes. Otherwise, I don't mind digging them out for you." A discordant voice sounded. The one who spoke was a thin man dressed in luxurious clothes. At first glance, it was obvious that he was the kind of idiot who liked to show off. Chinrue was too lazy to argue with such a small character. He didn't even look at that guy and walked straight to an empty table. The man was proud of his noble status and originally wanted to use this opportunity to please the girl. He didn't expect that this guy with a bird on his head would completely ignore him. He felt that he had lost face in front of everyone, especially the beautiful woman. With a handsome jump, he appeared in front of Chun Rui's table. "Bastard, did you hear what I said? Do you know who I am?" "I know, you're a celebrity." Chun Rui had a serious expression on his face. This, who am I, was stunned. "Characters like you appear in every web novel. Unfortunately, they are all sacrificial lambs for the male protagonist. They will step on your face mercilessly. So, go back to your table obediently. That way, some of the beautiful women might look at you in a different light." The man didn't really understand what Chinrue meant, but he could hear the mockery in it. He couldn't help but become angry. Just as he was about to explode, a voice came from the door. "Richard, wait for me." He saw an elven girl holding a plate of green pastries, bouncing in front of Chun Rui. The dumb-looking man recognized this young lady as the elf race's little princess Michelle. He couldn't help but be shocked. Michelle had a fawning expression on her face as she said, "This is a green leaf cake that I personally made. Try it." Chun Rui picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The green leaf cake had a soft texture and a refreshing taste. It melted in his mouth. He couldn't help but praise, "Not bad." "Richard, since I'm so nice to you, just let me touch it." Everyone was almost petrified. The dignified little princess of the elves, actually, Chinrue called out to Duo. The little phoenix flew to his palm and looked at the green leaf cake with disdain. Then it returned to the top of his head and continued to enjoy the aura fruit. Chinrue shrugged at Michelle and placed the green leaf cake into his mouth. Michelle looked disappointed. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes. "Mom is waiting for you in the palace. After the meeting, I'll bring you to teacher Finoya, okay?" Everyone heard that the elven queen wanted to meet this ordinary-looking human man. Furthermore, this person seemed to be related to the legendary mechanic Grand Master Finoya, who didn't see guests. They couldn't help but be even more shocked. The girl noticed that Michelle used the word meeting and raised her eyebrows slightly. She walked over and glanced at the idiot man. The man didn't dare to look directly at her and immediately lowered his head. "I'm the assistant teacher of Starlight Academy, Rambus. My student, Melody, was rude just now. I apologize on his behalf. Please forgive me." Chapter 692. An assistant teacher at Starlight Academy? Chinrue nodded. As for the name Rambus, he did not think too much about it. The world was huge, and there were many people with the same name. Furthermore, in Chun Rui's heart, it did not matter whether she was or not. Arthur had already been destroyed, and Chinrue was still an outsider. "So it's Teacher Rambus. My name is Richard. Nice to meet you." Since Teacher Rambus has spoken, let's forget about this matter. Thank you. Your magnanimity is admirable. Rambus looked at Michelle, who was at the side. She bowed slightly and led the idiot Melodan back. Michelle did not seem to have a good impression of Rambus. Her gaze was a little unfriendly, but she still turned her head and bowed back. Elves were vegetarians. There was no meat in their diet, only green food. The taste was mainly light, and since they were used to eating meat and fish, this food had a different flavor. Chinrue ate slowly and chatted with Michelle from time to time. On the other hand, Blanche stood behind Michelle in silence. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chinrue stood up. Let's go to the palace. As they passed by Rambise's table, the beautiful assistant teacher gave Chinrue a friendly smile. Chinrue nodded casually, his gaze lingering on the beautiful, red-haired girl beside Rambus. He walked out of the dining hall. This guy's eyes really are blind. Even when faced with Senior's goddess smile that instantly killed all the boys, his spiritual undulations did not change at all, the red-haired girl said with a smile. Rambus shook her head lightly. Ariel, didn't I tell you not to pry into other people's emotions? It's not polite. Senior sister, I'm just feeling indignant for you. Besides, my sensing ability has long been discovered by him. Being discovered, spying shouldn't be considered spying, right? Ariel's eyes narrowed. I can feel that person is very strong. How strong? A cold and arrogant voice rang out. I don't know either. Ariel glanced at the cold young man behind her and asked with interest. You can try if you have the chance. The young man snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Chinrue followed Michelle towards the palace. Blanche didn't follow, and they parted ways at the entrance of the green house. According to the professional informant Michelle, Blanche's mother was an elven noble, while her father was a half-elf. The elves had always looked down on half-elves, so their marriage was strongly discouraged. In order to gain the approval of the elves, Blanche's father went to the dangerous Nightmare Plain in search of the Water of Life to save the elves' sacred Tree of Nature. Unfortunately, he died in the Nightmare Plain. Blanche's mother, who had just given birth to her daughter, was devastated when she heard the bad news. She fell seriously ill and died of depression. Blanche had been discriminated against by the elves since she was young. If not for her mother's special status and outstanding contributions to the elves, she would have been chased out of the jadeite forest long ago. The reason why Blanche wore an eye patch was not because she was blind, but because her eye had inherited some kind of power from her father and had mutated. It now possessed forbidden power, so she usually wore an eye patch to hide it. As they chatted, the two arrived at the palace. The elven palace was located on a cliff. The exquisite buildings exuded a picturesque charm. Even the corridors and staircases were exquisitely carved works of art. Chinrue followed Michelle without any obstructions as they entered the palace hall. On the throne was a female elf with a crown on her head. She was beautiful, and her skin was smooth and translucent. She wore a long silver-white dress that didn't have too many embellishments, but exuded a graceful and elegant aura. What left the deepest impression was her pair of crystal-like green eyes, as if they could see through everything. The highest ruler of the elves, Michelle's mother, Queen Liv. Race: Elf overall strength assessment, S+ vitality, S+ strength, S+ spirit, S+ speed, S+. Attributes: wind, archery proficiency, magic proficiency. Danger level: high. Beside Queen Liv were the two elders he'd met last night, Patrick and Cherapan. Welcome, Lord Richard, envoy of the Hill Dwarves. The Queen's pleasant voice rang out, Please sit. It's an honor to meet the beautiful and noble Queen. Chinrue bowed and sat on the seat next to Michelle while Michelle stood beside the Empress. The Queen's gaze landed on the duo on Chinrue's shoulder. I'm surprised that the Hill Dwarf King would send a human as an envoy, and one that stands out from the masses. Her expression changed slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. A special envoy with a bird, Michelle interrupted in a low voice. Michelle interjected in a low voice and was glared at by Queen Liv. She swallowed her words of, "I really want to touch it." Chinrue chuckled, not lingering on the matter of the bird. "I'm very surprised as well. I was actually fortunate enough to receive an audience with His Majesty. His Highness Orfk, the Dwarf King, gave me an emblem. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was the sacred leaf emblem at the time. He then asked me to find a stolen blueprint and told me to give it to Grandmaster Finoa of the Elves. I found the blueprint by chance, so I immediately set off for the Jadewood Forest. It's all thanks to Princess Michelle and Miss Blanche that I was able to come here." Seeing that Chinrue deliberately mentioned her, Michelle looked proud. Queen Liv nodded and said, "I see. It seems that Sir Richard doesn't understand the meaning of the Sacred Leaf Badge. When this badge arrives at the Silver Moon Immortal Capital, it itself represents a certain attitude of the Hill Dwarves. As a trusted friend of the Hill Dwarf King, please convey the most sincere goodwill and respect of the elves to the Hill Dwarves. Let bygones be bygones. We should focus on the future of our two races. The elves and the Hill Dwarves will help each other, advancing and retreating together, just like an ancient alliance. I believe the Hill Dwarves will treasure their friendship with the elves. However, I'm afraid your Majesty will need to send another envoy to Thick Earth Castle. I promised His Highness Orpheus that I would only use this crest to enter the forest and pass the blueprint to Grandmaster Finoya. Chinrue took out the sacred leaf crest. I've already successfully reached the forest. Now, all I need to do is pass the blueprint to Grandmaster Finoya. As for everything else, it has nothing to do with me." Michelle did not feel anything, but Queen Liv and the two elders looked at each other in shock. This mission was not difficult, and it could promote the friendship between the two races. Richard would receive favors and benefits that ordinary humans could not receive, be it from the dwarves or the elves. However, the other party had sealed off all of this with a single sentence. At most, he would only be left with a personal relationship with Grandmaster Finoya. Queen Liv muttered to herself for a moment, and a voice rang out in Chinrue's mind. "Sir, is there a special reason why you are so eager to cut off your relationship with the Hill Dwarves? Or do you not want to implicate the Hill Dwarves?" Chinrue did not expect the Elven Queen's insight to be so strong. He replied with the power of analytical eyes, "Perhaps. I only have one request. Your Majesty, please allow me to personally pass the blueprint to Grandmaster Finoya. You possess a rather magical soul power." The surprise in Queen Liv's beautiful eyes became even more intense. From what I can hear, these words are not simple emotional transmissions, but completely flawless elven language. Even the elves' soul language pales in comparison. Not only that, your hidden strength is also unfathomable to me. I feel fortunate for my dwarven allies. They have a powerful friend, a true friend. I kind of understand why His Highness Orpheus passed the sacred leaf crest to you. Your Majesty, you're too kind. I'm just fulfilling a promise. Do you know the origin of the little friend on your shoulder? I think I do. Looks like you've given me a lot of surprises today. After a short and quick telepathic communication, the Elven Queen looked deeply at Chinrue and gestured for Patricia to take back the sacred leaf crest. Since that's the case, I won't force you. Thank you, Sir Richard, for your contribution to the friendship between the dwarves and the elves. Michelle, bring Sir Richard to the Purple Heart Treehouse and pass the blueprint to Grandmaster Finoya. Chinrue immediately stood up and bade farewell, following Michelle out. The Elven Queen was not only a powerhouse, but also a wise one. She did not shoulder all the troubles that might arise, nor did she chase him out of the immortal capital of Silvermoon. Instead, she deliberately avoided the question. This had already made her attitude clear. The Purple Heart Treehouse was located in the Purple Forest on the outskirts of the immortal capital of Silvermoon. This forest had been designated as a special area by the Elven Queen, and without Grandmaster Fenoya's permission, no one was allowed to enter. It had been many years since Grandmaster Fenoya had met outsiders, and even the elves rarely saw him. Most of the affairs were handled by his direct disciple, the famous alchemist Tarana. Tarana's residence was by the small lake at the entrance of the Purple Forest, and he was currently welcoming a group of guests. These guests were students from the Starlight Academy. Tarana's trial was one of the tests for obtaining an advanced bachelor's degree. There were a total of 12 students participating in the trial, including the Elven Princess and Michelle's older sister, Feli. Apart from Rambus, there were also 2 teachers from the Starlight Academy. Although Tarana was already 500 years old, he still looked like a handsome young man in his 20s. The appearance of an elf would not change after reaching adulthood, even if it was a few hundred years later. Only in the last 10 years of their life would they start to age rapidly. From now until nightfall, the closer you are to the Purple Heart Treehouse, the higher your score will be. If you can enter the treehouse, then you can even receive additional guidance from Grandmaster Fenoya. You must know that Grandmaster Fenoya is not only an alchemist, but also a peak Saint Tyr expert. Tarana's words made everyone's eyes light up. The elf master continued, "However, I have to remind you that the Purple Forest is not a simple place. There are all kinds of dangers, and some of them are even fatal. You can use all methods to enter. Don't lose the teleportation stone that I gave you. If you encounter any danger that you can't defend against, you can use it to teleport out. Everyone only has one chance to teleport. After teleporting out, you can't enter again. You must grasp it well, understand?" The 12 students replied in unison, "Understood." At this moment, Michelle and Chun Rue's figures appeared by the lake. Michelle waved at Tarana from afar. "Master Tarana, can you bring us to see teacher?" As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes focused on them. Chapter 693. Tarana had just announced the rules of the trial, and Michelle had immediately brought a stranger to meet Grandmaster Fenoya. This was especially so in front of so many outsiders. This put Tarana in a difficult position. "Who is he?" "Michelle, you're getting bolder and bolder. Not only did you miss the banquet yesterday, you actually brought a stranger here today." The one who spoke was Michelle's older sister, Feli. As she had been preparing in the palace, she had not been at the pavilion of verdant trees. She did not know of Chun Rue's identity. Faced with her sister's questioning, Michelle pouted in dissatisfaction. "I was ordered by my mother to send Richard to see teacher." Her Majesty's orders? Tarana frowned and looked towards Chun Rue. However, the magic array for the trial has already been activated. This magic array was personally set up by teacher, and it is filled with all sorts of traps and dangers. Even I cannot stop it. If you want to see teacher, you have to wait until the trial ends at night. Michelle looked at Chun Rue. Chun Rue did not want to make things difficult for the little girl, so he shrugged. "So there's a magic array. Then let's wait until nightfall. I'm not in a hurry." At this moment, a cold voice rang out from among the students. "Ariel, didn't you say that the fellow with the bird on his head was very strong? So he's a coward." The red-haired Ariel spread her hands. "Unfortunately, I cannot predict a person's courage. Perhaps what I sensed earlier was his bird and not his person." The students immediately burst into laughter. Michelle shouted angrily, "Richard is not a coward. You baddies are not good people." "Michelle, how can you be so rude to my friend?" Feli said with a frown. "Don't forget that you are the princess of the elves. You should learn some things instead of disregarding your status and fooling around with that despicable half-elf or some unknown fellow all day long." Feli's words might not be wrong from her perspective, but the tone of her reprimand did not leave her younger sister any face. It seemed to be purposely showing off her sister's authority in front of the students. Michelle's face turned red. "Don't talk about Blanche like that. She is my friend. Richard is too. Quickly apologize. Chinrue looked at the little elven princess who was on the verge of tears because of him and Blanche. He felt a faint warmth in his heart and said, "How about this? I'll go see Grandmaster Finoa now. I'll go alone. If I see the Grandmaster before you, I only have one request. All of you, including Princess Fei Li, must apologize to my friend Michelle." Chinrue addressed Phyllis as Princess, but when he mentioned Michelle, he used the word friend. The attentive little elf girl's eyes lit up when she heard this. As soon as these words came out, the students burst into an uproar. These students were the best of the best in Starlight Academy. Many of them were even the descendants of the nobles of empires or kingdoms. This ordinary-looking guy actually said that he would defeat all of them. He was simply boasting shamelessly. What a big tone. Kane sneered, "What if you lose?" "I'll satisfy any of your requests." Chinrue turned to look at Rambus. "Teacher Rambus, what do you think?" Rambus frowned and quickly exchanged opinions with the two teachers. She nodded. "All right, if you lose, we won't ask for too much. You just have to apologize to our students and answer a few of my questions truthfully." "Deal." Chinrue smiled indifferently, as though he did not care about these geniuses at all. This attitude angered the crowd, and they all started to clamor. Chinrue did not mind, watching as the students entered the misty purple forest. Michelle, however, was a little anxious. "Why aren't you going in yet?" "There's no rush. The magic array at the entrance is very interesting. Those who enter late will have an advantage." Michelle was stunned. She asked Tarana, "Master, is it like that?" Tarana revealed a look of surprise, looking deeply at this human. "This advantage is not so easy to take." Actually, this was not advantage. The entrance was set up with a water mimicry triangular array. Those who entered first would trigger the magic array, and those who entered later would be able to understand the structure of the array based on the undulations in front of them, allowing them to decipher it. What he needed to pay attention to was cracking and not passing. Although the triangular pattern was not a complicated magic circle, the magic circle was dead, while the human was alive. The triangular pattern that Grandmaster Finoa had personally set up had its own mysteries. If it was Tarana who entered it for the first time, even Tarana would not have the confidence to crack it, let alone this ordinary-looking human. Chinrue shrugged, not saying anything. After a while, he walked forward. "Richard, the trial array is very dangerous." Chinrue turned around, but Michelle's next words were not "be careful" or anything like that. Instead, she said, "Why don't you take your bird first?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw the person who was sweating on his forehead had disappeared. Tarana did not notice the ambiguity in his junior sister's words. What he noticed was the time when Chinrue entered the magic array. It was actually the best time to sense the undulations. His eyes could not help but shine brightly. Chinrue did not want to show off. One reason was to fight for Michelle, and the other reason was to see and learn the magic array set up by Grandmaster Finoa. Magic array was a separate subject, but it was closely related to alchemy. Chinrue's current magic array skills were already quite high. He was also proficient in dragon inscription and ancient runes. Coupled with the help of deep analysis, he was almost at the quasi-grandmaster level. Of course, Chinrue's biggest goal was to use this trip to the Jadeite Forest Sea to reach the threshold of a grandmaster in mechanics. The triangular array began to emit strange undulations. Then it gradually returned to calmness. Tarana showed a smile of "I knew it," but soon after, the undulations appeared again. This happened repeatedly, and the elf master could not help but frown. The Starlight Academy students who entered the magic array earlier were originally fighting fiercely with the enemies who mimicked the power of the water element. They only felt that the enemies were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When they were tired of dealing with them, the enemies suddenly turned into water ripples and disappeared, revealing the path ahead. Many students thought that their efforts had defeated the enemies, so they cheered. The sound that was originally blocked by the magic array reached the entrance. Tirana's face suddenly changed. That human actually cracked the triangular array. Finoa was a mechanic grandmaster, but he was also quite knowledgeable about magic arrays. He had already reached the quasi-grandmaster level. How could it be cracked by this human in such a short time? The change in Tirana's expression was noticed by Rambus. Listening to the faint cheers in the distance, the beautiful female teaching assistant showed a thoughtful look. No one knew what she was thinking. In the Purple Heart treehouse, a tall, thin, and handsome male elf was sitting leisurely in front of a table. There was a strange chessboard on the table. The elf held a chess piece in his left hand and a small wine glass in his right hand. The wine in the glass was amber in color, exuding a faint fragrance. There was another person opposite the elf, a dwarf with a white beard and hair. His hair was messy, but his beard was carefully woven into small braids. The dwarf's height was only a little more than half of the elf's, but the wine glass in his hand was 3 times bigger than the elf's. He was gulping down the wine. "Burnt, your way of drinking, is simply a waste of my orchid wine." The male elf looked at the droplets of wine in the dwarf's glass with distress. Burnt's eyes glared. "The wine should be like this to taste good. The way you drink is even more sissy than a female dwarf. All right, hurry up and play chess." "What's the hurry?" The elven male who was scolded as a sissy did not get angry. He slowly took a sip from his cup. "Playing chess is like drinking wine. You have to taste it slowly to enjoy it. A vulgar fellow like you, including all the forest dwarves, would never understand it." "Humph! Hurry up, or else you lose." The old dwarf still drank a big mouthful of wine. As he was about to speak, he saw a map on the opposite wall emitting a faint light and buzzing sound. He immediately shouted, "Hey, your whatever array is broken." "Oh." The elf unhurriedly picked up a piece of pastry and put it in her mouth, chewing it slowly. "Today is Starlight Academy's Advanced Scholar Trial. It seems that the students participating this time are of good quality. At least one of them is proficient in magic arrays. I remember that Sukrad is quite knowledgeable in the study of the 3 types of inscription arrays. To be able to break it so quickly, it should be his proud disciple. It's a pity that this is just an appetizer. There's still more to come." Sukrad was the deputy dean of Starlight Academy and a famous master of magic arrays. He was highly respected and famous, but in the mouth of this elf he was called a little guy. The two of them drank while playing chess. Suddenly, the buzzing sound came from the map again. The elf's eyebrows twitched slightly and the old dwarf laughed. "It's the second one. It seems that Sukrad has taken in an impressive disciple." The elf nodded. "It's indeed surprising. No matter how far he can advance this time, we should meet this young man with considerable potential." Time passed, and unknowingly it was already the 4th buzzing sound. At this moment, the elf and the old dwarf were no longer in the mood to play chess. They were both staring at the magic map. Finally, the 5th area flashed. The old dwarf, Bernard, scratched his head. "Good fella, he passed the fierce dragon lightning killing array in 35 minutes. That's only 10 minutes slower than my speed. Fortunately, he passed and not broke it. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to hide my old face." Before he finished speaking, the buzzing sound was heard. The old dwarf jumped up from his chair as if he had been electrocuted. "It was broken? Impossible. Finoia, didn't that fierce dragon lightning killing array contain the power of the giant dragon clan's inscription? Did you change something?" The elf looked at the map with a solemn face. "I can tell you with certainty that I didn't change anything." The dwarf stroked his beard. "Is Sukrad's disciple that powerful?" "No, even Sukrad himself doesn't have this kind of ability." The elf took a deep breath. "Old friend, let's calm down and drink first. I believe that it won't be long before we can meet this mysterious guest, who is at least a magic array quasi-grandmaster." Chapter 694. In fact, Chinrue's process of breaking the magic circle wasn't easy, but the gain was absolutely worth it. practice, and theory were very important in magic circles. If one was only content in a corner, he would always be selfish. He needed to constantly absorb, learn, and improve in order to make progress. Finoya was a real magic circle quasi-grandmaster. In all fairness, his level was much higher than Qin. However, Qin had the knowledge of dragon inscription and ancient runes, so his comprehensive strength was about the same as Finoya's. Facing such an opponent of the same level, with the help of deep analysis, Qin gained a lot of valuable insights, including the details and techniques of some magic circles. However, starting from the 7th magic circle, Qin didn't crack it again. Instead, he passed it directly. Firstly, he didn't want to take too long. Secondly, he was already familiar with Finoya's magic circle style, so there was no need to use cracking to gain insights. Thirdly, he also wanted to save some face for the Grand Master he was about to visit. Finally, after passing the last magic circle, Qin saw his destination this time, the Purple Heart Treehouse. It wasn't so much a tree house as a huge tree. On the purple trunk was a small house. This shape was very different from the Grand Master's house that Qin imagined. Such a small house was probably just enough for one person to lie down. The only mechanic Grand Master of the elves lives in such a place. At that moment, the door of the treehouse opened. A halo was projected on the ground in front of Qin, and 2 figures appeared. One was a slender elf man who looked very young. Unlike the general elves who were more or less arrogant and self-superior, he gave people a natural and kind feeling. His indifferent eyes carried maturity and wisdom that understood the world. Next to him was a very old dwarf with a white beard. However, in terms of real age, he might not be as young as the young elf. The elf man said, "I'm Finoya. This is the mechanic Grand Master of the Forest Dwarfs, Burnt. Welcome to the Purple Heart Treehouse, young human friend." Richard pays his respects to Grandmaster Finoa and Grandmaster Burnt. Qin didn't expect there to be 2 Grandmasters here. He didn't dare to slight them and bowed respectfully. Finoa and Bernd returned the greetings solemnly. "Sir Richard, there is no need to be so polite," the Grand Elf said. "Just the magic formations you've shown is enough for you to stand on equal footing with us. Please follow me into the treehouse." Qin thought for a moment and did not stand on ceremony. He walked into the ring of light, which had a teleportation effect. Qin eyes lit up, and he found himself in a spacious and bright place. This was a large hall with a grand style and exquisite facilities. There were also many rooms. This is an independent space. It can be said to be a perfect hexagonal trunk structure. So it turns out that Sir Finoa is also a top-notch spatial magician. Impressive. It turned out that there was another world inside this narrow treehouse, similar to Rala's Rainbow Valley. It was very stable, but the space was much smaller. "Lord Richard, you have a good eye. Could it be that you have some understanding of spatial magic as well?" Finoa's eyes lit up with some surprise. It wasn't strange to see an independent space, but it was rare for someone to be able to see through the structure of a space with just a few words. Qin shook his head. "I'm ashamed. My talent in magic is inferior to that of an ordinary apprentice, and I only know a little about the theory. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Sir Finoa." The old dwarf interrupted. "Every skill has its own specialization. Not everyone is as leisurely as those who have lived for thousands of years. They don't have the time to study all sorts of things." Finoa smiled. "You don't have to be jealous, Bernd. The Moonlight Goddess is fair. Although elves have long lives, their fertility rate isn't high, and their population growth has been slow." "Humph. Why don't you say that if the fertility rate was high, the elves would have long since ruled the world?" Finoa smiled but did not reply, waving his hand. "Please take a seat, Lord Richard." Qin sat down. "Sir Finoa, my visit this time was a little rude. Please forgive me." "No matter, it's the Starlight Academy's trial today. Fanoa smiled. At least you left me some face, not breaking the magic formation and letting those students find their way here. Chinrue smiled back, not explaining much. No matter the field, only those with strength had the right to speak. Excessive modesty sometimes had the opposite effect. Let's get straight to the point. The reason I came to the immortal capital of Silvermoon was because I was entrusted by the Hill Dwarf King of Thick Earth Castle, Orfgar, to pass a relic of Grandmaster Rick to Sir Fanoa. Chinrue took out the old blueprint and handed it over. Fanoa was shocked at the sight of the blueprint and received it with both hands, a rare expression of excitement appearing on his face. He looked at it carefully for a while before nodding. This is it? Very good, very good. This is the magic weapon that you and old Rick worked on back then? Bernard leaned over to take a look at the blueprint, frowning. This blueprint should have a rather advanced concealment technique, and it's incomplete. We need to put it together to see the original. That's right, I still have half of it here. Fanoa took out a blueprint of the same texture, and when the two pieces were put together, they emitted a golden radiance and turned into a complete new blueprint. This blueprint depicted a special device with various profiles and data analysis. Chinrue glanced at it, and his heart trembled. It was actually this thing. It seemed like even in two parallel planes, inventions and creativity were still shockingly similar. If I'm not wrong, this magic weapon can give ordinary people the ability to fight the strong, just like a miniature magic crystal cannon, Chinrue said. If the tactics are right, even high-level powerhouses will be afraid of it. Perhaps its appearance will change the form of war in the future. However, from the looks of it, the design of this weapon is still in its prototype form, and there are various flaws such as aiming. The more Fanoa and Bernard listened, the more surprised they became. This kind of comment had already surpassed the scope of knowledge of magic arrays, and only a true alchemy master or even guru could have such outstanding knowledge. Some aspects even made Fanoa feel enlightened, as if he had seen a whole new world. The shape and structure of this magic weapon were very similar to the firearms of another world. In fact, Chinrue had kept a lot of things to himself, and only revealed the idea of the 3 points and 1 line sighting device. After Chinrue finished speaking, the elf guru carefully digested the content he had just heard. After a long time, he took a deep breath and looked at the human with fervent eyes. I haven't left the jadeite forest sea for many years, and it seems that I'm still ignorant and inexperienced. I wonder when such a human genius, alchemy, guru appeared in this world. With such knowledge, I can only say that I'm impressed. No wonder that Brat Orfeg would actually entrust a human to come here. You're not even 30 years old, right? The old dwarf scratched his head hard. It seems that Fanoa and I have lived for so many years in vain. Both gurus have misunderstood. In fact, I'm still far from being a guru. The reason I came to the Jadeite Forest Sea this time is to ask the two gurus for the true meaning of mechanics. Chinrue had an idea and included Bernard in it. Bernard grinned. This fully shows the cunning of humans. I've only become a guru for less than a year. Other than Fanoa, only the upper echelons of the forest dwarves know about it. How did you hear that there are 2 gurus in the Forest Sea? Sir Richard, don't mind me. You're a friend of the hill dwarves, so you should know that the dwarves are so straightforward. However, there's a proverb among the dwarves that goes, "A hammer speaks the truth." Would your excellency be willing to show your craftsmanship in front of us 2 old fellows? Fanoa glanced at the room next to him. The door of the room was opened, and there was another separate space inside. It was a mechanic's room. Of course, it's my honor. Chinrue heard the obvious intention of Fanoa's guidance, and he was overjoyed. Holy Mountain, Forest of Radiance on Blessed Peak. The book in the hands of the 4-winged angel statue suddenly emitted a red flame, and it spread to the entire body in the blink of an eye. The nearby forest was also burning, and the entire Forest of Radiance was filled with a blazing aura. If Chinrue was here, he could feel that the flow of faith power around him had doubled. The blazing aura gradually dissipated. Strangely, The white forest that was still burning just now had no traces of being burned, but the leaves had turned fiery red. A man's figure appeared outside the forest of radiance. There, the 3 leaders of the holy mountain, led by Pope Fandus, were waiting respectfully. Seeing I Cyril appear, the 3 leaders said in unison, "Congratulations, Lord I Cyril!" There was some joy in I Cyril's eyes. This time we have finally succeeded. The power of the true flame shackles has been completely integrated into the Book of Judgment. For this, Eudora has contributed a large number of precious fire treasures. Her contribution cannot go unnoticed. It is my honor to be able to help you, Lord. Eudora bowed, but she felt bad in her heart. In fact, those fire treasures were prepared for the phoenix egg. Because the hateful Richard had stolen the phoenix egg, all her previous efforts had been wasted. Now, she could only conveniently offer the treasures to I Cyril. I am a person who distinguishes between rewards and punishments. In the future, I will put in a good word for you in front of Lord Raphael. This sentence made Eudora overjoyed. I Cyril glanced at Fandus. As for Fandus, as the highest leader of the church, he has the greatest responsibility for the disappearance of the holy tree. He will definitely be punished. But before that, I want to personally capture that damned heretic and see if there is any hope of recovering the holy tree. As long as they could recover the snow delay tree, they would be able to greatly reduce the consequences of this matter. Fandus hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Lord. Currently, the East has been completely sealed, especially the teleportation countries. You can first go to the East and then use the spying spell. I believe that heretic will definitely not be able to hide. I Cyril nodded slightly, and with a flip of his hand, the dim blood bead already appeared in his hand. His eyes emitted a fierce aura. No matter who you are, this time, you will not be able to escape from the palm of my hand. Chapter 695, Emerald Forest Sea. In the mechanics room of the Purple Heart Tree House, Finoya and Bernard were carefully appreciating a long sword. This sword was forged by Chinrue just now. It didn't take too much time. The shape looked very simple, as if any ordinary blacksmith could forge it. However, the 2 mechanic grandmasters looked very serious. This sword is quite good. It looks clumsy, but it hides a clever truth. It has the essentials of mechanics. Although its grade is only excellent, its production level has surpassed the level of a master. Finoya's eyes flowed with undisguised appreciation. It turns out that Sir Richard is a dual quasi-grand master of magic circles and mechanics. That's really impressive. I'm sorry to embarrass myself in front of the 2 grand masters. Chenrue didn't want to hear this kind of appreciation, but really useful opinions, or even criticism. Please advise me. Bernard took a sip of wine. Don't worry, young man. Finoya has a bad habit of saying nice things to make you feel good first. Then he will use merciless criticism to kick you off the cliff. Chinrue smiled and nodded. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to. Sure enough, Finoya's face turned serious. As far as mechanics are concerned, your technique, application, and other aspects are quite outstanding. You even have a certain understanding of the artistic conception. You have reached the quasi-grand master level of forging quasi-artifact. However, in the eyes of a grandmaster, you made the most basic mistake, so this sword is quite unqualified. It's as worthless as a dead body. Dead body? Chinrue finally understood Bernard's previous metaphor. This elf grandmaster was really mean when he criticized. He didn't give him any face at all. However, he wasn't frustrated by the blow at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. I'd like to hear more. Finoya nodded secretly and said, when we were learning mechanics, there was a sentence that was repeatedly mentioned. Mechanics are creating life. But in fact, there are not many people who can really understand the sentence and apply it to mechanics. Countless mechanics and even mechanical masters regarded artifact as the only standard to become a grand master. But they were all wrong. In fact, this sentence that was heard the most but ignored the most was the true meaning of mechanics. Take a pseudo-divine weapon as an example. Perhaps one's crafting techniques and details had reached an almost perfect level, but no matter how high one's crafting attributes were, it was still a dead object and could not achieve a qualitative change. That's why I said your sword is a corpse. Life? This familiar word made Chinrue ponder deeply. Burnt said, I don't have Finoa's eloquence. He previously said a dwarf proverb, a hammer is the best at telling the truth. I'll show you. Bernd walked to the forging table, picked up the hammer and weighed it. He used a pair of pliers to pick up a piece of red-hot iron and began hammering it. Under the hammering, a sword gradually took shape. It was also an unremarkable sword. The old dwarf's technique wasn't special, but it revealed a kind of spirituality that Chinrue's sword didn't have. Any equipment is unique, whether it's an artifact or a non-artifact. Finoa's voice sounded in Chinrue's ear, just like life. Chinrue was shocked. He suddenly thought of the pseudo-divine weapons made by exchanging blueprints in the supersystem. Thunderous sound, North Sea judgment. These equipment were produced by the system. The purity of the materials was 100%, and the craftsmanship was perfect. Even a grand master couldn't achieve that level of perfection. Logically, every detail was flawless, but he still couldn't make a real artifact. It seemed that he was missing something crucial. Now it seemed that what he was missing was spirituality, or should it be called soul? Chinrue realized that he had unknowingly walked into a dead end. He pursued all kinds of perfection and extremes, but he ignored the most fundamental and important thing. It was like a painter who, after many years of hard work, exerted his skills to the peak, could copy various famous works and even pass off the fake as genuine, but he still couldn't become a real famous master. Although there was only a difference of one word between manufacturing and creation, there was a huge difference. Using the terminology of another world to explain it, it was the difference between technique and Tao. Chinrue fell into deep thought, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The old dwarf, who had been busy for a long time, walked over with the newly made sword. He realized that this guy didn't even look at the sword, so he couldn't help but stare. On the other hand, the elf Grand Master looked surprised. After Chinrue returned to his senses, he asked, You understand? Chinrue nodded. The old dwarf, who was a little indignant at first, was taken aback. It took me hundreds of years to understand it, but this human kid is actually so fast. However, understanding the principle is one thing, being able to use it is another thing. I think I have found a new starting point. Maybe I need to understand not only mechanics, but also more things. Chinrue was telling the truth. Although he understood the key, if he wanted to truly comprehend and achieve a qualitative breakthrough, it was definitely impossible to achieve in a short time. In any case, this would be a crucial turning point on his mechanic path. You really understand? Bernard felt frustrated. It seems that I'm really old. Finoa, what are you laughing at? In terms of age, I'm younger than you. Sir Finoa, I will stay in the Emerald Forest for a while. Can I come again in the next few days? Seeing the elf Grand Master nodding, Chinrue was overjoyed and said to the old dwarf, Sir Bernard, can you give me this sword? You finally thought of this sword? Don't even think about it. Cunning human. The old dwarf put his hand on the sword, unless you can exchange it with something good. It's best if it's wine. This guy's orchid wine tastes good, but it's not strong enough. Dwarves like to drink. Before he finished speaking, a strong wine fragrance made Bernard's eyes widen. It smells so good. Even Finoa couldn't help but look at the bottle of wine in Chinrue's hand. The old dwarf strode forward and walked in front of Chinrue with a stride that was seriously inconsistent with his height. He stuffed the sword into his hand and grabbed the bottle of wine. At that moment, a red shadow flicked to the old dwarf's hand. It was Ms. Duo who had been appeased obediently. Ms. Duo had always been bored. Now that someone actually dared to snatch her daddy's things, she immediately launched an attack. The old dwarf seemed to be startled. But Miss Dodo's shot had missed by a hair's breadth, and the bottle of wine had already fallen into the old dwarf's hands. "Hey, I say, your bird is so fierce. Isn't it just a bottle of wine? You can learn other things from Finoa, but don't ever learn that kind of pettiness." Ms. Duo was about to continue shooting when Chenrue gently caught her in his hand and comforted her. "Daddy, what's that?" "Even Duo wants it." Chenrue didn't want his adopted daughter to develop the bad habit of drinking from a young age. He quickly said, "You can't eat that Duo. Daddy will give you some fire crystals later, okay?" "No, Duo wants that bottle. Fire crystals and grilled fish." Add another pudding. Chenrue didn't expect his adopted daughter to learn to bargain without a teacher. While he was feeling embarrassed, the old dwarf over there couldn't wait to take a sip of wine. As soon as he entered the mouth, he showed an extremely intoxicated look and praised, "What a mellow taste! The taste is excellent, especially the soft aftertaste. What kind of wine is this? I have been drinking wine for hundreds of years, but this is the first time I have drunk such a good wine. Orchid wine is just plain water compared to it." Chenrue gave another bottle to Finoya and replied, "This is called millet wine. It's left by my grandfather with a secret recipe." These superb millet wines were naturally produced by the demon realm. When Chenrue took out the millet wine, his heart was filled with nostalgia. In a few days, his faith crystals would almost reach 1,000,000. By then, he could return to the demon realm to reunite with his family and friends. Before that, he must hurry to learn more from the two Grand Masters, not only for his own mechanics, but also to fight for more vitality for his teacher, Tetanus. "That's a deal." The old dwarf slammed the table hard. "I'll also stay in the Purple Heart Tree house these few days to guide you with Finoya. But every time I come, there must be a bottle of millet wine like this. No, 2 bottles." Finoya added, and the three looked at each other and smiled. A few hours later, the students who were training in the Purple Forest coincidentally felt the mysterious force field fluctuations around them. Under a great force, the students were involuntarily sent back to the entrance. The students all cried out in surprise. Didn't they say the trial would end before nightfall? Why did it end early? An indifferent voice sounded. "It's very simple. Because 6 of the trial's magic circles were broken by people other than students. So, for the sake of fairness, it ended early. The current results will prevail." "Just because you say it's accurate?" "Master Tarana, who is this guy?" The one who spoke was the dumbass young man who had a conflict with Chenrue in the restaurant. "Merlodin." "Shut up." The one who spoke turned out to be Felicia. The elven princess stepped forward and bowed to this guy, respectfully, "Sir Finoya." It turns out that this is the elven mechanic grandmaster, including the 3 teachers from Starlight Academy. They were all taken aback and quickly saluted. Rambus saw Chenrue next to the elven grandmaster and thought of the sentence, breaking 6 magic circles just now. Her heart was shocked. "Teacher, Richard." Michelle, who was bored waiting, was playing by the lake with Blanche, who arrived later. When she saw Finoya and Chenrue coming out, she quickly ran over. "Michelle, don't be rude. Call Richard, sir." "Tarana. From now on, Sir Richard can freely enter and exit the Purple Forest without reporting. He will stay in Immortal Capital for a while. If you have the chance, you should ask him more. I believe you will benefit a lot." When Tarana heard the way his teacher addressed this young human, he knew that the other party's level had surpassed the master level. He was at least the quasi-grand master level. There was disbelief in his eyes, and he solemnly bowed to Chenrue. Chenrue returned the bow and said, "Sir Finoya, you're too kind. If there's a chance, I will communicate with Master Tarana. As for Princess Michelle and Miss Blanche, it's all thanks to them that I can come to Immortal Capital of Silvermoon. We are friends, so there's no need to be polite." When Blanche heard the word friends, her gaze trembled slightly. She lowered her head and did not speak. Finoya nodded to Chinrue and did not speak to anyone else. He turned around and walked into the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Before Chinrue could mention the bet, Rambus had already walked over. "Sir Richard, our students were rude earlier. I apologize to you and Princess Michelle on their behalf." Chapter 696. Shouldn't all of you be apologizing? Michelle said unhappily. She didn't seem to like lambies very much. Don't go overboard, Michelle. Phyllis furrowed her brows. Senior Rambus is the Rio Empire's. Forget it, Michelle. Chinrue had gained a lot today and was in a good mood. There's no need to argue with these people. Let's go. What do you mean by no need? I dare you to say it again. The one who spoke was the coldly arrogant student Kane. His eyes were filled with provocation. To a genius like him, being ignored was more humiliating than being slapped in the face. It's fine if you can't afford to lose, but you actually want to bite back? Chinrue glanced at the students with disdain. Just by looking at the quality of the students, I can tell that the world-renowned Starlight Academy is only SOSO. Quinn was enraged. Just as he was about to make a move, a teacher with a sturdy figure walked up from the back, emitting an overbearing, spiritual pressure. Student, if you have been rude, you can apologize. However, you have insulted Starlight Academy, so you must give us an explanation. This teacher was called Anduru. He was usually the most protective of his students and had been secretly dissatisfied with the early end of the trial. Previously, he had not dared to say anything in front of Grandmaster Finoya. Now that the other party had questioned Starlight Academy, he immediately used this as a pretext. This is considered an insult? Now I understand why there are students like this. It turns out that there are teachers who mislead their students. Chinrue's smile was a little colder. As for an explanation, at this moment the red-haired girl, Ariel, who had an innate talent for spiritual sensing, suddenly shivered. She looked at Chinrue with eyes filled with fear. Anduru suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying spiritual oppression wrap around him. His insignificant, oppressive aura was like a candle in the wind, instantly extinguishing without a trace. That aura carried an incomparably cold, killing intent, as if it was condensed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing Anduru to feel a sense of fear that his soul would scatter. He instinctively felt that as long as the other party made a move, his body and soul would be annihilated without any suspense, and his body could not help but tremble slightly. Other than Ariel, most of the students at the back didn't notice Enduro's abnormality. However, the other teacher, Turieff, who had a sturdy figure, sensed the danger. His entire body lit up with a thick yellow mirror glow, and with a leap he was already in front of Enduro. Be careful! Turieff had just made a defensive posture when his body suddenly froze on the spot. You should be glad that this is the immortal capital of Silver Moon. For the sake of the elves and Grandmaster Finoya. Chinrue snorted coldly and did not continue speaking. He said to Michelle and Blanche, "Let's go." Seeing Chinrue turn around and leave as if there was no one else around, the students were all furious. Kane could not hold it in any longer, and a long blade appeared in his hand. He had already leaped into the air, and with a loud roar he was about to slash out when he felt a dazzling flame, and the air instantly became scorching hot. A strong sense of danger caused Kane to hurriedly pull back his blade to block, but he was instantly sent flying by a strong force. In the end, he was still one of the top 10 students in Starlight Academy, a young genius who was about to advance to the Saint rank. After tumbling a few times, he barely managed to stabilize his body. He only felt a terrifying heat coming from the blade in his hand, and he could no longer hold it firmly. When he let go, the blade fell to the ground. The blade had actually melted to the point of being deformed. Chinrue, who had already walked far away, called out, and a small red figure flew back to his head, chirping a few times as if to demonstrate its might. Only then did everyone realize that the one who had spat out flames and sent Kane flying was actually that little red bird, although They were surprised. There were still many students who were fond of fighting. Just as they were about to rush up and attack, they heard a trembling shout, "Don't move!" The one who spoke was Angelou, who was blocked behind Turieff. His body was already soaked in cold sweat, and blood was seeping out of his nostrils and ears. The thick, mirror-like yellow light on Turieff's body, who was in front of Angelou, suddenly shattered, as if it was a fragile glass falling on a stone slab. Turieff's sturdy body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The students were shocked. Turieff was a powerhouse who had already stepped into the Saint rank, and he was the Academy's defense instructor. His unique earth mirror wall could withstand the joint attack of several Saint rank powerhouses at the same time. Unexpectedly, before he could clearly see what had happened, it had already been destroyed by a single blow. Peak Saint rank. Turieff squeezed out these 4 words from between his teeth, and he spat out another mouthful of blood and actually fainted. The students were all shocked. That ordinary-looking man was actually standing at the pinnacle of strength in the world. If the other party really wanted to kill someone, apart from Phyllis, who was an elf, no one would be able to survive. Many people revealed expressions of joy and lingering fear. Only Rambus kept staring at the figure that was fading away, her mirror-like, beautiful eyes flashing with extraordinary splendor. "Richard, your bird is so powerful." Michelle didn't know that Chinrue had made a move just now. She only saw Duo spit fire at Cain, and her big eyes that were staring at the little phoenix couldn't help but shine even brighter. "Can you call her Duo?" "Isn't Duo your bird? Can you let me pet it?" Chinrue slapped his forehead speechlessly. "Oh, right, Michelle, I still want to stay in the immortal city of Silver Moon for a while, but my diplomatic mission has already been completed, and I don't want to return to the Green Pavilion. Is there a quiet place where I won't be disturbed?" "A quiet place where you won't be disturbed?" Michelle thought for a moment, then looked at Blanche. "Her place is the quietest." Chinrue turned around and looked at Blanche. Blanche was stunned, then immediately shook her head. "No, my place. Will it disturb Miss?" "Then forget it." "It's not a disturbance," Blanche explained. She gently bit her lip and finally made up her mind. "If you don't mind," after sending Michelle back to the palace and then following Blanche to her residence. Chinrue finally understood why she would mind it. It wasn't just because this was a forest far from the immortal city, nor was it because of the simple and crude treehouse. It was because this place was actually a graveyard. "You live in a place like this?" Chinrue frowned. Even without the gloomy graveyard, the environment here was indeed too harsh. It was the complete opposite of the exquisite style of the immortal city of Silver Moon. "It's not bad to have a place like this." The indifference on Blanche's face deepened. For half-elf. Most elves thought that half-elves were a disgrace to the elves, and they discriminated against them. When the elves signed an alliance agreement with the Ryo Empire, they even deliberately excluded half-elves from their protection. Even though half-elves were more easily accepted by humans, without the protection they deserved, many half-elves ended up as playthings for nobles or experts, unable to free themselves. They would encounter unimaginable hardships in the outside world and would be discriminated against within the elves. As mixed-blood half-elves, they carried an unimaginably heavy fate. In comparison, Blanche could be considered lucky to be able to stay in the Jadeite Forest Sea and become good friends with Princess Michelle, the half-elves' sole mound where the remains of half-elves are buried. Over there is my father's grave. Michelle told you that he fell into the Nightmare Volcano while searching for the water of life in the Plain of Nightmares. Not even his bones were left. Blanche's indifferent eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. This place is called the Cursed Land of Death by the elves. I suggest that you go to the Immortal City. It's very quiet here, perfect for my meditation. If you don't mind, I'll disturb you for a few days. Meditation? Blanche revealed a look of understanding and nodded. All right, if you don't mind the shabbiness of the treehouse, you can stay in that treehouse for a few days. I'll guard under the tree as a reward for helping me and by Feng in the forest. Qinrui recalled the beloved figure who guarded outside his tent in mountain Shillong back then. His heart warmed, and he shook his head. No need. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't have the habit of wronging my friends, especially a lady. This was the second time Blanche heard the word friend, and the coldness in her eyes seemed to fade a little. It's okay, I'm used to sleeping outdoors. These simple words revealed the hardships that half-elves had experienced. Compared to the elves in the immortal city who lived a luxurious life, the life of half-elves was like a shadow in the beautiful moonlight. Qinrui thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. For Blanche, accepting kindness made her feel more friendly than rejecting it. There was no need for excessive politeness between friends. As expected, after the half-elf heard this, her single eye lit up, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She actually looked exceptionally charming, but unfortunately the damn blindfold greatly reduced this charm. Soon, the half-elf realized that the tent that Qinrui lent her was actually a luxurious magic room. Her shabbiness treehouse couldn't be compared to it at all. Blanche was slightly touched. She didn't say anything about exchanging, and she just sat quietly under the tree, guarding the human who had entered meditation. Apart from Michelle and Bai Feng, he was her third friend in her life. Qinrui entered the refinery of the super system. In the refinery, he could comprehend and experiment with the 100-time rule. He seized the time to digest the knowledge he obtained today. However, not long after, an uninvited guest came to this quiet place that was rarely visited by people. It was the beautiful assistant teacher of the Starlight Academy, Rambis. Rambise's beauty was top-notch even among the elves. Her visit to the jadeite forest this time had attracted the attention of many male elves, including some nobles. This made her journey to the forest smooth and unobstructed until she met Qinrui. To Blanche, Rambise's beauty naturally had no effect. She was even influenced by Michelle and showed considerable hostility, resolutely not allowing her to pass. However, Rambis only used one sentence to break the half-elf's line of defense. I came to find Richard for an important matter that could affect his life. If you have the right to give it up for him, then I will turn around and leave, never to disturb you again. After a moment of silence, Rambis met Qinrui. Miss Rambis, you must have spent a lot of effort to find this place. I don't like to beat around the bush. Are you here to apologize or give me a warning because of the purple forest? No. Rambis shook her head and revealed an elegant and charming smile. Rambis Cyber, Princess Bluestone of the Ryo Empire, greets Sir Richard. Qinrui raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. It really was her. Rambis Cyber, the daughter of Emperor Covalanti of the Blue Brilliance Empire, was the only princess of the Ryo Empire with a title. To Qinrui, she had another special identity. She was the official fiancée of Arthur,